All because I turned it off.
I can't use it back to I can't get used to the Zoom being the wrong way.
Zoom's the wrong one?
It's the opposite of Canon.
It's like
It messes with you a lot more than you think.
Like huge font.
It's such a sad thing that kind of card that it just takes forever.
Pull it out, press focus.
Well, you don't have time to chat. You have to go to the although everything's like, gotta be fast as wire now. No, I was. It's in the process.
Chip was great. Shoot 1,000 frames. He took one to a mountain bike race. 40 yards.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here today to unveil legislation that would represent the most significant reform to our immigration system in a half a century. I want to thank Senators Tom Cotton and David Perdue for their tremendous work in putting together this historic and very vital proposal. As a candidate, I campaigned on creating a merit-based immigration system that protects U.S. workers and taxpayers, and that is why we are here today, merit-based. The RAISE Act, R-A-I-S-E, the RAISE Act will reduce poverty, increase wages, and save taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. It will do this by changing the way the United States issues green cards to nationals from other countries. Green cards provide permanent residency, work authorization, and fast track to citizenship. For decades, the United States was operated and has operated a very low-skilled immigration system, issuing record numbers of green cards to low-wage immigrants. This policy has placed substantial pressure on American workers, taxpayers, and community resources. Among those hit the hardest in recent years have been immigrants and, very importantly, minority workers competing for jobs against brand-new arrivals. And it has not been fair to our people, to our citizens, to our workers. The RAISE Act ends chain migration and replaces our low-skilled system with a new points-based system for receiving a green card. This competitive application process will favor applicants who can speak English, financially support themselves and their families, and demonstrate skills that will contribute to our economy. The RAISE Act prevents new migrants and new immigrants from collecting welfare and protects U.S. workers from being displaced. And that's a very big thing. They're not going to come in and just immediately go and collect welfare. That doesn't happen under the RAISE Act. They can't do that. Crucially, the green card reforms in the RAISE Act will give American workers a pay raise by reducing unskilled immigration. This legislation will not only restore our competitive edge in the 21st century, but it will restore the sacred bonds of trust between America and its citizens. This legislation demonstrates our compassion for struggling American families who deserve an immigration system that puts their needs first and that puts America first. Finally, the reforms in the RAISE Act will help ensure that newcomers to our wonderful country will be assimilated, will succeed, and will achieve the American dream. I'd like now to invite Senator Cotton and Senator Perdue to say a few words. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very excited to be here with Senator Perdue and President Trump to be introducing the new version of the RAISE Act. Our legal immigration system should accomplish two main goals. One, it should help American workers get a decent pay raise and have a higher standard of living. And two, it should help promote economic growth, make America more competitive in the world. Our current system simply doesn't do that. It's over a half century old. It is an obsolete disaster, and it's time for it to change. So first, We bring over 1 million immigrants into this country a year. That's like adding the population of Montana every single year, adding the population of Arkansas every 3 years. The vast majority of those those immigrants come here not because of their English language abilities or their job skills or their job offer or their educational attainment. In fact, only one in 15 out of 1 million new immigrants come here because of their job skills and their ability to succeed in this economy. That means it puts great downward pressure on people who work with their hands and work on their feet. Now, for some people, they may think that that's a symbol of America's virtue and generosity. I think it's a symbol that we're not committed to working class Americans, and we need to change that. Second, we also lose out on the very best talent coming to our country, the most ultra high-skilled immigrants who can come here and bring their entrepreneurial spirit and their innovative capabilities and make a higher wage, create new jobs for other Americans and new immigrants, speak English, and contribute to our economy, and stand on their own 2 feet, and pay taxes, and not receive welfare, and not drive down wages for working class Americans. The RAISE Act will change all of that by reorienting our green card system towards people who can speak English, who have high degrees of educational attainment, who have a job offer that pays more than a typical job in their local economy, who are going to create a new business, or who are outstanding in their field around the world. And I'm excited and I look forward to working with Senator Perdue and President Trump to pass this legislation through the Congress and make this kind of very fundamental, sweeping change for the first time in over 50 years to our immigration system. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership on this immigration topic. I think this is extremely critical for our country. You talked about it often on the campaign trail. You said job one was growing the economy. It's part of why I believe you're standing here and why I'm standing here. You've also said that it's, as a Fortune 500 CEO, I'm the only Fortune 500 CEO in Congress, and I've lived around the world much of my career. And I can tell you, nothing that we're going to do right now is more important than this in terms of growing our economy. The reason we need to do this is very simple. Our current system does not work. It keeps America from being competitive, and it does not meet the needs of our economy today. Today, as Tom said, we bring in 1.1 million legal immigrants a year. Over 50% of our households of legal immigrants today participate in our social welfare system. Right now, only 1 out of 15 immigrants that come into our country come in with skills that are employable. We've got to change that. As business guys, Mr. President, you and I understand we need a new approach. We need to fix this immigration system. So we took a look at best practices. We looked at countries like Canada, Australia, and others. What we're introducing today is modeled on the current Canadian and Australian systems. It's pro-worker, it's pro-growth, and it's been proven to work. Both have been extremely successful in attracting highly skilled workers to those countries. We can all agree the goals of our nation's immigration system should be to protect the interests of working Americans, including immigrants, and to welcome talented individuals who come here legally and want to work and make a better life for themselves. Our current system makes it virtually impossible for them to do that. If we're going to continue as the innovator in the world and the leader economically, it's imperative that our immigration system focus on highly skilled permanent workers who can add value to our economy and ultimately achieve their own version of the American dream. What we're talking about today is very simple. It's measured. It's a rational approach to immigration that will allow us to finally fix once and for all this broken system in a strategic way that will reposition America as a global leader economically. Mr. President, I'm proud to stand here with you and Tom Cotton. I look forward to passing this in U.S. Congress and making this a law of the land and letting it be a sweeping change for America. Thank you.
I just want to state that, as you probably have noticed, the stock market hit an all-time record high today, over 22,000. We've picked up substantially now more than $4 trillion in net worth in terms of our country, our stocks, our companies. We have a growth rate, a GDP, which has been much higher than, as you know, anybody anticipated, except maybe us. But it's going to go higher too. We're doing a job. And you're going to see jobs are pouring back into the country. Factories and plants are coming back into the country. We're going to start making product in America again. and that's happening all over. As I mentioned yesterday, Foxconn is going to spend $10 billion in Wisconsin and other places, and I think the $10 billion is going to end up being $30 billion. They make the iPhones for Apple and others, and it is a truly incredible company. So we have a lot of things happening that are really great. But again, today, the stock market hit the highest level that it has ever been, and our country is doing very well. I just want to thank you all. Tom and David are going to be outside. They're going to speak to you at length about what we're going to do with respect to this aspect of immigration. I think it's going to be very, very important. The biggest in 50 years, biggest change in 50 years. Thank you all very much. Thanks, Tom.
Russia sanctions seriously flawed. Could you give us a comment, Mr. President, on the Russia sanctions, please?
All right, everyone, so that is the end of that press conference. I know some of you may have missed the beginning of it, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to replay that press conference for you that just wrapped up. Well, it wasn't really a press conference, more of an announcement by President Trump. We are going to replay this for you in case you missed any of the announcements. Stand by.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here today to unveil legislation that would represent the most significant reform to our immigration system in a half a century. I want to thank Senators Tom Cotton and David Perdue for their tremendous work in putting together this historic and very vital proposal. As a candidate, I campaigned on creating a merit-based immigration system that protects U.S. workers and taxpayers, and that is why we are here today, merit-based. The RAISE Act, R-A-I-S-E, the RAISE Act will reduce poverty, increase wages, and save taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. It will do this by changing the way the United States issues green cards to nationals from other countries. Green cards provide permanent residency, work authorization, and fast track to citizenship. For decades, the United States was operated and has operated a very low-skilled immigration system, issuing record numbers of green cards to low-wage immigrants. This policy has placed substantial pressure on American workers, taxpayers, and community resources. Among those hit the hardest in recent years have been immigrants and, very importantly, minority workers competing for jobs against brand-new arrivals. And it has not been fair to our people, to our citizens, to our workers. The RAISE Act ends chain migration and replaces our low-skilled system with a new points-based system for receiving a green card. This competitive application process will favor applicants who can speak English, financially support themselves and their families, and demonstrate skills that will contribute to our economy. The RAISE Act prevents new migrants and new immigrants from collecting welfare and protects U.S. workers from being displaced. And that's a very big thing. They're not going to come in and just immediately go and collect welfare. That doesn't happen under the RAISE Act. They can't do that. Crucially, the green card reforms in the RAISE Act will give American workers a pay raise by reducing unskilled immigration. This legislation will not only restore our competitive edge in the 21st century, but it will restore the sacred bonds of trust between America and its citizens. This legislation demonstrates our compassion for struggling American families who deserve an immigration system that puts their needs first and that puts America first. Finally, the reforms in the RAISE Act will help ensure that newcomers to our wonderful country will be assimilated, will succeed, and will achieve the American dream. I'd like now to invite Senator Cotton and Senator Perdue to say a few words. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this replay to show you Perdue and Cont speaking live outside the White House.
Stagnant or declining. If this bill becomes law, that will begin to change. We'll also begin to attract the very best, most talented workers from around the country who don't drive down wages for working class Americans and who do help create new jobs for all Americans, including those new immigrants. This bill is a sensible, incremental, common sense step towards reforming our immigration system to make sure that it works for working Americans. It focuses only on green cards, those million green cards we give every year, the most precious thing a person can have in the world, the gift of American citizenship. It doesn't focus or touch upon visas for temporary workers or anything about security and enforcement. It focuses on the 1 million green cards that we've been giving out every year for decades that have been driving down American wages because it doesn't reward the most ultra high-skilled workers from around the world. When this bill becomes law, that'll stop, and we'll have a legal immigration system that works for working Americans. Senator Perdue?
Thanks, Tom. You know, the gold standard, I've lived around the world much of my career and worked around the world, and the gold standard is the American green card. And what this proposal does is basically look at best practices around the world, particularly Canada and Australia, and comes up with a bill that is pro-growth, pro-worker, and actually has been proven to work. This is not an experiment. And what we do is we focus on bringing in people that can help protect American workers and grow the economy. This is a standard that we've been trying to get to for a long time, and this attempt is basically going to be successful because of one reason. One, it's been proven before, and two, it limits this effort to just the permanent legal resident issue. The green card, as I said, is the gold standard, and what we need to do right now is focus on a merit-based immigration system that brings in the best and the brightest of the world. Look, this historical economic rise that we've had in the United States has been built on the back of American workers. And what we've done is gone away from that focus in the last few decades. And what we have right now is an opportunity to change that, to grow this economy, bring in the best and brightest of the world. We look forward to working with the Congress and making this happen. Thank you.
Senator Perdue, there's not that much of an appetite for immigration reform in the Congress right now, and there's a lot of other big agenda items, including tax reform, that are coming up in the fall. How did you and Senator Cont hope to get this through with so many other things already in the pipeline?
Well, as you said, there are priorities, healthcare, tax, there are a lot of other things, that we're working on, but we're starting the process. We're going to work with both sides, and right now, with the popularity of this system in Canada and in Australia, we think this should be a bipartisan effort. Frankly, who would be against growth the way we're talking about here and protecting American workers the way we're talking about doing it in this bill? So we're looking forward to work with our compatriots across the aisle to make sure we get this done.
And if I could just add, John, on that point, if I could just add on that point, immigration was a distinguishing feature for President Trump during the campaign, not just from Hillary Clinton, but from 16 other Republican candidates. It was probably the single issue on which he most distinguished himself from the consensus of both parties. And I think a lot of politicians have woken up to that now, and they're starting to realize that they need to rethink our approach to immigration, which is, again, a big topic. Our legislation is a relatively modest, incremental step of trying to reform our green card system, not temporary visas, not enforcement or security measures, but our green card system to make sure that it serves American workers. Second, we've already had some interest from other senators in our party. Third, this is the kind of thing that in bigger past and failed efforts at comprehensive immigration reform that Democrats have suggested they could support as well. And I would suggest to them, I'd suggest to you, that if we can succeed on this kind of common sense, incremental reform to immigration, it might give the American people more confidence to tackle some of those more challenging issues.
Senators, you introduced a similar proposal back in February. It did not go anywhere. What are you hoping now that you have President Trump on board?
Well, I think what happens is we built on to that. As we said to you when we introduced the first version of RAISE, is that there would be more to come around the entire permanent visa green card issue, and that's what we've done today, is close that door. And as Tom just said, this is not trying to solve all the issues in immigration. It's looking at legal permanent visas. And that's what we're going to focus on.
So I would say, President Trump has been, if I could address that too, President Trump has been deeply engaged on this from day one. I think this is probably our third or fourth visit to the Oval Office to work with President Trump. Our teams and his teams have been working regularly on it as well. The first version of the RAISE Act only addressed non-employment-based green cards, which, by the way, is over 80% of all the green cards we give out every single year. So President Trump at that time said that he wanted Senator Perdue and me to go back and take a look at the employment-based green cards as well, the EB-1 to the EB-5 green cards. We've done that. We've consulted with experts, we've consulted with people who helped design the Canadian system, and we've come up with a system that is, again, similar to what senators in both parties have supported in the past, which is moving our employment-based green card system into a point system that rewards people who can speak English, who have high educational attainment, who have a job that's going to pay them more than the local economy typically pays, who can create their own companies. So we think that this is a newer and improved version that we've done at the President's request. And again, we've seen a lot of interest from senators already.
Increase productivity with
H-1B,
EB-5 visas then.
Community who say this could actually make the workforce weaker by cutting down on legal immigration by 50% over the next 10 years.
Well, let me address that. As a business guy, I can tell you that whoever says that really hasn't been in the real world, because what happens in the real world is we're competing with other countries for this talent, just like we're competing for other natural resources around the world. But right now, by going to a merit-based system, we will ensure that the American economy can attract the best and the brightest. But it also protects American workers, because it no longer is focused on people who are family related, but focuses on the merit-based qualifications of the people applying. And by the way, I think this is a humane system. We're giving people who are already in the system credit for being in the system. They came here, they applied in the right way, and we're going to give them preferential treatment in this process. If they can apply and get approved within the next year, they will not come under the merit system. But if they don't get approved by that time, they will get extra points in this system to accommodate the fact that they did this the right way.
And I would say, remember, this approach would more than double the number of green cards we give out every year based on ultra-high skilled, demonstrated ability to earn a high wage, to create new jobs in this country, and so forth. So some of the more controversial temporary visa programs like H1B, H2A, H2B, not affected by this legislation. We're not trying to boil the ocean here and change everything in our immigration law. David and I both consulted with some of the business leaders in our community, some of the business leaders in the tech community, for instance, that want to see more H-1B visas. We can deal with that another day, but here's what we can say. You're going to get a lot more permanent legal residents and ultimately American citizens who have those kind of high-skilled backgrounds in science and engineering and computer programming and so forth. And isn't it better to get that kind of high-skilled worker here on a permanent basis so they can be an American citizen for the rest of their lives and have to worry about renewing a visa every 3 years?
Let me say one other thing too. I think it adds to the diversity that we're going to bring in as well, because we eliminate the country caps. The country quota system is a distortion. It's over 60 years old. It is not working today for us. And what we do in this, wherever you are, if you're qualified, you can come in here and you have a vision and you have education and you can get the point system qualification, you're going to have a future in America. And I think that's a great thing to tell the rest of the world.
Right, and President Trump stressed speaking English and not being on welfare immediately. And Cuban immigrants are infamous for coming immediately and collecting welfare. Could you say how this bill would affect or not affect people who are ripping off the wet foot, dry foot policy?
Well, first of all, the ratio will change of people who come here for work, and this focuses on the nuclear family, not the extended family. And so what that means is that a higher percentage of people coming in, number one, will have jobs, and that's the focus of this bill. Today, over half of all immigrants in America are in households that participate in the welfare system, and that's a function of a broken immigration system over time. What this does is basically reward people for coming in, getting jobs, and being participatory in our economy and constructive in growing our economy.
Do you worry about these high-skilled?
I'm sorry?
Do you worry about these high-skilled immigrants taking jobs away from Americans? You say this is about providing more jobs for Americans, but are these going to be competing with folks here at home?
Well, actually, what this does is it focuses on places where we don't have plenty of workers. That's the issue. You can talk about our education system or whatever, but this basically opens America up for the highest educated and most talented people in the world. Isn't that what we want? And at the same time, it protects the workers that we have now in those industries.
And I would add, if you look at, again, economic performance over my lifetime, the last 40 years, if you have a high school degree or less, your wages have been stagnant or they've declined. The more educational attainment you have, the better off you've been doing, which means the more we can attract higher skilled, better educated workers who speak English, who are going to get a higher wage themselves, the more we're going to be meeting that kind of economic demand, while also alleviating some of the pressure on people who are working on their feet and working with their hands all day long, the kind of people who take a shower after they get done with work, not before they go to work.
Senators, I'm sure you've heard from the critics out there who don't believe that this is a kind-spirited law, that they call this very mean-spirited, and they say it appears especially to target Latino immigrants. To that you say?
Well, you know, I don't see that that's well-founded at all. And what I'm focused on is the fact that by focusing on a merit-based immigration system and getting away from the country quota system. The country quota system has more bias in it than anything else, and it's abused greatly. What this does is it lets everybody compete individually. What fairer way can you do than have a situation where everybody has the same level right to get into this country if they qualify? And I think that's a great thing. It's been proven in Canada and Australia. It's very popular up there, and right now I think you're going to see it'll be very popular here.
Yeah, and also I would just let me finish up. One example of that is take the diversity lottery. The diversity lottery is preposterous. It serves no economic purpose. It serves no humanitarian purpose. It doesn't really even serve diversity because the region of the world that's accelerated the fastest over the last few years in terms of winning the diversity lottery is Europe. What we're doing here has no bias towards any region of the world. It has a bias towards ultra-high skilled individuals who can come to this country and stand on their own 2 feet.
Do you think it's realistic to have Democratic?
I'm sorry?
Do you think you can really get Democratic sponsorship given the current environment?
Well, we don't like the current environment. Nobody does. But why wouldn't you support this? It's pro-growth, it's pro-worker, and it's actually been proven to work. This is not an experiment. This has already been proven to work. So we're anxious to have those dialogues with the people both on both sides of the aisle.
And I would just say, I would say too about Democratic support, and for that matter, some Republican support. Look, we all know that our immigration system hasn't been working for Americans for a long time. That's why we've proposed this legislation about green cards. However, we failed as a Congress in 2006, in 2007, in 2013, before Senator Perdue and I arrived, to do everything under the sun on immigration. And that's in part because the American people don't have confidence in Washington to deal with immigration. That's why 60 to 70% of Americans favor the principles behind this bill. What we can do, though, is take common sense incremental steps that will improve our green card system while also giving the American people more confidence that Washington is finally looking out for their interests. And maybe that confidence will carry over to future immigration debates as well.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
All right, that's the end of that stakeout cam feed from outside the White House happening now. Attorney General Jeff Sessions speaking. Let's listen in.
Your leadership, 12 years in the Department of Justice. I was U.S. Attorney for 12 years, and that's a few years. I thought it was a long time then, but a lot has happened since. But they've got a great team. I've just been impressed with the spirit and the drive. And you look objectively at the numbers and the accomplishments of the United States Attorney's Office here and all the federal investigative agencies that work with them and all the state and local too, then you see a really finely tuned, effective United States Attorney's Office. And it sets a good example for around the country, the kind of level of professionalism we want to reach. Mike DeWine, it's so good to see you. My best to the family and friend, and 22 grandkids he has, you know. Are they all voters yet? Well, Mike and I did sit together on Judiciary Committee. A lot of exciting things happened over those years, and I've come to admire him as one of the finest public servants I've ever known and worked with. He's decent, courageous, and honest, and the kind of thing we look for in public service. Mike, it's good to be with you. He also had talked to me, actually, you know, before I was confirmed. We talked about the opioid problem here. Also, Rob Portman, you know, is a strong advocate and fully knowledgeable about this issue, and we've talked about it. And the legislation he's been offering, and over the last several years, not just recently, to deal with what we have here, I think is a crisis. Mayor, I like the fact that local officials are taking a leadership role. My own personal view, based on being a United States Attorney in 1981, at the peak of that drug epidemic in the 60s and 70s. Not as bad as today in many ways, but it was bad. It didn't have the depth we have today. But it was the grassroots groups the people that came together, worked with the schools and worked with the drug courts. So you got a good drug court system here. I like the drug courts. I helped support one in the 80s in Mobile, Alabama, and it's still functioning. So those kind of things I think do work, and it in the long run, if you can prevent people from starting on this course and they never get addicted, how much better is it? You see these deaths. Treatment won't help them. We've lost them. Many people that go into treatment and come out are still wounded and never really recover from it. Families are broken up. Jobs are lost. College degrees are lost. And anybody says drugs are not an important and dangerous substance aren't in contact with reality. And a big part of our effort and my effort will be to try to encourage people to become active and focused on these issues. Ohio does appear to be, with a number of states, to be at the center of this crisis. On average, one person in Columbus dies of a drug overdose every day. That is an amazing number. But it's not too different from Alabama and other places around the country. That pace is accelerating. According to a survey of Ohio's coroners, more than 4,000 Ohioans died of a drug overdose last year. 4,000. And in Columbus, the coroner has already noted, as the mayor said, a 66% jump this year from last year. So they aren't just numbers. We're talking about moms and dads. These are sisters, brothers, grandchildren. They're neighbors, co-workers. These are friends. These are Americans. Just last week, a 2-year-old girl in Dayton was hospitalized for a suspected opioid overdose, 2 years old. In 2015, across the United States of America, more than 52,000 Americans lost their lives to opioid overdoses, drug overdoses, and the number we have for 2016 shows another increase, a big increase, based on preliminary data. Nearly 60,000 Americans lost their lives to drug overdoses last year in America. This will be the highest drug death toll.
All right, everyone, we're actually going to cut out of this live event with Jeff Sessions. The Attorney General will record it and play it for you later. We want to take you to these live aerials, though, coming out of Minnesota. There was an explosion. A school building has collapsed. There was a fire. We know that one person confirmed dead, multiple people trapped. This is breaking news out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're going to work to get you guys some more information. Stand by. Again, this is breaking news out of Minneapolis. We are working to get you guys any additional information we can regarding this unfortunate story coming out of Minnesota. We will be updating you as information becomes available. All right, everyone, we are getting some updates from our Fox station there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is what we know right now. Multiple people trapped after an explosion and collapse at the Minnehaha Academy Upper School in Minneapolis. There was a gas leak and an explosion at the upper school. The academy has confirmed. Emergency responders are on the scene. The Minneapolis Fire Department initially reported one fatality, but later said the fatality has not been confirmed. So I will update that lower third, since the only thing we can confirm right now is multiple people trapped beneath the collapse. Our sister station in Minneapolis has a live feed on Facebook. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up in the corner of your screen as well. Stand by.
Working on extinguishing the fire at this time, and also searching for unaccounted people who may be trapped under the collapse.
How many people were in the building at the time?
I do not have a number. I do not have an estimate.
Live on my Facebook page.
What I can tell you is that we rescued 3 people off the roof, and we currently have 3 people unaccounted for who we are trying to locate.
The 3 people who are unaccounted for, adults, children?
I do not know that at this time.
How confident are you in that number?
It could be more or less. Right now, that's the information we have.
And this would look a lot significantly different, correct, if this was school year time?
I would imagine it would be a lot more significant if it was school time. So it is a good thing that it is, the summertime and probably limited the amount of people that were in the building.
Do you have any idea what could have caused a natural gas leak here?
I don't want to speculate on that at this time.
Was there construction or any sort of work going on near the natural gas lines?
I do not know that at all right now either. Again, the investigation will probably give us those answers, but I don't have those answers now, early in the incident.
Chief, you're late, but is it true that the janitors smelled gas and was alerting people to get out of the building?
I do not have that information.
Was the gas leak known about before people started leaving?
I don't have that information either.
Okay. All right.
We'll make Chief available as soon as he gets more information. If you follow the Minneapolis Fire Department and the Minneapolis Police Department on Twitter, we'll let you know probably 10 minutes prior, and any media briefings will be right here.
All right, guys, so you just heard that update from one of the fire chiefs in the Minneapolis Fire Department. 3 people still unaccounted for. They have backtracked that one fatality. So, again, a very technical rescue underway here, looking through rubble, trying to find these 3 people that were been deemed missing. So very active tactical rescue response. Obviously, the fire sounds like the fire is out, but this is still very much an active scene, and a lot of thoughts and prayers here on the grounds of Minnehaha Academy.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we have breaking news out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. A gas leak explosion results in an explosion, a collapse at this school. Thankfully, school is out of session, but unfortunately, obviously, there were still people inside the building. We know multiple people still trapped. We just heard from authorities, 3 people unaccounted for. Let's go ahead and continue to listen in to the reporter on the ground.
Huge gash over here in this building that we've been watching all morning. Who is still in there? They said the firefighters risking their lives. Obviously, you talk about the structural integrity of that building. Is it safe to be in there? Look at all the debris there, but there are 3 people unaccounted for. If you're with us a few minutes ago, the Minnehaha Academy spokeswoman told us that most of their summer camp programs for children are down at their lower campus, so wouldn't have been in this building at the time. I believe she mentioned about a dozen kids in their gymnasium at the time of this explosion. She talked about it, the tiles of the roof falling on her and getting out, the windows imploding. There's some chatter here that why were people up on the roof to be rescued off? Some thought maybe they had crawled out of broken windows to get up on the roof to be safe. But again, 3 people have been rescued, 3 people unaccounted for. It sounds like the most significant number of children, students, campers connected to Minnehaha Academy were at a separate campus, their lower River campus and not here in this building. But again, the spokeswoman mentioning that they had staff and faculty who work in the building all year round and would have been here during the summer. And obviously this explosion happening in the summer changes the dynamic in somewhat vis-a-vis a school year type incident. But again, this fire crews are in that building right now, risking their own lives, looking for 3 people still considered unaccounted for. Now, whether they got out on another side of the building, we don't know, but I think the presumption that these rescue crews are operating under is that there are 3 people somewhere in that debris. Correct. No children. There were a dozen children she mentioned in the gymnasium here at the upper campus. The campers, however many campers that attend programs here at Minnehaha Academy during the summer months, were at a lower campus, not impacted at all by this explosion. Again, you're talking about this one area of the building right here, the upper campus. That is what you're dealing with, and that is where rescue personnel are inside that right now. But again, the significant majority of children were away from this building when this explosion occurred, probably about an hour ago now. We talked to that school spokeswoman. She heard it pop, tiles, roofing falling on her, windows imploding, and just a terrifying scene unfolding. Again, rescue crews in there right now, tactical rescue. The fire is out again. Naturally gas-fed is what the chief said. That's how he described it. Unclear if there was construction going on in the school at the time that may have led to this. We're trying to track down reports of where this occurred. Was there a smell in the air in advance of this explosion? We just don't know that at this point. But again, yes, headline here, the children, for the most part, people who were attending, youngsters attending the summer camp here at Minnehaha Academy. At the lower campus, there were a dozen kids in this gymnasium when the explosion occurred. Those kids are all accounted for and safe. But again, very much a developing story here, a developing rescue and search effort right now. Were you here? What's that?
In the gym.
Can you come here?
Yeah.
Here. What's your name?
Tremont.
So for those of you just watching us, we are taking a feed from our Minnesota station, Minneapolis station there, where the reporter's on the ground. It looks like he's speaking with another witness there.
No, I was just helping out with basketball coach.
Oh. Stick with me. I'm Paul with Channel 9. You okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
You all right?
Yeah.
How many kids? 12?
My group, there were 6.
Yeah, guys, thanks for this. I'm joined by Tremont, and Tremont, you're a basketball coach, and you were in the gymnasium with what, about a dozen kids when this explosion occurred?
I had 5 girls with me. There was one in the counselor's office. We just heard a loud explosion and just got out as quickly as possible.
How did you describe it? Something you've heard before? Or
with me, it sounded like just a large door slamming, but at the same time, the lights went out and the ceiling started to collapse. So we knew to get out immediately.
Did debris rain down on you?
Not on me, but above right where the athletic director's offices came down right on the walkway, and we just immediately got out the back door.
And show me where the gymnasium is. Can you point?
Yeah, gymnasium is right over there, off to the right. So if the explosion's right there, and it comes right down on the cafeteria. The gymnasium is right off to the right, and there's a walkway that goes up and to the right, and so I think all that is collapsed down on.
And help orientate me, is that school classrooms?
No, classrooms will be probably the second floor. It probably is. I'm not too sure because I don't go up there, but in the gymnasium, it's off to the right. Those second floor is probably all classrooms.
All classrooms.
Yeah.
So you had 5 girls. How old are they?
They range from 15 to 17.
And were they shaken? Did they understand what was going on?
Oh, yeah. They was kind of scared. They didn't know quite what happened. I thought something just collapsed, but when we came out, I think they learned what happened, that it was an explosion.
It hit you once you got outside.
Yes. We didn't know the magnitude of how big that hole is until we got outside, and there was people trapped on the ceiling, and we were trying to get to them, but we couldn't really get to them.
I caught you off camera. I mean, you were just a minute ago. I mean, you seemed to be, it hit you emotionally.
Yeah.
I saw you.
I mean, I'm just hearing the news from everyone else right now. I think there's 3 people on a count of 4, so I'm not too sure what's happening with that search effort. My phone is inside, everything is inside, so I have no idea what's happening either.
But seeing that gash, that hole in the building lets you believe
There's
something.
Some dangerous stuff, yeah.
And did you talk to the girls at all? Did you all just kind of
they seem kind of fine. I think they're still learning what's going on, too. I haven't really told them about the missing people inside because I didn't know there was that many people inside either.
And did you see flames? They said there was a fire connected to this with
on the other side of the building, there was flames. I didn't see any flames. I just seen a lot of smoke and a lot of debris still.
All right. Well, Tremont, what was the last name?
Van Leer.
Van Leer, thank you so much. I'm so glad you and your girls are okay, and I just want to wish you the best. So there's a little bit more perspective, guys, on folks who were in the gymnasium at the time. Again, a basketball camp that was underway. He spoke about having 5 girls in his program, a couple girls in the guidance office or counselor's office at the time. A school spokesman did say there were a total of 12 children. Hearing from Tremont there, you would assume then they were about teenage age, but that gymnasium is far enough away from where the explosion site is that people who were in the gym got out safely. And again, to reiterate, the significant number of campers here at Minnehaha Academy participating in their summer programs are far away in a lower campus building and are not impacted by this incredibly sad and tragic explosion. Again, 3 people still unaccounted for here. Wow. It certainly does. I mean, it was interesting to talk to that basketball coach in that he said that to him it just sounded like a door slamming. I don't know if that's proximity, that it didn't have that big impact, but as a explosion kind of reverberates out, it's even more and more intense. So to hear that a house shook nearby, that doesn't surprise me. But wow, a tree falling down, that certainly does give you a significant appreciation for what happened here today. And again, just look at inside. That is a brick, strongly built school here on basically just east of the river. Just west of the river. I've been saying east of the river. I mean west of the river. But that is massive, and you can just imagine the impact, the concussion, the force that did something like that. Well, she discussed faculty and staff being in that area. I was trying to get at the heart of it. Just looking at the school layout and talking to that basketball coach, my impression is those are classrooms, but perhaps some administrative offices right in that specific area. She's just off to my left. I can get back to her to better orientate us, because that obviously is critical information. But again, she really felt it is this explosion has impacted faculty and staff who work here through the summer months. That 3 of them are still missing. 3 were rescued or taken off of the roof by the tactical rescue crews, the fire department, police, law enforcement. They're all here. Again, this is a desperate effort to find these 3 people still unaccounted for. There's some activity behind me here. If let me bring you into this. See if and Ann, or excuse me, Sarah, can I just ask quickly? That bit, what are we looking at? Is that administrative offices?
That is mostly classrooms right there, but there was an impact on the administrative offices from, ceiling tiles, windows, that kind of thing. But mostly that section that is gone was classrooms.
Classroom. So any teachers in that would have impacted them immediately.
Right. We have very few teachers here at school at this time of year. We're very thankful for that.
So there you go, guys. I know you had a question about that. So again, it's it borders the administrative area, but classrooms. These guys still going.
It's a professional courtesy to be fair. It's not cool.
Guys, I'm not 100% sure on that. Tom Lyden, my colleague, is on scene here. He certainly alluded to a suggestion that maybe there was a gas smell through the building. She's the spokeswoman is now tied up at the minute. But obviously a critical question would be, yes, was there a smell of gas? I mean, we often hear when explosions happen, obviously none that, are this significant, or very few of them are this significant, but we do hear on the back end that, yes, people smelled the gas before the actual explosion happened, but there's no indication I've gotten this morning that there was any sort of evacuation underway when this occurred. Well, it's a great question. I have not seen sort of the crane material or anything, from above, cherry picker type equipment. I have seen clearly tactically trained personnel going in with poles, perhaps to poke through some debris, special equipment I don't normally see on a backpack, but nothing in terms of you think that you would expect to see perhaps at a big major explosion type scene. I haven't seen that type of equipment, but clearly, they are worried about the integrity of this building. So I don't know if that is impacting what they can do and what they can put into this building. I mean, clearly people in helmets, you can see the number of ambulances lined up here. Again, the headline remains obviously just the incident that's occurred here, but the fact that we're still missing and there are 3 people still unaccounted for here at Minnehaha Academy, and that obviously is on everyone's mind, and first and foremost of these rescuers are to find where these 3 people are at. Exactly. I mean, they're worried about their own safety and protection, but these crews, they're trained for this. They are in there. You know, it was about 10 minutes ago that we heard from the fire chief. I mean, obviously, we don't know what's happened in these last couple minutes. We're actively monitoring the Twitter and social media world, where we'll get an update if they do find these people. But where we are now, and I should caution, we're on one side of the building. I don't know if the chopper has given you a view of the other side. I don't know what's happening over there. I can only report what I'm seeing with my own eyes here at the front entrance of Minnehaha Academy, the upper campus. But obviously a lot of ambulances here and paramedics and medical crews on standby, hoping these 3 people can be found and tending to anyone else who was injured this morning. So where we are, again, I mean, I would say at least half a dozen ambulances, a couple of fire trucks. We're, I don't know if you've seen from the aerials, we're on the tennis court. We're right next to the tennis court. If you see that from above, just outside what I would consider the entrance on the river side, the West River side, the entranceway here. So I'm looking at one side of this building. I mean, I clearly see this massive gash in the building. I see water being sprayed onto the debris in there. Again, that is a dangerous area. We don't know about the structural integrity of that. Obviously, portions of that roof have collapsed.
Hey everyone, we're going to cut out of this and go back to our other feed.
I heard a loud explosion and I saw things falling from the ceiling. I was in an area that was just there to the south of where it collapsed.
Did you smell gas or anything?
I did not.
Did you hear the alerts to get out?
I was told to leave the building.
And did you get out in time?
Not before the explosion, no.
We hear 3 people are missing.
Yes.
What do we tell parents now that are going to be watching this and wanting to know what if their kids were here for summer camp or something?
As far as we know, all the students who were in the building are accounted for. They accounted for each other after they evacuated. They've been in touch with their parents, and they can be picked up at Edmond Boulevard and 32nd Street here in Minneapolis, just next to the school. All the children who were at summer programs at the lower and middle school are still at the lower and middle school. This only affects the upper school.
Sarah, do you have any information about injuries or anything like that? Any updates?
I don't have any updates. The fire chief did report that there are 3 people they are still looking for.
Earlier there was a report of a fatality.
They denied that. They cannot confirm that at this time.
A lot of people at home are going to be wondering what they can do for Minneapolis.
Well, at this time, we'd ask you to pray. We'd ask you to pray with us that the 3 people who they're looking for would be found quickly, that they would be safe, that they would get the help that they need, and that we would have wisdom and discernment in our planning going forward.
This area that we're looking at that's kind of blown out, what was there?
That was classrooms.
Those were classrooms?
Yes.
Was there a walkway or anything there? Or?
Well, there would have been classrooms on either side of a hallway.
Any idea as to the source of the gas leak?
I don't have any of that information.
Was work being done or anything like that?
I don't know.
And once again, parents can
pick their children up at Edmond Boulevard and 32nd Street.
And prayers.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that earlier when I saw you were going live. I backed off.
Oh, yeah, no, thanks.
Yeah.
It's breaking news, right?
Yeah,
I get it.
I know.
Everyone's running around.
But I just wanted to apologize.
No.
Right now she's at the campus, and she's just, my husband's there now too. And
do me a favor, move that tripod. Move that tripod there, bud.
Excuse me.
61.
Okay, this is Reg. Okay.
With the shirts on?
Skirt. Oh, there she is.
Let's just give another briefing.
I'm right by. I see. I'm right by the tennis courts.
Can you confirm if there are...
No, we're all right here. 5, 9, 11, 5.
Did he say that?
He said it to the media.
All right, and our feed from Minneapolis of this Skyfox chopper out there is a little spotty, so bear with us if we do dip to black momentarily. It does not mean that we are down permanently. It's just a minor glitch because of our feeds, but stay with us. We're going to continue to cover this live news story out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Multiple people trapped as a gas leak explosion at Minnehaha Academy Upper School results in a collapse with multiple people trapped. All right, it does look like they did cut to the White House feed for just a moment. We are going to switch back now to our chopper feed out of Minnesota. Again, multiple people trapped there at the Minnehaha Academy Upper School following this collapse. I'm going to go ahead and see what information we have for you now from Fox 9 in Minneapolis. This is what we know. This is the latest information coming from the station. Multiple people are trapped after an explosion and collapse at the Minnehaha Academy Upper School. The assistant fire chief there in Minneapolis confirmed that crews are searching for 3 people who are unaccounted for. Crews already rescued 3 people from the roof of the building. 5 people have been taken to a hospital, and 1 person was evaluated and released. The assistant fire chief spoke with a Fox 9 reporter there at the scene and said, right now we're searching for 3 unaccounted persons who may or may not be under the rubble. Now, the Minneapolis Fire Department had initially reported 1 fatality, but later said that it had not been confirmed. Again, it is believed multiple people are trapped beneath the collapse. Crews are extinguishing the fire there on the ground, searching for victims and performing extrications. Now, family members there arriving at Minnehaha Academy were encouraged to go to the Metro transit buses for additional information. Obviously, if you're a family member of someone who's inside the building, you can't help but be concerned, especially if you are having trouble getting in touch with that loved one. Now, Sarah Jacobson was among several people of the Minnehaha Academy staff who were inside the building. She described the explosion as very loud and said ceiling tiles were falling and windows were imploding. It's unclear how many people were inside the building at the time of the explosion. The Minnehaha staff member Sarah Jacobson said about a dozen children were in the gym at the time of the explosion, but those students are unaccounted for and can be picked up by their parents or guardians. Now, Sarah Jacobson said that Minnehaha Academy students participating in summer camps and programs used the lower school campus, which was not affected by this incident. In addition to Minneapolis firefighters, St. Paul firefighters and paramedics were also responding to help assist Minneapolis with this search and rescue. This school is in the Longfellow neighborhood of Minneapolis. The upper school, basically a high school, is home to grades 9 through 12. So again, for those of you familiar with the Minneapolis area, this is the Longfellow neighborhood of Minneapolis. again, for those of you just joining us, our feed, our Skyfox chopper out of Minnesota, out of Minneapolis, is a bit spotty, so it is dipping to black periodically, so bear with us. We apologize if you're freaking out and are wondering why your stream isn't working. Don't worry. Fret not. The stream is working. Our feed from Skyfox Minneapolis is just a bit spotty, so that is what is going on our end. And for those of you just joining us who want some additional information on this story, maybe you don't know anything about it other than what is written on the lower third on your screen. This is what we know so far. Multiple people trapped after an explosion and collapse at the Minnehaha Academy Upper School in Minneapolis. Now, the Minnehaha Academy confirmed that there was a gas leak and explosion there. Emergency responders were on the scene, and this only affects the upper school. There were a handful of summer programs at the school, but those were all at the lower school, thankfully. So there weren't as many students, as many people inside this building. However, there were people inside the building nonetheless, and we know, according to the fire department, that they are still searching for 3 people who were unaccounted for. I believe 5 people were taken to the hospital, and 1 person was treated at the scene. Initially, the fire department had reported that 1 person was killed, but later on they retracted that statement and said that that fatality had not been confirmed. Crews are there on the scene, extinguishing the fire, searching for victims, and performing extrications. Okay, again, for those of you just joining us, I want to recap some of the information we have right now. One person who was among several members of the Minnehaha Academy staff spoke to Fox 9 in Minneapolis. Her name was Sarah Jacobson, and she described the explosion as, quote, very loud, and said ceiling tiles were falling and windows were imploding. Now, it's unclear how many people were inside the building at the time of the explosion, but Sarah Jacobson said about a dozen kids were in the gym at the time of the explosion, but those students are accounted for and can be picked up by their parents or guardians. She also said that the Minnehaha Academy students that were participating in summer camps and programs actually used the lower school campus who were not affected by this incident. We know Minneapolis firefighters are working at the scene, and they're also being assisted by St. Paul firefighters and paramedics. Joining me now is Fox 10's Ron Hoon. Ron, this is a crazy story, and the only silver lining I can see is that it didn't happen a month or two from now when school was fully in session.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, here we are in August, and we were just talking about it earlier this morning. School is starting today in additional school districts here in the Metro Phoenix area. Just about everyone will be in school within a week. But traditionally, in other parts of the country, it's after Labor Day. Mm-hmm. So the fact, yes, that this happened. There was a report, we're going to work to try to get confirmation of this, but there was a report that there might have been some construction going on at the school this morning. Whether that played any role or not is not clear, but you would think, yes, it would be during the summer months that they would
work on that sort of thing.
Yes, exactly. So with the reports of 3 people missing, you just hope that we hear some miraculous stories in the next few minutes that 3 people are pulled alive out of the rubble of this building, because as the minutes stretch on, it doesn't look good. Right, it doesn't look good, and you hope that somehow they just missed them and they were, I don't know, they wandered off. You just hope for any sort of best case scenario. Right. It's interesting in that this is we wouldn't know about this out here in Phoenix, but there in the Twin Cities, it's a very prestigious school. Right. I feel like anything that has the name Academy in it is a pretty big deal. Yeah, true. Private Christian school that has been there over 100 years. Oh, wow. I believe it was actually established in the year 1913. And it is a school that has won, just in the last, say, 3 or 4 years, it's won the state championship for the debate team. It's won the state championship for track and field. It's won a state championship for its basketball team. So they're winning a lot of things. They're winning a lot of things. It's always a pretty good indication that is a school that performs at a pretty high level if they can do it in both sports and academics. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Now, we do know from a anchor reporter there in with Fox in Minneapolis that the mayor just arrived on scene at Minnehaha Academy in the last 15 minutes. We are just sort of monitoring the situation, monitoring our sister station there in Minnesota to get any additional information, any updates. Again, as of 40 minutes ago, we did hear at the tail end of that press conference with the fire official, 3 people unaccounted for after the explosion, 3 people rescued off the roof. A witness said about a dozen children were in the gym at the time of the explosion, but those students are safe. We also heard from a gym coach, a basketball coach who was in the gym with some female athletes at the time of the explosion. So it's crazy, and this is actually a great photo that I want to show viewers, because right now you see you see the aftermath of the explosion. So I want you to pay attention to what's on the screen right now. I'm going to move the lower third. I know our Skyfox feed is a bit choppy right now. You guys can see the explosion and how much of the school has collapsed. What you don't know is what that looked like beforehand. Look at that, Ron. Wow.
So this is a major collapse there at the school. You can see that's what it looked like before. This is what it looks like after. It's non-existent. That middle part just isn't there anymore.
Right. The whole center portion of the building gone, and it structurally it does look, when we see those live pictures, and again they're cutting in and out. Happens all the time with helicopter shots. You guys are used to that, but structurally we can see it did eat into what appears to be a classroom there on the upper level, and possibly the lower level as well, that was immediately adjacent to that portion of the building, because you can see where the floor itself actually collapsed down into the area that's primarily affected.
And one of our viewers on YouTube, Brandon Hook, just asking us, how many are presumed missing? Well, last fire officials updated us with, they said that they were still searching for 3 people. 3 people were unaccounted for, Brandon. So as of right now, 3 people unaccounted for at the Minnehaha Academy Upper School. We got that update about 45 minutes ago. No word yet on whether they have since accounted for those individuals, what state those individuals are in. I mean, again, we're hoping for best case scenario. Now, when we first got the news of this explosion and collapse about an hour ago, the fire department had initially said that there was 1 fatality, that 1 person was dead. They then retracted that statement and said that they could not confirm the fatality. So as of right now, we cannot confirm that anyone has been killed in this incident. All we can say as of this moment is that multiple people are trapped, and that is according to a fire official who updated us about 45 minutes ago, saying they were still searching for 3 people.
Yeah. So with the reports of the mayor headed to the scene now, well, naturally, you're going to have your city's leader go to, just support staff, parents, and others who might have gathered at the school. But frequently that also means some sort of a public statement is coming. So
looks like we're getting an update now.
Okay. Here we go.
We transported 5 to the hospital. 1 was critical. I don't know the disposition of the other 4, other than to know that they are not critical.
The initial report was 1 fatality. What's the update on that?
We had to back off on that. We had got a radio report that there was 1 fatality, but it was not confirmed, so we backed off of that. So at this point, we don't have any fatalities. We do have 2 people who are unaccounted for.
Okay, that's all we have time for right now.
Soroka.
Yeah, thanks.
So guys, there you have it.
He's got it.
Sorry for stepping on your foot. No problem.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, we just all got that update. We're down to 2 people considered unaccounted for. What the assistant chief wasn't clear on was whether or not that's faculty, staff here at Minnehaha Academy, or whether it was part of this contracting firm that apparently was doing some boiler work here at the school. He does confirm, obviously, that this was a natural gas explosion, that the fire subsequently has been put out. They do not have rescue and tactical crew in the building itself. That just is not structurally possible at the minute. So there is a waiting game here.
All right, so our New York Fox managers cut to a different feed from Minneapolis to show you guys these live aerials coming in from the scene there of this explosion. I do want to go ahead and actually take you, though, to a live feed as well of the Fox 9 news broadcast. Yep. It's happening now. Let's go ahead and listen in on their coverage of this terrible incident.
Dead at this point here at the school, but this very much an active scene and very much sort of a waiting game to determine how. He described a couple of different scenarios in which they will try to get to the bottom of this debris, but that process hasn't started yet, again, out of fear of the structural integrity of the remaining portion of that building where that massive explosion blew apart the school.
And Paul, it sounds like they have secured the other parts of the building that are still standing, that all of that, the rest of the building has been evacuated.
Correct. Yes, they've gotten everybody out of there, and again, that's sort of part of this process. And okay, we've got the building evacuated. The kids from the basketball program are accounted for. Faculty and staff have sort of checked in with their managers. But again, apparently there remain 2 people that, in essence, they've lost track of. Whether they're still in there, unknown. They continue to put water on this. We can see that from my vantage point. There continues to be some billowing smoke of an impact. Again, they got 5 people out of here, 2 hospitals. 1 was in critical condition. And by now, if you've been joining us with the details on this, there is a preliminary understanding that people smell gas in this building, that the gas line must have been ruptured in advance of this explosion. You've heard me talk to a couple witnesses who thought they had a few seconds. That one father, the father and daughter, had gone in to speak to their counsel over the summer, get ready for the school year. She's stepping out of the office, being told that there's gas in the air to get out, and then boom, the explosion occurs. She's thrown back a few feet, debris raining down, windows blown out. So just some of these witness accounts we're hearing is just incredible, the amount of force and devastation this explosion contained when it erupted or ignited probably a couple of hours ago now.
And the other thing we learned, new information from the Assistant Fire Chief, Mr. Tyner, Paul, is that we know that the contractors were doing work on a boiler system there. Are we learning anything more about the construction crew, the name of the company, exactly working on the boiler system, and that they may have ruptured the gas line? That's your understanding from the Assistant Fire Chief, that the crew may have ruptured this gas line?
Yeah, in the process of whatever work they were doing, that's my quick understanding. I mean, you listened to that news conference with me. That's all the information I have at the minute. What crew was it? What type of work were they doing? But we had early reports that to focus, to look, I was told in the field, to look at the boiler situation. Clearly something was going on there with a contracting firm. I don't have the name. We don't know if 2 of the missing are considered part of that team or, again, part of school or faculty. And my mechanics are not good on boiler, natural gas, where what type of work a crew like that might be doing in a big, in essence, an industrial-sized school. I'm drawing a blank on that, but clearly some work was being done, something occurred, gas was smelled in advance, and then something presumably ignited the gas into this massive explosion that, as you've reported, may have been felt for about a mile away.
Right. Well, they have still 2 people that are unaccounted for. They don't know for certain whether those people are there or under the rubble, but of course they're going to continue the search and rescue teams digging at and as best they can to try to get and see if there's anyone left there. That isn't so 5 people, one of those in critical condition. 5 people were transported to HCMC. Tim Blotz has been there. He said there were ambulance stands, 2 ambulances that came in, trauma teams standing by. And we're going to go to Tom Lydon right now, who's on scene. And Tom, we just got briefed by Assistant Chief Brian Turner. We talked to Paul Bloom, Karen Scullin. Where are you in relation to Minnehaha Academy? Where are you on the campus, and what have you learned?
We are at 46th Avenue, Alex, which is literally right across the scene from this explosion. Really, I think for the neighbors, this is kind of the view that everyone's talking about, where you can see really the massive destruction of this building. It's really phenomenal. I want to talk to him, and I'm sorry, sir, I just forgot your name, and we were just talking a moment ago. Paul, and you are a former Ramsey County, current Ramsey County deputy, and you were right across the street from this explosion. You were telling me a moment ago, it sounded as though it was a sonic boom. Tell me more about what happened.
For those that are old, it was just like a sonic boom, and I looked, and the kids on the soccer field just all took screaming and running this direction, and all I saw was a cloud, debris flying in the air, and I just took off running, and got over there, and there was a couple workers that were obvious shocked and bloodied and screaming that there's people trapped, and a couple other people came, and we found one guy that was pinned under the wall, and we just started digging it apart, and Minneapolis PD showed up, and between them and us, we kept digging, and fire arrived, and we stayed doing what we were doing. The medics arrived, and the gas was going, the flames started.
How soon after the explosion did you see the flames, or did the flames start?
By the time I got there, there wasn't any flame, but it was within a moment or two. You could see just a little flicker, but you could really smell the gas, and then the flames picked up, and it's like, well, we got to get this out of here, and people are yelling, there's gas, we got to get out, and it's like, we got to get this guy out of here. We can get him out. He's not conscious, but he's breathing, he's got a heartbeat, he's got oxygen flowing, he's got a chance, let's get him out of here. And then they said there's a female there, and couldn't find her, but we got him out.
So, Paul, just to kind of reiterate, there was this man that you helped. I think there was a boulder that you guys actually had to lift to get him out.
It was the wall.
It was the wall.
Section of the wall, and we just started breaking it apart and peeling it off him, and until we could get him free, and then pulled him out, and they got him on a stretcher, and away they went.
And just to be clear, we were told at the time that next to this man was apparently a woman who, as far as you're aware, did not make it out of there.
Somebody said there was a girl that was nearby him, right by the wall, and where the wall was, it was flat. It's the only thing. I hope it was quick.
Paul, your last name, because you certainly deserve some credit for jumping in here and saving people.
It's what you do. I mean, it's people. It's Paul Meskin.
Paul Meskin, that's right. Paul, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and for everything that you did on a really extraordinary and sad day for what happened here right in front of your house. I imagine, you see things all the time as a Ramsey County deputy, but you probably never expected it to happen in front of your home.
Right in front of me, he's standing right there, happened to just look across just as it happened, and I mean, to see it actual, and now there's a hole and a life lost at least. And
Paul, you mentioned that there were young kids on the soccer field, and I think they were playing. We also know there were some girls playing basketball inside. None of those students that you saw had any kind of injuries?
No, because they were, fortunately, the soccer was over in this other end, and when it went, they just ran this way and, did what anybody does.
Paul, thank you for everything that you did today, okay? Really appreciate it. Paul Meskin, Ramsey County Deputy. Just want to impart a couple of other stories I heard when I was talking to people and interviewing them, and we're trying to turn around some of that tape. I talked to a guidance counselor who was in the building right next to this STEM building, and she was talking with a student when all of a sudden she heard this loud explosion, and then the ceiling tiles and everything just started falling on top of her. And this is a woman who was like 7 months pregnant. She grabbed this student. They got out. They made it out. They saw other people trying to make it out as well. And she seemed fine. She was actually on her way to talk to her obstetrician. And she said at that moment she was just in shock. And all she knew about what happened in her counseling building when the ceiling started collapsing. She didn't know when that was going to stop. She didn't know if it was just going to be the tiles or if she was in a building that was just about ready to start collapsing.
Wow.
So, and you heard that just amazing story there from the Ramsey County deputy who was first on the scene.
And
Lots of acts of heroism that we'll be learning about, guys.
And Tom, is it your understanding that after they rescued this individual from the rubble, it sounds like a wall that had collapsed on top of him, that then he was taken to the hospital right away?
That's my understanding. Paul jumped in, tried to help him along with these construction workers. Sounds like the same construction workers Paul Bloom was talking about just a moment ago. And I saw some of them that were injured, one who had their hand bandaged, and they were trying to remove the rubble. And then police were on the scene very quickly after that. They continued trying to remove the rubble. They got that man who was not conscious but breathing, and they got him into the ambulance. And they hope he's okay. But again, the tragic circumstances, they believe that there was a woman that may have been right next to him when this wall collapsed.
Do we think this woman is a part of that construction crew, or she could be a part of Minnehaha Academy? We don't know.
We don't know. We just don't know.
We don't know. And this was a newer part of the building, we understand, for the new STEM program. This building, an iconic structure, been around since 1913. It's a Christian academy, K through 12, I believe. Students there, but fortunately school doesn't start until I think the 23rd of this month. But we know that some faculty were there, and then we've heard that there was some work being done on the boiler system.
Right. We know one person is critical. They backed off the idea that someone had died. They're not confirming that at all, that anyone died, but one person is in critical condition. 5 were taken to the hospital. 1 was already released from the hospital. And I believe we have Tim
We have
Blotz
Tim Blotz?
available to talk to us about the latest from HCMC and what's going on there. Tim?
Well, you just pretty much gave a pretty good briefing as to what's happening here. We know that 5 people have been transported to the hospital, one of them in critical condition. One has already been treated and released. Within about the last half hour to 40 minutes, we saw 2 ambulances ride up here with patients. Not confirmed where they are coming from, but we can all have a pretty good assumption that they were coming from the explosion scene here, because emergency crews were ready for them here at the time and had up the privacy screens around so that they were out of camera view when those ambulances pulled up. I shot some video of it that I do have in my Twitter feed. It's at Tim Blotz Fox 9. You can look at the video. There were ambulances arriving there, but no more ambulances here within about the past half hour since we checked in with you, Tom and Alex. But again, to recap what we do know, 5 people have been transported to the hospital. This is the place that they would want to go because this is our level 1 trauma center here, at least in the city of Minneapolis, and just an exceptional medical team that they have here at HCMC. This is the place that you absolutely want to be brought to if there's this kind of disaster. So kind of status quo here at the moment. No more ambulances coming in, and that would make sense with what we're hearing from Minneapolis police out there at this scene, that the fire is now out. They're still searching for 2 more people who are unaccounted for at this point, and still trying to find if there's anyone that might be trapped yet under that rubble there at Minnehaha Academy.
Wow.
Guys, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Thank you so much, Tim. And we mentioned that we think the fire is out. We can see, though, from Skyfox 9.
A lot of smoke.
It's still not out. They're still throwing water on it. And again, hearing from the Assistant Fire Chief Tyner saying that they are keeping their crews from going into that area right now because it's very unstable. They're worried about the safety of their own workers. 2 people are unaccounted for. There were 3. They found the other person who was unaccounted for around the perimeter. That person was fine, walking around, not a problem, but 2 people still unaccounted for. We heard the incredible interview from our Tom Lydon talking with a Ramsey County deputy by the name of Paul Meskin, who helped initially. He lives right by the building, went over with some other folks, and they would lift it off a portion of the wall off of one of the workers, he presumes, and that person was breathing, he said, and they got him to safety.
That there was a woman who was nearby, that at this point, they don't know if she got out or if she was one of those 5 people, but we know one person is in critical condition. It's a natural gas explosion that happened there at Minnehaha Academy.
And the other piece of the puzzle that we're learning here, and we're still getting pieces as we've been on the air for about an hour or a little longer than that now, that it was a construction crew that was doing some work on the boiler system. They alerted some of the folks that there was a gas rupture that they likely caused, and then they smelled the gas, and it sounds like they did have some forewarning that there was a gas leak and a gas rupture. They could smell the gas. And so it does sound like there was some kind of advanced notice for some people to get out of the building. We know the Assistant Fire Chief telling us that they rescued 3 people from the roof of that building. You're looking at the midsection that was leveled in the explosion, but 3 people were rescued from the roof, which would stand to reason they had some kind of notification to get up to the roof, to get out of the building that was collapsing around them.
Well, and Assistant Chief Tyner was saying, they're working very hard right now, but they have to also kind of assess what the structural integrity is as they are digging around. They don't know. They said 2 people are unaccounted for, but those efforts, those search and rescue efforts, are very much underway right now. The smoke still pouring out of that building, and we talked to Tim Blotz just a couple of minutes ago from HCMC. And we've got 1 person in critical condition. 1 person who actually on the scene was treated and released. But this is obviously affecting the community in this neighborhood. And, of course, the parents of the students there at the school and people that work at the academy. Look, you can see, this is a lot of fire there.
Well, this is earlier. This is some video we're showing right now because Sky Fox 9 is not up at the moment. But Paul Bloom is back on the ground with some more information. Paul, bring us up to speed what you've got now.
Well, we're still on this one side of the building, which clearly is the less of the busier entry points for search rescue, and the tactical element to this tragic explosion that's rocked Minnehaha Academy. Just reiterating the witness accounts here that we were getting of this advance notice, certainly maybe seconds, 15, 30 seconds. One father telling me he was here with his daughter in the guidance counselor's office. Someone yelled, shouted, came down, tell them the smell of gas, get out of the building. And as the youngster, the teenager, was kind of taking steps into the hallway, there's this concussive blast that sent her staggering back into the office, debris raining down on them. They were all okay. They got outside. They talked about the mother and daughter suffering some cuts and scrapes. Terrifying scene to unfold. But again, on this side, and reiterating what we heard from Assistant Chief Tyner, 2 people remain unaccounted for. Now, we don't know if they're inside that building. We don't know if they're outside, and it's just unclear of their whereabouts or their condition. But right now, they are going under the impression that they're missing 2 people in that building. And as you heard, the debris field, this area of the building that collapsed, is still structurally unsafe. So they don't technically have firefighters or rescue crews in that immediate, debris-filled area. Presumably either under that second floor or all the way down on the ground floor far below. They need to be careful. So there's no vocal contact with anybody inside. To me, in that last briefing 10 minutes ago, there's still very much of an assessment process that is taking place. But to reiterate, this all started, apparently a contracting firm was in the school today. They were working on the boiler system. Something happened with the gas line. A warning went out to the teachers and staff and administrators who were in the building at the time. Also the basketball program in the nearby gymnasium. They were alerted to the smell of gas. People began, at least most people began, leaving this building when it exploded. A concussive blast that has absolutely ripped up a huge hole in this upper campus here at Minnehaha Academy. But again, guys, very much a lot of concern. Senior leadership, I'm just being told, if Suraj, if you wouldn't mind just panning over this way, we are starting to see faculty and staff, senior staff is what I'm told, senior leadership of the school gathering on this side of the building. We're on the east side of the building. That is the Mississippi River just beyond behind these teachers, but they are gathering here. Again, a lot of them were at home on summer vacation, minimizing the injury and the significant human impact. But again, this is their school, this is their community right now, trying to figure out what happened, who is still missing. A lot of concerns here, a lot of prayer, and a lot of support for a community that truly has been touched by tragedy this morning.
And Paul, you mentioned prayer. I just was looking at our Twitter accounts, Fox 9, and Karen Skolin has an image of the chaplain who has led a prayer circle on the western part of the building, where they are all, of course, in prayer. We know this is a religious academy. It's an evangelical Minnehaha Academy, and the prayers are going up. And as you said, the faculty, some of the senior folks are gathering there as well. Tom Lydon, we know, spoke with one of the individuals who helped rescue somebody who was trapped in the rubble. Tom, what else do you have for us?
Well, his story was absolutely harrowing. He lived across the street. He heard what sounded like a sonic boom and ran over to help. But lots of other stories that we're getting. I was talking to one of the girls who was a basketball player, and she talked about how the tiles just came crashing in. Other people have told me that a janitor, and he is perhaps one of the missing, we don't know, a janitor or a custodian, who was alerting people that there is a gas explosion. Everyone has to get out. And in fact, one of the stories from the soccer field is that he ran out of the doors there to the soccer field onto the soccer field saying, "Get out, there's going to be an explosion," and then he ran back into the building, and no one had seen him since. Other story that I have from a source who's here is that one of those who was rescued from the roof is actually Donna Harris. She is the president of Minnehaha Academy. She was in a building that's right behind the building that exploded and shook that building. She was rescued from the roof along with a IT person who is at the hospital, and his condition is unknown. So there are these incredible stories that we're getting from people who have exited the building and who have been here now for what seems like an hour and a half, 90 minutes, who are telling these stories of heroism. And certainly not only the workers who are working on this boiler, who I've seen some of them who are injured, I've seen their hands are wrapped, but also this custodian that was running around the entire building and getting on his walkie-talkie, telling people to evacuate. Just consider for a moment if he had not done that, or if he had delayed. But clearly his actions saved lives today. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We just don't know where he is right now.
Some very heroic stories, Tom. That's really amazing. The custodian running around with the walkie-talkie. The president of Minnehaha Academy, you said, was one of the people rescued from the, the very top of the building, from the roof. Did the president tell you, did she go up there after she, why was she up on the roof, I guess?
By the way, it was not the president that told me that. It's someone here on the scene. She was not on the roof. She had to get out of her building. And the best way out of her building was out the window and onto the roof. I mean, we're talking about a building that's sort of concaved on her and the other people. And in fact, it's not confirmed, but it's possible one of the people missing was actually in that room with her. So think about this for a moment. 3 people in a room, and all of a sudden, there's a massive disruption because this room is literally caving in on you and giving away, and everyone is trying to go towards wherever they see the daylight and get out. And for the president, apparently, that was onto the roof, out the window, onto the roof.
Just incredible, Tom. And hearing the firsthand accounts from people there, you mentioned this custodian, this person who was going around alerting people. So obviously they had time that he could smell this. Do we know what kind of time frame we're talking about here as he's trying to get around to the building to tell people, to alert them of the gas?
Do we know? I missed that. Do we know about what?
How long of a time this was that he was going around, and was this a minute, 2 minutes? We don't know.
It's a great question, and we have no idea. I mean, one of the things about this, I've asked people about how long was it, and time seems to compress and flex, and they don't know. All this happened very quickly. I will tell you, forgive the chopper noise, it feels like it is right above. One of the things that was interesting, according to the girls and the basketball, on the basketball court, they had no notice at all. They just heard the boom and had the ceilings tile fall in. Other people apparently know from a walkie-talkie. I asked people if there was kind of any announcement on an overhead speaker, and they said no. This looked like people who were either on walkie-talkies or by people on walkie-talkies, and just the word of mouth of this janitor going through this school telling people that they had to get out. I do know that the college president's office is apparently right above that boiler room by a couple stories.
Wow, just incredible stories from people there who are in the building. As Tom just told us, that building imploded, and several people there in the building, and then just part of it was gone. Earlier this morning, actually probably about 20 minutes ago, we heard from Assistant Chief Brian Tyner, and he gave us an update. And I think, are we going to go back to that news conference, that briefing, and get more information?
Well, we may be getting that in a moment, but I have to go back to Tom here. Tom, the information that we received, Tom is now clear, but do we have the information? Do we have the assistant fire chief? We know he gave us a lot. He filled in some of the blanks to a lot of our questions, and that the one good thing that we did learn is that 3 people were initially unaccounted for. Now that number is down to 2. The one person was found around the perimeter. Okay, so let's hear again from the Assistant Fire Chief Tyner what he had to say.
Since our last update, we have gotten some updated information. First of all, we have been able to confirm that the explosion, that the collapse was caused by a gas explosion, and that was caused by workers who were doing, or construction, or no, let me rephrase that, contractors who were doing work on the building. As of now, we have been able to lower down that unaccounted for number down to 2. We did locate one of the people that was unaccounted for, and we did find that person unharmed.
Was that person in the rubble or no?
No, that person was outside of the building.
What about the structural integrity? Are you able to get in as far as you want to get in right now or not?
Right now, we're not to that point. We are still assessing the structural integrity and trying to shore up places so that we can get in as far as we want.
The 2 that are unaccounted for, what sort of efforts are going on right now?
Right now, it's still a search and rescue mission, so we are still trying to identify those 2 people. We don't know that those people are actually in the rubble or in the building, so that another one of those people or both of those people could still be, walking around out here somewhere. So first of all, we're trying to identify who those people are and see if we can get in contact
Any
with them.
update on injuries?
We do have, we had, I believe, 5 people transported to the hospital, 1 critical. We did have 1 person that was treated on scene and released.
Brian, so do you have anybody in the building at all?
Right now, the fire is out. We don't have anybody in the building. All the uncollapsed parts of the building have been searched and cleared. So at this point, we're focusing on efforts on just the collapsed part of the building.
And what does that process look like, getting at the rubble and removing that or getting to the bottom of it?
Well, it can look a number of different ways. We have to be very intentional about that. Moving one thing can cause a collapse in another spot. So the first thing we need to do is try to identify void spaces where people could be surviving in there, and then try to move the rubble in a way or access those spaces in a way that won't cause any further damage.
Is this something that you train for?
This is something that we do train for. Structural collapse and technical rescues is something that we do train for. We actually have a special crew just for that. We call it the Heavy Rescue Crew, and we are also a member of Task Force 1, which is a state resource that handles these types of emergencies.
Are you moving things brick by brick, or what are you doing?
We are getting to that right now. That's being assessed. It may be where we can move it brick by brick. It may be where we have to get in some heavy equipment to move some bigger slabs or bigger portions of the building.
And can you hear any voices or anything under there?
Right now, I don't have any information that we've heard any voices.
Is there anything you want to say to the public about all this and what they should know?
They should know that we're working hard on trying to identify these last 2 unaccounted for people. That it may take a while because we have to be very careful about how we do this in order to not cause any further damage, but that we are working on it. We do have a bus set up over on 32nd and West River Road for family members of any people who may have been in the building or may have worked here or whatever, to find out where their family members are or what the status of their family members.
Brian, can you confirm the two that are still unaccounted for? Are they staff of the school or part of that contracting firm you spoke about?
That's information I don't have right now. We're still trying to get good identities on those people.
So how do you know that there are 2 unaccounted for without identities? I'm just curious as to how that process worked.
The first thing we do is talk to people who were in the building and ask them if everyone is out or do they know of anybody that would have been in there.
Brian, can you comment on the confidence level that there are 2 people still in there, or whether or not they just may not be in there?
I'm not confident that they are in there. They may be in there, they may not be in there. I don't know that at this point. Again, the last person that we found was not in there, so our hopes are certainly that the other 2 are not in there, but we don't know that yet.
We heard some witnesses tell us about civilian efforts to go back in and rescue people. Is that something you encountered when you got here?
That's not something that I encountered. Crews may have encountered that. I don't have that information right now, but I would expect that would happen. That happens a lot on emergencies. People step up and try to help out.
What sort of work was going on that caused the gas main to rupture?
It was work with the gas main, I think with the boiler system specifically.
Brian, were any of the crews working on the gas leak or any of the firefighters injured during this rescue attempt?
Right now, we don't have any firefighter injuries that I'm aware of. I don't know who was involved or who was among the people that were transported to the hospital, if they were school employees.
And this
or
is a recording from the last briefing we had from the Minneapolis Assistant Fire Chief. That's Brian Tyner. We did learn new information since that video you just saw, the interview, that there was a permit for the project that was pulled from the construction crew. They were doing some gas piping and hooking up a meter. That's our understanding. They were hooking up a meter. We do know that construction crew likely caused this gas rupture. Paul Bloom is on the field, out in the field, on the ground. Paul, tell us what you've learned since we last spoke.
Well, I think the most interesting development, just again from my eyeballs and through my sources on the ground on the side I'm at, is the presence now of a State Patrol helicopter that is now circling the building. My presumption, we haven't been told via authorities, but my presumption is they're using some sort of technology, the eyes and whatever other type technologies
infrared.
they have from up above to search in, infrared, whatever technology that the chopper contains up above, looking down on this debris, because it's critical to listen to Brian Tyner, the assistant fire chief there, who has said rescue crews are not technically in that building, in that area of this massive debris field. We'll pan up to show you this slow-moving, circling chopper, again from the State Patrol, with an assumption that they're doing something to get a better look from above, given that rescue crews can't actually or are not actually in on this debris field because of the danger. The building just is not structurally safe for them to put people inside. Now, just a moment ago, it's a scene I wanted to tell you about anecdotally. I have no idea if it's related, but a civilian, a woman, emotionally distressed, came up to the yellow police line here, was led under the tape to one of the emergency vehicles. Just in my knowledge of being on scenes like that, typically that type of encounter to me is one of the missing, a loved one of someone who's missing, being led to the scene to be comforted by personnel, to maybe talk about, where, if anything, they might be able to offer to help locate a loved one. But just kind of to convey the trauma and emotion on scene on all sides of this building. I know Tom Lyons brought some emotional stories to you from the other side of the building. But again, gas line explosion, a crew working on the boiler system. The explosion occurs, 5 injured, 1 critical, 2 remain missing. And again, the building not structurally safe in this area where all of this debris is, and they just cannot get at perhaps the 2 missing that might be under that debris.
We know, of course, helicopters from the news stations are there, but you pointed out that the State Patrol helicopter is hovering above you, and that we probably have people that are near the area, but now they're maybe relying on technology, some infrared, to look around for perhaps, we still don't know. There are 2 people who are unaccounted for. We don't know for certain if they were in the building. We had 5 people who were transported to the hospital, 1 of them in critical condition. Have you talked to anyone who fears that someone may have been in that building that is unaccounted for at this point?
From my perspective, right, in this immediate area where I am, again, one corner of a large, parochial school campus, I have not personally. Obviously, there's staff here. We've interviewed several people who are in the building and are aware of staff that were there, but no one who has specifically told me, oh, my God, so-and-so is missing. The only anecdote I can provide is this one woman who was bracketed by 2 emergency personnel, clearly emotional, being led under the police tape, brought to one of the emergency vehicles to consult further. It's just my conclusion that probably is a loved one of somebody considered missing at the minute.
And Paul, we could see over your shoulder while you were reporting, it appeared to look like maybe some possibly, this is just from my lay vantage point here back at the station, but it looked like possibly some CenterPoint Energy folks. We know that CenterPoint has responded. They said they are trying to get a hold of the situation there. Does it appear from where you are that maybe some CenterPoint vehicles have arrived and they are trying to at least get to the source?
All right, we have another picture coming in from Minnesota. It looks like a family has been reunited there. Let's go ahead and take you guys live to this scene right now.
He didn't want to talk to us, but we'll just let that moment play out. I'll back off of it a little bit, but you can just tell the trauma there. There's somebody who's suffered a head wound of some kind, greeting his loved one. Yeah. But this is obviously this is a scene that you can see how badly he's cut. And there's his, I don't know if you caught that at the end. He's got the walkie-talkie. We've talked about the gas notice that went out via walkie-talkie on the system. But, well, that was an incredibly powerful moment. Presumably, the way he's dressed, I'm guessing a member of maintenance staff or what here. But quite a scene as he greeted his loved one. Let me just check in here.
Well, I knew he was okay. I just hadn't seen him yet.
How did it feel to see your husband?
Amazing. I don't want to do this. Okay.
Yeah, she's asked for a little bit of privacy there. She's asked for a little bit of privacy, but she, she did mention a husband and how emotional that was to see him come out. But I'm unclear if that is the janitor people are speaking about. Clearly, his just his outfit would suggest maintenance, janitorial, work crew today here at the building. Obviously, some sort of head wound he suffered with the white tape, but also note. He consoled his wife, and then he's just gone back somewhere. So clearly his focus is somewhere else right now. And I think you'll start to see, again, relaying, kind of piggybacking off of some of Tom Lyon's reporting about people who go in to help, who want to be a part of the rescue or whatnot. Yeah, let me go listen in. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. You guys are kind of overwhelming me. I don't want to do this. It's a hard thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think as we kind of get in, she doesn't want to do it. Yeah. So I mean, again, yeah, it's a human emotional toll on a lot of people out here. Yep. What's up, Alex? Okay.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. About it.
Academy, and what they've put out is the situation at the upper school is being managed by Minneapolis emergency personnel. All of our summer program students and staff are accounted for and safe. Afternoon camps will continue as planned. That's surprising, with the exception of woodworking and driver's ed. So parents may pick up children at the lower campus if they do choose, or pick up at the regular time. There is the statement right there from Minnehaha Academy. So the summer program students, the staff accounted for and safe. I think that's something important.
We also have a statement from Mayor Hodges, who we know arrived on the scene probably about a half an hour ago or so, basically saying that the hearts of the people of Minneapolis, as you can see there on your screen, are with the students and the families of Minnehaha Academy, that they and the school are a deeply valued part of the city and our community, particularly the Longfellow neighborhood, which is where it's located. This is a terrible, tragic moment for them and for all who care about them, and we all do. And then it goes on from there to basically say, I'm on site. As we know, she arrived about a half hour ago, and continue to share updates from here as we get them. For now, please hold everyone at Minnehaha Academy in your hearts. And we know Karen Skolin tweeting not long ago kind of an impromptu prayer circle. The chaplain from Minnehaha Academy, we believe, starting that prayer circle because obviously this is a school of faith.
Christian school.
Tom Lydon has been doing a yeoman's effort there on the ground, talking with some of the people who were helping with the actual rescue of someone. Tom, what else have we learned?
You know, one of the places that was badly damaged here were the administrative offices, and I have to tell you, I'm a little unclear of where those administrative offices are compared to this massive destruction that we see behind us. But just a little bit more about the school president, Donna Harris. When this explosion happened, Donna Harris was in her office. She's the president of Minnehaha Academy, and there were two people outside of her office, one an IT person, one an administrative assistant. Apparently, some people in that administrative office got word from the walkie-talkie that there was a gas explosion. They had evacuated. Apparently, Donna Harris did not get that. The building exploded. Her office is falling apart. So is the adjacent office. She climbs out onto the roof from her window. An IT guy also manages to get out. They are unsure of what may have happened to an administrative assistant. It's unclear if she is maybe one of the people that they're looking for right now. So much of this was a destruction of the administrative offices, which are apparently a couple floors above that boiler room. The other thing we've mentioned about crews getting in there and finding any survivors that may have a pocket or something of that debris, possibly, you know, you pray for that. But I got to tell you, I don't know if that's going to happen very quickly, because if you start looking at the detail of this, you can see there are large pieces that are just seem to be hanging there. And that debris field is just so massive. I mean, you wouldn't even know where to step at this point. Going in there, firefighters are going to have to be so extremely careful about where they walk to avoid any kind of additional collapse. This isn't something where they can kind of rush in and jump in there and start removing debris. This is also a very dangerous situation. One of the things that's going to be so key, though, I know for this from other rescue efforts, is you want these eyewitnesses to tell you the last place where they saw someone. For example, the Ramsey County deputy that we just talked to who rescued someone, he's an important witness for them because he talked to one of the people who was rescued. He helped that person, and there was some talk about where another person, a woman, might have been in that building. That kind of eyewitness testimony is so key because they want to know where that spot is, and that's going to be one of the first places where they start looking.
Tom, you mentioned Donna Harris, an incredible escape from her office, from her building after this building exploded. Do we know what level, what floor her office was located? Was it on the ground floor? We don't know. It's just incredible that she was able to crawl out.
Yeah, it was clearly above the ground level because she escaped out of her window onto the roof of the adjacent building, a flat roof adjacent. And I'm looking at that, and, you know, as I stand here right now, I can't tell you exactly where that was. It's obviously, I don't know where the administrative offices were, but she was above that, and she went out of her roof onto a flat roof of the adjacent building.
Okay, Tom, we're going to have you stand by right now. Thank you. We've got Tim Blotz at HCMC. He's been monitoring the situation of people. We understand there's going to be a news conference in just a minute or two, but we know 5 people were transported. Oh, sorry, 1 p.m. is when that news conference is going to happen. But Tim Blotz, do we have you? And have you learned any new information? We had one person in critical. Has anything changed, or have you got any new information?
Yeah, Alex, we're here outside of HCMC, where we did see several ambulances arrive here this morning. You can see behind me here now, the decks are all cleared, but this was very busy about an hour ago, more than an hour ago, where we saw a couple of ambulances pulled up. I've got the video of that, by the way, on my Facebook page and my Twitter feed. You can look at it there. But what we know from police at the scene so far, 5 people transported here to the hospital. As you mentioned, Alex, one of them in critical condition. One was treated and released, according to Minneapolis police. They're still searching for, obviously, those 2 other people who are not accounted for at this time. When they are found, if they're not okay, of course, they will be coming here. This is the city's Level 1 Trauma Center, where all cases of this kind of magnitude are brought to, and for very good reason, because the staff here is exceptional at dealing with this kind of trauma and these kind of disasters. But again, what we can tell you so far, very quiet here at the moment. If any more people are transported, this is likely where they will come. We're hoping not. We're hoping everything is found okay and everyone is accounted for at this time. But clearly, some dramatic scenes here earlier today as medical personnel were trying to deal with people who are coming from this scene. They had the privacy screens walled off, as they do when situations are like this, when you have the media outside. So that is not terribly unusual. But we wish those people all the best who are now in the hands of great medical care here at HCMC.
And Tim, we're just hearing from HCMC on their Twitter account that they will be holding a media briefing at 1 o'clock. So in about 8 minutes, they'll have a media briefing there. We will check back in with you when we get that information. We'll take that live, of course. Thank you, Tim. And we'll check back again 1 o'clock for that media briefing at HCMC. One thing we do want to note, there at the scene at Minnehaha Academy, the State Patrol has a helicopter circling very slowly above, we assume using some of their advanced equipment, maybe infrared, that type of thing, to see if there might be some signs of life within that rubble. They cannot get to that rubble right now because it's still a very volatile situation. They're worried about the safety of the search and rescue folks to get in there, but we know 2 people are still missing. Paul Bloom is on the ground, and Paul, bring us up to speed what you've learned since we checked in with you last.
Well, again, I want to just get quickly to that emotional moment we captured on camera a few minutes ago. If you were with us, we assumed it was a maintenance worker who stepped outside of the building with a head wrap, having suffered some kind of head injury. His name is Donnie DuBois, and he is the head maintenance personnel at the school dealing with the boiler itself. So that moment, I haven't gotten exactly how close he was to this boiler, to this explosion. Clearly, he's suffered some head injuries. Now, there have been reports, obviously, of lots of falling debris, perhaps suffering some type of cuts to his head in the aftermath of the explosion. He didn't answer our questions. He quickly went back inside, but had this emotional hug with his wife out here. Interesting to note, she had on she works in the school services sector in the cafeteria. She was working. She was in uniform, so she had gotten out too. So we had basically seen the first time they were reunited. They had been separated. Unclear to me at this point. The wife was a little bit emotionally spent. Didn't want to kind of go into too much on that story, but again, just an incredible human moment that perhaps we'll turn around at some point here to show you that video again. But where we are, we've seen the State Patrol helicopter. Looks like has taken off at the minute. There certainly isn't in this immediate area. I did just tweet out a photo. We did, again, I'm on one side of this building. There's obviously other sides, other corners, other spots where people are gathering. But I did just get my look at my first sort of crew of Centerpoint Energy. They had about a half a dozen crew members in helmets who were headed towards this building. Unclear what they were doing. I haven't specifically heard from Centerpoint Energy on scene at this location. We haven't heard from their public relations folks yet to understand what their role is in here, but I know the anchors, Tom and Alex, you've asked me a couple times, are they here? I now can confirm they are here. And again, if you've been following along, I did had one other sort of update to share. I had mentioned that someone emotional had stepped under the yellow tape, was led to another rescue vehicle. I thought she might be a loved one of someone missing. It turns out I did some due diligence. She was actually inside the school at the time of the explosion. Tom Lydon, I did listen into some of his reporting. He was talking about why eyewitness accounts are so important right now. They are taking statements, my understanding is, from everybody who was inside the building. What did they see? What did they hear? Who did they see? Where did they see so-and-so last? So I was watching somebody being led in who must have returned to the scene. They wanted her information, what she saw, what she witnessed. Clearly emotional just about the incident itself, and she was led under the yellow police tape to a waiting vehicle. One other note to kind of keep you updated on what we're hearing here. I did just speak to a public information officer from the Minneapolis Police Department. They, too, were promising a media update within the hour. I know HCMC is getting ready to do one right around the same time, but we're on scene kind of where the officials are gathering. So we're probably about 55 minutes away now from hearing again from officials here at my location on the east side of the building.
We're looking at live pictures right now, Paul, because it's just, when you're looking at this, there is a big hole in Minnehaha Academy. We know that plenty of people were able to escape, thankfully, to the maintenance worker who was on the walkie-talkie alerting people. It doesn't sound like there was a good communication system in place. It's that there were plenty of people that managed to make it out, but 2 people, I understand, are still unaccounted for there. Some have been taken to HCMC. We heard that really emotional story. Donnie DuBois, the maintenance worker, and his wife who works in the cafeteria. We saw the them reuniting there, and that was such a wonderful moment that you wanted.
His head bandaged from
right,
some kind of cut or head trauma from the blast, from the explosion. Just incredible video, and for us to be there to see that live too, Paul. The other thing that we're noting, I'm seeing from the Twitter site from ATF that they have agents there who are there, certified fire investigator, K-9 unit as well from St. Paul Field Division responding. We don't know if they're allowing those folks to go in yet because it has been, they're worried about the safety of the search and rescue folks. And we did see, Paul showed us the picture, we could see it over his shoulder when we were talking with Paul. The last time we checked in, there were CenterPoint Energy folks there working to get the gas shut off, which we don't know if that's happened as of yet, but we know that's something that they were worried about because they weren't allowing the search and rescue workers to go in there because it's still very volatile.
It is volatile. We did get a statement not too long ago. I'll read it again. This is from Minnehaha Academy. And this is what they put out. This was at, about 20 minutes ago. The situation at the upper school is being managed by Minneapolis emergency personnel. All of our summer program students and staff are accounted for and safe. The afternoon camps will continue as planned with the exception of woodworking and driver's ed. Parents may pick up children at the lower campus if they choose or pick up at the regular time. Once again, that is this new statement in the last half an hour from Minnehaha Academy. We know that Minneapolis Mayor Betsy Hodges has also been on scene, and she's put something out there on Twitter just saying that she's, had some new information.
As had the governor expressing their concerns about what's happening there and certainly asking for people's prayers. We found out here at Fox 9 that there was a permit for the project at Minnehaha Academy that was just recently pulled from that construction crew. What they were doing in the permit was gas piping and hooking up a meter. And we know that it was a gas explosion. There was a rupture of the gas line there that caused, as you can see, that huge section of the building. That part of the building, we understand, classrooms, and that was the Science, Technology, Engineering, Math Division. That was the newer part of the school, at least that program, the STEM program. That's just to kind of give you an idea what was blown out of the school. That's the classroom section. We heard from Tom Lydon as well, talking from the people he interviewed, that Donna Harris, the president, was not alerted to the fact that there was a gas leak. And before she knew it, she was crawling out of her office onto the roof where she was rescued. Apparently, she's all right. But, Tom, let's go back to you and find out. We know you've had some firsthand accounts there. Kind of recap what you've learned and just some incredible stories that you found out there on the scene.
Yeah, let's start with the most important thing. There are two people that we believe are missing. And, of course, everyone wants to know exactly where they are in this building that exploded. We believe that this is a natural gas explosion because they were doing some work underneath. I got here about 20 minutes or so after it happened, and the crowd had already developed, and it was just obviously a scene. I wouldn't call it chaos, but maybe some controlled chaos. And among those I've just talked to in the last 90 minutes or so is a young woman who was in the gymnasium who just heard this loud boom, and then the tiles started coming down from the ceiling, and she ran out with the other basketball players. She said there were about 7. Perhaps the most harrowing account who came from a man who lives right here on 46th Avenue, right across from the explosion, a Ramsey County deputy. He describes that explosion as almost like a sonic boom. In fact, he said just the other night they were talking about sonic booms, and they said the kids don't understand what they sound like anymore. He sure did. He saw that explosion. He ran over and ran across the street as the soccer players were running away. And he found a person who was buried underneath debris, a huge boulder, he described. Basically, he said it was the wall of the building that had collapsed on him. He tried, along with another witness, to try to get that man out. They were trying desperately. They were digging underneath the debris. They were soon joined by Minneapolis police officers who were quickly on the scene. They managed to get him out. He was not conscious, but he was breathing. One of the accounts he heard, though, while he was right there, is that there was a woman who was right by him who was still caught underneath that debris. They didn't see any sign of her, but the conversation was that there was a woman who had been right behind her. We don't know if she was one of the missing or found a way to get out or not. So those are two of the counts. I also talked to a woman whose son was on that soccer field, and her son was okay, but she was just completely distraught. I mean, you have to realize people have parents, students,
All right.
alumni have a really intense emotional attachment. We'll throw it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. We are going to go now to HCMC, where we understand they're having a news conference and a briefing on what is happening there. As we know, of course, 5, at least at this point, people were transported to HCMC. Let's listen in. This is the doctor, one of the doctors treating there at HCMC.
Everybody ready? Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Doctor, what can you tell us?
At 11 a.m., patients from the Minneapolis Academy Explosion began arriving at Hennepin County Medical Center by ambulance. At this time, we've seen a total of 7 patients from the explosion, 3 of them critical. All of the patients have been triaged and are admitted to the hospital for continuing care.
How old are they, doctor?
Mostly adults.
What are the injuries, the extent of the injuries?
The kind of injuries you'd expect from a blast explosion, fractures, lacerations, head injuries.
Burns?
No burns.
And would you tell, when you say critical condition, what does that mean?
Requiring active, ongoing care.
Were you surprised to see the level of injuries that you saw when the patients arrived here?
We were relieved that we were prepared for a lot more injuries. It was a terrible tragedy, and we've prepared for this on a regular basis. And all of our systems came into place. We had 6 operating rooms ready to go. All of our people came into place. We're tremendously lucky in this community to have such great EMS response. They were all on scene. Everything went very well planned. We were prepared for the patients that came in. As they arrived, we took care of them the second they got here. Everything went very well from that perspective. Of course, our prayers are with the families of all the people that died and were injured today.
Doctor, would you break it down for us a little bit did you say 7 were you admitted or you saw 7 patients? How many are admitted?
7.
7 have been admitted. 1 was released. All right, 7 are admitted. 3 are in critical condition.
There are 3 critical and 4 serious. There are 2 other patients who were not critically injured.
Dr. Miner, can you describe some of the injuries? I know that you had the burn unit ready and prepared as well.
We were prepared in the burn unit. Most of what we saw was blast-related injuries, which is broken bones and head injuries.
And can you give us a little bit of a description of what that looks like for people?
Blast injury is blunt trauma. It's a lot of force hitting a person at once. So being thrown. So a lot of the victims were thrown several feet and injured from that impact.
And Dr. Miner, when that happens to a body, what kind of impact, if you can describe to me, do you have internal injuries as well when that happens?
You can have internal injuries, and bones break, as I mentioned. Your brain can be injured if you hit your head, and all of your internal organs are at risk.
Dr. Miner, did that happen to the patients that you've seen so far?
3 of the patients were very badly hurt and had a variety of injuries related to blunt trauma like that.
And when you say critical condition, does it mean life-threatening? Does it mean their lives are in danger?
I do, yes.
Are you prepared for more patients to come in? I'm not up to date on the latest information of people who are missing. Are you prepared for more?
One of our doctors has been on this. One of our doctors, who's an EMS specialist, has been on scene since just after the event occurred, and he does not think there will be any more patients transported to the hospital.
And what does that mean?
They are continuing to search to see if anyone's in the wreckage, but they don't appear at this time to have anyone that they know will be rescued.
It's my understanding, Doctor, there were 2 more people that they were still llooking for. Is that your information?
That was my understanding as well.
Doctor, you talked about 6 operating rooms being ready. Did you have to perform any operations on the victims that came in?
I don't know. Do you know if we... I'm not sure we performed any operations. We were ready to go. We had all of our surgeons on hand at the bedside, ready to operate, but I don't believe anyone needed an emergency surgery.
Doctor, do you have families that are already here, and is there some effort, prayer-wise or otherwise, going on in those community of families that are here, waiting for the victims?
We're trying now to find the families, get them together, get them what information we can, and of course our prayers are with them. It's a horrible tragedy that's happened, and always such a difficult part of this for the staff and the people is when you get through an event like this, is sort of thinking about what happened afterwards, and it's very hard on everyone.
Doctor, would you describe for us when you got the call, what happens in a trauma center like this? You get a call at 10:30 that there's possible activity.
A page goes out to everyone in the medical center, and everybody practices and knows their role. Emergency physicians and trauma surgeons head straight to the emergency department. The internists who run the floors of the hospital do everything they can to get patients who are in the emergency department for other reasons into the hospital if that's where they need to be. People that don't need to be in the hospital anymore, they try to get them home. Everybody kind of goes into full speed, all hands on deck. Everybody did a tremendous job today.
Dr. Miner, can you give me some idea when people first saw the patients? Did you see the patients initially?
I was there initially, yes.
Can you give me a sense of what you saw the minute that they came in and the first time that you saw them?
It was patients who had blast injuries. We were expecting, yes. We see patients with blunt trauma injuries every day. So it's not something that we're not familiar with, they don't expect. Everyone always kind of holds back and is a lot of trepidation when you hear that there's been a building explode, especially at a school. So I think we all feared the worst when we first heard. And we're ready for much worse. And luckily, this was tragic. A lot of people died, but it could have been so much worse.
Well, how many dead are there?
I don't know for sure. And I don't think anyone knows for sure.
And no one here at HCMC, is that correct?
No.
And when you bring them in from an ambulance, when you bring these folks in, are they in the emergency room, in a trauma center, and
yes.
then are they treated and then brought somewhere else?
Yes, so we start them in the emergency department, we try to stabilize them, and then they go, then they're admitted to our trauma surgeons in the hospital.
And are any still in surgery?
I don't know.
I apologize that I was late initially, but can you give us an overview of how many patients you saw today and sort of what the scope of injuries were?
Yeah, a total of 9 patients came in, 3 critical, 4 were serious, and 2 were doing very well. They all had blast type injuries, which includes fractures, head injuries, no burns, as we were expecting from a gas fire. And that's it.
You just said 9. Moments ago you said 7.
Sorry, it was 7 initially came in, and 2 more just came in a few minutes ago. The last 2 that came in were not critical or serious.
So just so we're clear, then, are there a total of 9 patients that you have seen, 9 victims?
Yes.
From the explosion?
Total of 9 victims.
And 7 are admitted, 2 are released. Is
yes.
that correct? And what were the extent of those injuries for the 2 who were released? Very, very minor trauma from explosion-related impact. And to be clear, you have a doctor on the scene. They're doing search and rescue, but it could turn into search and recovery.
Yes.
Doctor, did the 2 people who were released say anything to you?
No. I haven't talked to them.
Were they conscious? Were the people you brought in conscious?
Yes.
Even the ones in critical condition?
Most of them. The 3 of the critically ill ones were very sick.
How long ago did the last 2 come in that you just spoke of that?
Within the last 15 minutes.
So blunt trauma injuries, can you describe some of the things that you saw? You didn't see burns.
No.
But blunt force injuries.
Broken bones, head injuries, cuts from flying debris.
And what kind of broken bones? Arms, legs, ribs? What?
Arms, legs, ribs, vertebrae.
Vertebrae also?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be very serious.
Yes, yes.
Possible paralyzed?
I don't know of anyone that was paralyzed, no.
Doctor, did you tell me the families are actually here or not yet, and you're still trying to reach them?
We're still working on reaching families.
And you have not had any success yet, sir?
I don't know.
And what happens from here on out for the rest of this afternoon and this evening with these patients?
They'll continue to get treatment. They're all in the hospital and undergoing care now.
And will you provide us with another update?
Yes, for sure.
I don't know if you can quantify this, but is there a number that you are typically staffed at, and then is there a number that maybe it grew to today in light of what happened? Did you have to bring extra staff in, or was everybody here?
We did. We have a mass casualty incident protocol that we triggered at 11 this morning, and we bring in extra. So all the available trauma surgeons and ER docs came in. Everyone here kind of flips into an active mode where we start performing as we drill for. We're well prepared for this event. Everything went very well from that standpoint.
So you trained for this?
We trained for this.
How many came in and trained for what? For everybody gets all hands on deck, as you said?
Yes.
Then.
Well, we have a very, very specific plans for how we manage things during disaster, and it's normal during it's different than our normal operations. Someone assumes incident command, and they take charge of what's going on in a much more directed fashion than we typically do. We then bring in a lot of extra people, and as they arrive, we assign them to the tasks that are most relevant to the moment.
And Doctor, can you tell us male, female, and the ages of these victims?
I can't. I don't know.
Are there any children?
No.
And in terms
so these are all adults?
These are adults, yes.
In terms of how many people came in, do you know how many extra staff were here today that would not have otherwise been on site?
I don't know for sure. I can estimate probably 20 physicians that had probably worked last night and had gone home came in extra. Okay. It was a significant response.
The 20 doctors on top of all of the doctors who were already here, sir?
Yes.
And so how many doctors altogether are we talking about?
I'm thinking back to as we were sitting in the room, there was at least 6 surgeons in the room and 15 emergency physicians, multiple hospitalists coming down to get our hospital ready to absorb more patients and to take care of them. It was a tremendous response.
And are there multiple surgeons in the operating theater when you're working?
Yes, yeah, and they had prepared 6 operating rooms ready to go within minutes. They were ready for whatever came in.
Doctor, you said that you anticipate that there will be no more people that may be coming in, but that you anticipate there may be people already that you don't know about at the scene who may not have made it?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Doctor, will they bring those people? Where will they take those people who may not have made it?
I don't know. It depends on the condition they're in.
Is a possibility they may come here still?
It's possible,
and
yes.
Has the doctor examined those victims at the scene that you don't think will make it?
No.
So they're under the rubble?
Yeah.
And the doctor reported that to you?
Yes.
Doctor, I know that you do this all the time, and I know certainly that this is a trauma situation for all of the people that you're involved. And you're the chief of medicine here. Can you give us some insight into what the doctors are thinking? I mean, obviously you expected the worst situation, and you didn't have any children, so thank goodness. But there are certain people that are still in very critical condition. How are doctors dealing with this? Do they talk to each other? How are you processing this?
We do. The doctors, the nurses, all the staff in the emergency department all look to each other to support ourselves in tough times like this. We were just reflecting yesterday on the 10-year anniversary of the bridge collapse, and we're still talking about that now. And that's part of one of the challenges of taking care of difficult situations is coming together afterwards to find strength and recovery after you've seen some stressful things.
Doctor, did your protocols change after the 35W bridge collapse?
Not substantially. We practice more because we came closer to home that this can really happen. We also realized the communications can be very difficult in disaster situations. As you guys probably know too, it's hard to get the right piece of information at the right time. We've done a lot of work in getting better at that.
Dr. Binder, I know you said you trained for this. How often do you train, and what would be the last, situation similar to this that you've gone through? I mean, the 35W bridge collapsed 10 years ago, obviously, so I know that's a rare event, but what is the last thing of this scope that you've seen that you had to bring this number of people in, and how often do you guys train for these types of situations?
We train regularly. Our EMS systems really work regularly to prepare their responses. On a hospital-wide basis, several times a year we do disaster drills to the point where everybody knew exactly what they were supposed to be doing. There was no confusion. If you had come into our emergency department this morning, you would not have known a disaster was going on. It looked very calm.
I cannot help but think that this must be a little surreal because of a 10-year anniversary yesterday. Were you thinking of that today?
When I first heard the page that an explosion had occurred at a school, my thoughts were that it was, really, really going to be bad. This was a tough day. A lot of people died and a lot of people were hurt. but I'm glad it wasn't worse.
Well, how many people are dead?
I don't know.
Could I ask you to break down, to clarify if you can, 3 critical, can you categorize the other patients admitted?
9 altogether.
2 released, 3 critical.
And 4 serious.
4 serious.
Yeah.
Thanks.
When you say serious, doctor, does that mean that they are, I mean, of course, it's less than critical, but do they have the possibility of recovering quite quickly, or you think they're going to be here for a while?
The serious patients are sick enough to require our care, but we expect them to do very well.
You expect anybody to be released here in the next days?
I don't know.
Too early to say.
Yeah.
Are there, at the moment, any way for family to be able to connect into the system, to be able to find family members, to come here and be able to connect with people who could help them find family members?
Do we have a...
There's social workers in place who are waiting for family members to arrive and taking care of them and making sure they get connected.
There's social workers in place. Doctor, is there anything we haven't asked you that you think is important?
No, thank you.
Yeah, Tim, can we ask the doctor, did he mention that a doctor on the scene told them that people were under the rubble? Can we ask him about that?
Oh, we apparently don't have, Tim. We just heard from the chief of emergency services at HCMC. We heard some conflicting information, but what I understand, there were 9 total people that came to HCMC. 3 are in critical, 4 are in serious, 2 came in and were released with minor injuries. There is, we understand, a doctor on scene, and most of the injuries we understand are probably fractures, lacerations, head injuries, maybe some kind of head trauma.
Broken bones, vertebrae, broken arms and legs, that type of thing. He said the 3 who are in critical, to quote the doctor, he said, are very sick. We did think we heard the doctor say that the doctor on the scene told them there were people trapped under the rubble. So we'll hope to get clarification from the doctor on that. He did mention a couple of times that somebody had died.
Mm-hmm.
We know that no one who was brought to HCMC has died, from our understanding from what the doctor said. 9 people in all were taken to the hospital, 7 admitted, no one perished. So we're trying to get some questions to these, some answers to these questions. So let's get out to Paul Bloom to find out what he's learned.
Nope, we're going
to
go to
Tim
Blotz,
first. Tim, did you hear the doctor say that there was a doctor on the scene who told them there were people trapped under the rubble?
All right. We're working on getting Tim Blotz. He was there we just saw the briefing with the doctor, Jim Miner, the chief of emergency services at HCMC.
Hello, Alex, are you
All right,
there?
Tim Blotz, can you hear us now?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, Tim. We thought we heard the doctor saying during the news conference that there was a doctor on the scene at Minnehaha Academy who said people are trapped under the rubble. Did you hear that as well?
Well, I heard a slightly different version. I heard him say that they have an ER doctor there on the scene, and they're not expecting any more patients to arrive here, at least of this moment, that they're still conducting the search and rescue, but that for the moment, no more patients are expected to arrive here from the Minnehaha explosion scene. He did confirm that they've had a total of 9 people brought here, 2 more here within about the past 15 minutes. 3 of them are in critical condition, 4 are in serious condition, and all of the injuries are very consistent with blunt force trauma due to an explosion. He said, quite frankly, they were expecting worst case scenario here when they heard of this explosion this morning, especially at a school. The good news is that no one here so far are any children. These are all adult patients that are here. They had a total of 6 surgeons ready to go, 6 operating rooms on standby if they needed them. They didn't need any of those. None of them have had to go to emergency surgery as of yet. But you heard the doctor explain that the types of injuries, again, consistent with blunt force trauma. They've got broken bones, 1 perhaps a broken spine that they're working on, a lot of head injuries involved with this too, with falling debris. So everything consistent with a falling and collapsing building that they're seeing here. So they were notified and started receiving patients at about 11 o'clock here today, and they've been actively involved ever since. Again, they said they were expecting a worst-case scenario here, much like what happened a year ago, ironically, with the 35W bridge collapse. They trained for this all the time, so they were ready to go when these patients started arriving here. Tom and Alex?
We do know that the doctor did say people died today. Yeah. That all jumped out at us here at the news desk. What does he credit that to? Where does he get that statement?
You know, your audio is just horrible out here. My apologies. I can barely hear you talking. But I think you referred to the doctor referring to a death. There were some questions out here. It is unconfirmed at this point. Police have been saying all morning long that initially when they started going to a scene that they were arriving on reports of a death. They had since backed off from that. They do not know of any. I'm not so sure if the doctor is aware of any casualties at this point. All he knows is what's been arriving here at the hospital so far, and what's arrived here at the hospital. 3 of the patients are in a critical condition, 4 of them in serious condition.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, Tim.
Butts, good job. We're going to go back out now to Paul Bloom, who is at Minnehaha Academy, where that gas explosion happened today. You can take a look. That's a live look, or we just saw it, looking at the middle of the school, just literally, you know, exploded. And you've been out talking to people who've come out of that building. Paul, have you had a chance to speak with any other people who might have been in the building or who know someone who might have been?
Well, certainly the teachers and staff who had gathered, if you've been watching me throughout the last couple hours, there have been staff gathered. Many of them were actually in the building at the time. They've now been led over down the parking lot to the far end, the north side, the south end of the parking lot to my understanding is give statements again, sort of the investigative side of what they heard, what they smelled, what they saw today. As for that doctor's comments, I mean, I've been in touch with officials. There's been no change in the fact that here, at least on the ground, there have been no casualties today. He might have been speaking about some old, outdated information he had before the trauma patients started arriving and getting into the work being done at the hospital. I have seen ATF on scene. I have also seen in the last few minutes specially trained search and rescue crews. It's a team out of Dakota County that are now on scene that they told me they're on standby. They're specially trained for rubble search and recovery and rescue efforts. Our understanding, at least at last check, was that this building is still not stable enough to send crews into. So any sort of search and recovery efforts are on hold. The State Patrol helicopter had circled around this school from above, we presume looking infrared, any heating technology that would perhaps allow to see humans underneath that rubble. God forbid someone or 2 people do remain unaccounted for and potentially trapped underneath. We've just gotten about a 20-minute notice, maybe about 2 o'clock. We do expect the next official update from authorities, from the police and fire department. But just the emotion and the amazement today of this tragic incident that has unfolded at Minnehaha Academy continues to run through my head. I think about that family that had gone in with the teenager visiting with their guidance counselor. They're alerted, gas in the building. They begin to move to try to get outside safely when all of a sudden an explosion occurs. The girl knocked back a few feet, suffering cuts as debris fell. They got out there safely. That moment, that video, I'm sure will live on for a long time to come. The maintenance worker from Minnehaha Academy, Mr. Du Bois, head wrapped from some type of head injury. He's the head maintenance worker, in particular on the boiler. When he stepped outside and reunited with his wife, cafeteria worker out here, the emotions of that moment were overwhelming. Again, as we understand it, 2 remain missing, and this explosion occurred around 11 o'clock this morning. On my side of the building, things have calmed down in terms of, perhaps Raj could kind of pan around. In fact, what had been active fire trucks with hoses out and crews have actually packed up on my side of the building. From where I stand, I do still see smoke billowing. It's unclear exactly what the latest efforts are in and around the school campus. We are expecting this media briefing here by the top of the hour. We've been briefed by Assistant Fire Chief Brian Tyner of Minneapolis Police. So we'll continue to stand by. And, of course, you guys come to us just as soon as that news conference gets going.
All right, Paul, and I'm just reading a tweet from our own Rob Olson here at Fox 9, one of our reporters, saying that the Hennepin County medical examiner just arrived at the explosion scene. So it leads us to believe possibly
that
they're worried that somebody is under the rubble who has maybe perished. So it's interesting to note that the medical examiner is now at the scene.
Well, once again, a gas explosion at Minnehaha Academy. If you've been tuning in this morning, we had breaking news all morning. We're going to come back at 2 o'clock. We'll have more information for you. We've had a great coverage today from our team out there in the field at HDMC and on scene. And we thank you for there is a 2 p.m. news conference.
We'll be back with that and bring that to you. In the meantime, you can, of course, follow us on fox9.com, on our Facebook page, and also our Twitter account. Our reporters are actively tweeting all of the information as soon as they get it. So all those sources for you here at Fox 9 News.
Right.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thanks for joining.
All right, everybody, we are now taking a live look here at the White House, where pretty soon we will be getting a White House press briefing. Also, while we are waiting, we're going to show you in the top right corner of your screen a playback of Ivanka Trump and Kellyanne Conway holding a roundtable discussion at the White House.
And they want their certificates to go with them, their degrees and everything. So I think you guys are going to help, I hope.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking the time to hear our stories today. My name is Victoria Morrow, and I'm a teacher in Alexandria, so I'm very thankful to be close. And I'm a Marine Corps spouse. One of my challenges, apart from licensure, has been actually continuity in pay, because unfortunately, along with licenses not being reciprocated state to state, also years of service or years of work are also not reciprocated in certain extents. So, but thank you again for taking the time today. Thank you.
And I don't want to skip the White House's own Jenny, who works here in the White House and is doing an incredible job, but is also a military spouse. So Jenny, would you like to share your story?
Thank you. Well done. Thank you, Kellyanne, Secretary and Administrator. Jenny Korn, I'm the Deputy Director of the White House Office of Public Liaison. Grateful that the President has given this military spouse a job. Marine Corps spouse, and one of the biggest challenges is, do I leave my career or do I leave my husband? And at different points of my career, I have left my career, and a couple times me and my husband have lived apart at 1.3 years apart while he was on back-to-back deployment. So it's very difficult. You have to choose. Thank you for letting me share my story. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim Lopez, and I am a nearly 20-year Air Force spouse. But I'm also an educator, and I have more experience as an educator as well. So a little bit about some background. I think my biggest challenge, echoing what everyone has said, are the certification issues. I literally got to Hill Air Force Base 3 weeks ago today. I have run up against every obstacle you could imagine with 20 years of teaching experience, a master's degree, a reading specialist credential, an ESL specialist credential, work for Reading Foundations, and you would think that that would be top priority to get somebody like one of us to work in their school districts or in their communities. And we are finding so many discrepancies in the ability to do that. So again, I am having trouble progressing in my field, taking leadership positions, because wherever I go, I start at the bottom. With 20 years of experience, I'm lucky if a school district or an employer will take 8 to 10 of those as qualified experience, so I'm constantly reinventing the wheel. And I really appreciate the opportunity to come here today to share our concerns and not have this be a gripe session, but have this be a moment where we are actually heard and we can come up with some really good options and opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. My name is Nicole Ziliak. I am a nurse and also have been a Navy spouse for 8 years. My biggest challenges have been license portability and childcare. One of the challenges with being a nurse is that you work 12-hour shifts frequently, and having childcare that spans that while your spouse is either on deployment or away on training has been a significant challenge during my career.
Thank you. And the administration is very committed to making childcare safe and affordable, increasing its quality and making it more accessible to everyone, including family-friendly policies to support the American working family, such as paid family leave, which I know will be relevant to almost everyone at this table. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Carla Metling. I'm an Army spouse of 22 years. I have my master's degree in social work, and the obstacles, echoing some of what's been said at the table, is the licensing issue across state borders. I received my master's in 2003, and I'm still unable to meet the licensing requirements in one state to practice at the highest level that I would like to be practicing at. So that has been the challenge, and then the operational tempo of the military, and then choosing, do I continue to try to achieve that license? Do I stay with my spouse? Do I, with our children separated? And so those are the issues that have been obstacles for us.
All right, as you can see there, we did lose that shot, but Kellyanne Conway was coming to the podium there. We'll see if Fox Edge gives it back to us. And what will probably be discussed today, earlier this morning, President Trump did sign a Russia sanctions bill. President Trump today signed a bill imposing sanctions on Russia after the legislation overwhelmingly passed the House and Senate. The stiff financial sanctions were championed by lawmakers in both parties, and Trump's signature could escalate tensions with Moscow, which already has offered a reduction in the number of U.S. diplomats in Russia. The bill itself targets Iran and North Korea as well as Russia. But a cornerstone of the legislation was a provision barring Trump from easing or waiving the additional penalties on Russia unless Congress agrees. The provisions were included to issue concerns among lawmakers that the president's push for better relations with Russian President Vladimir Putin might lead him to relax the penalties without first securing concessions from the Kremlin. Trump made clear his concerns about such provisions in a written statement released by the White House on Wednesday today. He said while he favors tough measures to punish and deter aggressive and destabilizing behavior in all three countries, this legislation is significantly flawed. Vice President Mike Pence, in an interview with Fox News during a visit where he is meeting with allies, said despite the president's concerns, the legislation highlights his commitment to holding these nations accountable. The 184-page bill seeks to hit Putin and his associates close to him by targeting Russian corruption, human rights abusers, and crucial sectors of the Russian economy, including weapons sales and energy exports. In recent days, though, Trump has suggested he's tougher on Russia than many believe. The bill underwent revisions to address concerns voiced by American oil and natural gas companies that sanctions specific to Russia energy sector could backfire on them to Moscow's benefit. The bill raised the threshold for when U.S. firms would be prohibited from being part of energy projects that also included Russian businesses. Lawmakers said they also made adjustments so the sanctions on Russia's energy sector didn't undercut the ability of U.S. allies in Europe. And also earlier today, we'll probably be hearing some questions from the media as President Trump joined two Republican senators today to champion legislation overhauling legal immigration in America, calling for a merit-based system that would significantly cut admissions over the next decade. Speaking at the White House, the president called it, quote, the most significant reform to our immigration system in half a century. As a candidate, I campaigned on creating a merit-based immigration system that protects U.S. workers and taxpayers, and that is why we are here today, he said. He was joined by Georgia Senator David Perdue and Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, the Republicans who first introduced the Reforming American Immigration for a Strong Economy, or the RAISE Act, back in February. They have said the legislation aims to reduce the number of green cards issued from 1 million to 500,000 a year. Trump, Perdue, and Cotton argued on Tuesday that low-skilled and unskilled immigration into the United States has depressed wages. According to a fact sheet released to reporters, the new system would favor immigrants who are educated, speak English, and have high-paying job offers. It would also reduce low-skilled and unskilled labor immigration. Trump said new immigrants must be able to financially support themselves and their families. The RAISE Act prevents new migrants and new immigrants from collecting welfare and protects U.S. workers from being displaced, the president said, and that's a very big thing. They're not going to come in and just immediately go and collect welfare. The bill would prioritize immediate family members of United States residents, including spouses and young children, but it would end prioritization for extended family members and adult children of residents. The legislation also eliminates the diversity visa lottery system and limits permanent resident status for refugees to 50,000 a year. Trump also said how the country has a record number of green cards to low-wage immigrants. The White House said most of the 1 million immigrants who are accepted into the United States for legal permanent residency every year are low or unskilled workers. Among the hardest hit by this, the president said, are minority workers, who he said are competing for jobs against brand new arrivals. It has not been fair to our people, to our citizens, to our workers, he said. The administration also said 50% of immigrant households receive welfare benefits as opposed to 30% of native households in the country. Trump has made cracking down on illegal immigration a hallmark of his administration and has tried to slash federal grants for cities that refuse to comply with federal efforts to detain and deport those living in the country illegally. His involvement will put him at the center of efforts to make changes to the legal immigration system. Trump's appearance was aimed at bringing attention to the bill, which has been largely ignored in the Senate, with no other lawmakers signing on as a co-sponsor. GOP leaders have showed no inclination to vote on immigration this year. Some immigrant advocates have criticized the proposal, saying that slashing legal immigration would hurt industries like agriculture and harm the economy. And also in other news, a 23-year-old dreamer in Washington State is accused of brutally raping a 19-year-old woman in her apartment complex's gym and leaving her with severe facial injuries, including a broken jaw and dangling ear. The woman ended up stumbling home with missing teeth, a bloody head, and wearing only a black tank top, according to court documents obtained by Fox News. She was working out in the gym in a Seattle suburb before the June 25th assault and did not know her attacker, police said. Salvador Diaz Garcia, an illegal immigrant who was a recipient of Deferred Action on Childhood Arrivals, or DACA, is now facing second-degree assault and rape charges in the vicious attack. He also faces child molestation charges for allegedly assaulting a 14-year-old the same day that this rape occurred. His DACA status has been revoked and he now may face possible deportation, officials said. According to police, the woman was on the treadmill of the gym at 9:15 in the evening when Diaz Garcia stood behind her and kept asking her questions. She asked him to move. Diaz Garcia then violently attacked her, police said, leaving her with a broken jaw and broken nose and her ear partially ripped off. And here we go with the White House press briefing.
President, to speak with you about the RAISE Act that the President endorsed this morning. And I know you guys will have lots of fun. Take it away, Stephen.
Thank you. Great to be here today to talk with you about the President's new proposal for immigration reform. I'll just walk through the basics of it, and then we'll take some questions and hopefully be able to answer all of them. So this is the largest proposed reform to our immigration policy in half a century. The most important question when it comes to the U.S. immigration system is who gets a green card. A green card is the golden ticket of U.S. immigration. Every year we issue 1 million green cards to foreign nationals from all the countries of the world, but we do so without regard to whether that applicant has demonstrated the skill that can add to the U.S. economy, whether they can pay their own way or be reliant on welfare, or whether they'll displace or take a job from an American worker. And as a result of this policy, in place now for many years, we've seen significant reductions in wages for blue-collar workers, massive displacement of African American and Hispanic workers, as well as the displacement of immigrant workers from previous years who oftentimes compete directly against new arrivals who are being paid even less. So it's a policy that's actually exacerbated wealth inequality in the country in a pretty significant way. So you've seen over time, as a result of this historic flow of unskilled immigration, a shift in wealth from the working class to wealthier corporations and businesses. And it's been very unfair for American workers, but especially for immigrant workers, African American workers, and Hispanic workers, and blue-collar workers in general across the country. At the same time, it's cost taxpayers enormously because roughly half of immigrant-headed households in the United States receive some type of welfare benefit, which I know is a fact that many people might consider astonishing, but it's not surprising when you have an immigration system that doesn't look at questions like skill level or self-sufficiency. And so this proposal has several major historic changes. First, it eliminates so-called chain migration. So right now, what does chain migration mean? It means that if you come into the United States on a green card, and just so we're all clear, a green card gives the recipient lifetime work authorization, the ability to bring in their family members, it gives them a fast track to U.S. citizenship, and with that, all the benefits that come with being an American citizen. And so the individuals right now who are receiving green cards, they can bring in, say, an elderly relative who can immediately go on to public assistance if they become unable to support themselves financially. And then that person can bring in a relative who can bring in a relative who can bring in a relative, and that's why they call it chain migration. And over years, that has massively de-skilled the migrant flow into America and produced all of those effects I'm talking about. So we're proposing to limit family-based migration to spouses and minor children. Additionally, we're establishing a new entry system that's points-based. Australia has a points-based system. Canada has a points-based system. And what will this system look at? It will look at, does the applicant speak English? Can they support themselves and their families financially? Do they have a skill that will add to the U.S. economy? Are they being paid a high wage? The last part's very important because it will help prevent displacement of U.S. workers. So if a company, let's say, they're offering 3 times the median wage, that person will get more points on their application than if they're being offered 2 times the median wage or 1 times the median wage. So all of a sudden, you're putting upward pressure on wages instead of downward pressure, and you're making it very hard to use immigrant labor to substitute for American workers, because by prioritizing higher paid workers, you basically end the practice, more or less, of being able to seek out permanent residents to come in at lower pay. And so that's a major historic change to U.S. immigration policy. The effect of this, switching to a skills-based system and ending unfettered chain migration, would be over time, you would cut net migration in half, which polling shows supported overwhelmingly by the American people in very large numbers. And I'll just conclude by saying that this is what President Trump campaigned on. He talked about it throughout the campaign, throughout the transition, and since coming into office. This is a major promise to the American people to push for merit-based immigration reform that protects U.S. workers, protects U.S. taxpayers, and protects the U.S. economy, and that prioritizes the needs of our own citizens, our own residents, and our own workers. It's pro-American immigration reform that the American people want, that the American people deserve, and that puts the needs of the working class ahead of the investor class. So with that, I would gladly take a few questions.
Thank you, Stephen. You talk about the president's agenda and wanting to implement it, but obviously if this doesn't become law, it won't be implemented, and there's already resistance in Congress, specifically from Republicans, even the day that you're rolling out this plan. How do you plan to overcome that? Where are the compromise points for the president and this White House?
It's been my experience in the legislative process that there's 2 kinds of proposals. There's proposals that can only succeed in the dark of night, and proposals that can only succeed in the light of day. This is the latter of those 2. The more that we as a country have a national conversation about what kind of immigration system we want and to whom we want to give green cards to, the more unstoppable the momentum for something like this becomes.
There's room for change.
And for public support is so immense on this, and we just look at the polling data in many key battleground states across the country, that over time you're going to see massive public push for this kind of legislation, because immigration affects every aspect of our lives. It affects our schools, our hospitals, our working conditions, our labor market, our tax base, our communities, and it's a deeply personal issue for Americans. And so you're going to see massive public support for this. And ultimately, members of Congress will have a choice to make. They can either vote with the interests of U.S. citizens and U.S. workers, or they can vote against their interests, and whatever happens as a result of that, I think, would be somewhat predictable. Let me go to John, and then we'll move back.
How do you wedge this into an already jam-packed legislative calendar?
Well, ultimately, we're going to have conversations with Senate leadership and House leadership about the steps forward. But this is an issue that we campaigned on, the American people voted for by electing Donald J. Trump as their president, and that is of enormous importance to the American economy because, again, we're protecting blue-collar workers and we're bringing in workers who can add to the economy. And so I really think this is a really historic moment that happened today. Again, the biggest proposed change that would take place in 50 years at a time in which you have automation that is replacing a lot of jobs in the United States. You have American workers without high school diplomas who have very low participation rates in the labor force. And then you're bringing in workers to compete directly against the workers who are either losing their jobs to automation or who can't find work because there's not enough jobs for workers in our own country without education. And so particularly, I mean, go to an American city that has labor force problems, wherever that may be. Say Detroit. How is it fair or right or proper that if, say, you open up a new business in Detroit, that the unemployed workers of Detroit are going to have to compete against an endless flow of unskilled workers for the exact same jobs, reducing pay for those positions and reducing their chance of getting those jobs, while at the same time, ultra high-skilled workers are in the back of the line to get into the country. It makes no sense. The numbers are too large, and the numbers of low-skilled workers in particular is a major detriment to U.S. workers. So I think the more we have this conversation publicly and ask America who ought to get a green card in this country, the more momentum there's going to be, the more support there's going to be. And our message to folks in Congress is, if you are serious about immigration reform, then ask yourselves, what's in the best interest of Americans and American workers? And ultimately, this has to be a part of that. All right, let's go to Glenn.
Two quick questions. First of all, let's have some statistics. There have been a lot of studies out there that don't show a correlation between low-skilled immigration and the loss of jobs for Native workers. Cite for me, if you could, one or two studies with specific numbers that prove the correlation between those two things, because your entire policy is based on that. And secondly, I had sources that told me about a month ago that you guys have sort of elbowed infrastructure out of the way to get immigration on the legislative queue. Tell me why this is more important than infrastructure.
Well, your latter statement isn't true. I think the most recent study I would point to is the study from George Borjas that he just did about the Mariel boat lift. And he went back and re-examined and opened up the old data and talked about how it actually did reduce wages for workers who were living there at the time. And Borjas has, of course, done enormous amounts of research on this, as has the Peter Kirsanow on the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, as has Steve Camarada at the Center for Immigration Studies, and so on and so on.
Sciences, engineering, and medicine.
And the recent study said that as much as $300 billion a year may be lost as a result of our current immigration system in terms of folks drawing more public benefits than they're paying in. But let's also use common sense here, folks. At the end of the day, why do special interests want to bring in more low-skilled workers, and why historically...
I'm not asking for common sense. I'm asking for specific...
Well, I think it's very clear, Glenn, that you're not asking for common sense. But if I could just answer... If I could just answer your question, I named the studies, Glenn. Glenn, I named the studies.
I asked you for a statistic. Can you tell me
Glenn,
how many...
Maybe we'll make a carve-out in the bill that says the New York Times can hire all the low-skilled, less-paid workers they want from other countries, and see how you feel then about low-wage substitution. This is a reality that's happening in our country. Maybe it's time we had compassion, Glenn, for American workers. President Trump has met with American workers who've been replaced by foreign workers, and ask them how this has affected their lives. Look at, I just told you.
Low-skilled jobs that Americans might otherwise have. Why?
If you look first of all, if you look at the premise, Glenn, of bringing in low-skilled labor, it's based on the idea that there's a labor shortage for lower-skilled jobs. There isn't. The number of people living in the United States in the working ages who aren't working today is at a record high. 1 in 4 Americans, or almost 1 in 4 Americans between the ages of 25 and 54 aren't even employed. For African American workers, their labor force participation rate who don't have a high school diploma, I guess African American males without a high school diploma, has plummeted some 40 percentage points since the mass wave of unskilled migration began. The reality is that if you just use common sense, and yes, I will use common sense, the reason why some companies want to bring in more unskilled labor is because they know that it drives down wages and reduces labor costs. Our question as a government is, to whom is our duty? Our duty is to U.S. citizens and U.S. workers to promote rising wages for them. If low-skilled immigration was an unalloyed good for the economy, then why have we been growing at 1.5% for the last 17 years at a time of unprecedented new low-wage arrivals? It's just the facts speak for themselves. At some point, we're accountable to reality. And on the other hand, like I said, you have ultra-high-skilled workers who are at the back of the line, which makes no sense in the year 2017. Neil, let me go to you.
Now targeting African-American males. You just brought up the African-American male stats. Are you now targeting the black unemployment rate that is traditionally and historically higher than the average American? Is that what you're looking at?
There's no doubt, and I'll go to Neil, but there's no doubt, and it's very, very sad and very unfair, that immigration policy, both legal and illegal, over the last several decades, has a deleterious impact on African-American employment in general, and certainly African-American males, and it's been quite tragic, and we as a country have to have a conversation about that. Neil?
Okay, so thanks very much. So one of the arguments made against this bill is that large-scale immigration will increase the total number of jobs. Senator Graham, for example, said he wants more immigration to bring in more restaurant jobs, more resort jobs, bed cleaning jobs, and such like. Is it better for this country to have more jobs are higher wages and higher productivity for Americans?
Well, I think at the end of the day, President Trump's been clear that he's a pro-high wage president. He ran as a pro-high wage candidate, and that's what this policy will accomplish. At the same time, to the point about economic growth, we're constantly told that unskilled immigration boosts the economy. But again, if you look at the last 17 years, we just know from reality that's not true. And if you look at wages, you can see the effects there. If you look at the labor force, you can see the effects there. And so again, we're ending unskilled chain migration, but we're also making sure that the great inventors of the world, the great scientists of the world, the people who have the next great piece of technology can come into the United States and compete in a competitive application process, a points-based system that makes sense in the year 2017. All right, let me go to you.
Two questions. One, you did personalize it with the New York Times, so normally this wouldn't be a question, but will the Trump organization stop bringing in foreign workers on visa programs to set an example for other businesses in the interim before this bill becomes law?
Well, as you know, the only way to have immigration policy work is it has to be national, it has to be uniform. You can't have different rules and different procedures for different companies. This bill, of course, doesn't deal with guest workers and temporary non-immigrant visas, which is, I think, what you're asking about, and that's a separate thing. But the president was clear, if you go back and look at his debate on this during the primary, where he said, as a businessman, my responsibility is to operate my business according to the laws of the United States as they exist. He said, as president, my responsibility is to pass laws that make sure we have an immigration system that prioritizes American workers. He said that throughout the campaign, and he said it as a candidate, and he said it now. But just as a technical matter, you're talking about a different aspect of the immigration system. Today we're talking about the green card system, but it's a good question. Let me move on over there.
My second
Thank you,
question.
Stephen.
Just hold on a sec.
Thank you, Stephen. Just to take the question in another direction, USA Today and others have shown that over the last 7 years there's been a negative flow of immigration across the southern border. And of course unemployment is at perhaps a 10-year low right now. So will there be enough workers in the southwest states if this policy were to go into effect?
Well, yeah, so I think we're talking about different things, and I appreciate the question. Net migration overall has been at a record pace. You're talking, I think, just about some questions about net migration illegally across the southern border.
Correct.
We're talking today about green card policy. Every year we issue 1 million more green cards. And it just keeps adding on every year after year after year. And so the supply of foreign labor is at a record high. I think the foreign-born population right now is 45 million. I think there's 25 million foreign workers in the United States. All right, right there. Yep.
Thank you, Stephen. Two questions for you. First, does the Trump administration plan to defend the DACA program if Texas and 8 other states bring a lawsuit challenging it in court?
Well, we are not going to make an announcement on that today, because there is ongoing litigation, and DOJ and DHS are reviewing that. But I will say that whatever we do is going to prioritize the interests of American citizens and workers.
Stephen, Zoe Daniel from Australian
Yes.
Broadcasting. You've talked about the Australian policy. Can you speak more specifically about what the administration likes and also how that extends into things like family sponsorship? You mentioned bringing in elderly relatives, for example, who might not be productive, yet in Australia, adult children can sponsor their parents to immigrate. So which elements of the policy are you choosing that you might like
Right.
to
So
use?
we looked at the Australian system, the Canadian system. We took things we liked. We added things that made sense for America and where we are as a country right now. One of the things I think is most compelling about the Australian system is the efforts to make sure that immigrants are financially self-sufficient and make sure they're able to pay for their own health care and things of that nature. And that's certainly one of the things we took from that. And obviously, the points-based system that Canada has a lot to recommend it, and we took that and we added things that were all new to it, and they're released today, and that make sure that we have a highly competitive application process. Look, there's 7 billion people in the world, and so the question of who gets that golden ticket needs to be a discerning process that makes sense. Again, in an environment in which you have this huge pool of unemployed labor in the United States, and you're spending massive amounts of money putting our own workers on welfare, doesn't it make sense economically to say, let's get our own workers, immigrant and U.S. born, off of welfare, into the labor market, earning a living wage, able to pay into taxes, instead of bringing in lower wage substitutes, while at the same time ensuring that the inventors, the innovators, and the scientists are able to come into our country and add to our economy and our GDP, but not as substitutes for Americans. NBC?
Stephen, thank you so much. Can you respond to some of the critics within your own party who say what we really should be focused on is comprehensive immigration reform in order to really tackle the problem in a serious way? And secondly, what do you say to those who say this just separates families and it's effectively cutting an effective visa program?
Well, actually, the legislation for folks who are already here, they are able, have pending family-based sponsorships, they're actually grandfathered in. So it's a new system moving forward, point one. And point two is that beyond the immediate family members that are covered in the bill, i.e. your minor children and your spouses, your other relatives can come in. They just have to come in through the points-based system. And then your first part of your question.
Comprehensive immigration reform. Some Republicans say we should be focused on comprehensive immigration reform instead of a sliver of the problem in order to really address the broader root problem of immigration.
Well,
why not tackle it from that standpoint?
Let me ask you a hypothetical, and I mean it in all sincerity. If, let's say that we had introduced a 2,000-page comprehensive immigration reform bill, would we be having this conversation today about green card policy? I suspect we wouldn't be. I think it's time that we forced the conversation onto this core issue. I know the president feels that it's enormously advantageous to have a conversation about this core aspect of immigration reform because it does receive so little discussion, and yet it's so enormously important. Hey, hold on, let's go to you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks.
You mentioned lawmakers have a choice to make. Is President Trump going to make this a campaign issue next year?
Well, I mean, we're making it an issue, period, starting, well, he started the campaign when he was running, but as far as a real push for change, that begins in earnest, aggressively starting today. And I do think, I just work on the policy side, but I do think that voters across the country are going to demand these kinds of changes because, again, of the effects it has on their lives and their communities. And this is overwhelmingly popular. And I challenge any news organization here, do a poll, ask these questions. Do you think we should favor applicants to our country who speaks English? Yes or no? Do you think that we should make sure that workers who come into our country don't displace existing American workers? Do you think people who come into our country should receive welfare or be financially self-sufficient? Do you think we should prioritize people based on skill? Do you think that we should reduce overall net migration? Do you think we should have unlimited family chain migration? You ask any of these questions, look at the polls, look at the results you'll get in your own news organizations, and they'll be very clear.
Which elements of the policy
first, following the notes question regarding the president's talked a lot about immigration reform that's been held up in the past. He has the power today to take personal action on this by changing the way his Trump properties are allowed and others, bringing in unskilled foreign workers, displacing, as we talked about, the large numbers of Americans who are looking for work in these states. So is the president planning on taking that action? And secondly, does this signal the White House does not believe that any sort of comprehensive action on immigration is possible with this Congress, and immigration needs to be tackled in a peaceful fashion going forward?
Do you think that we should make sure that workers who come into our country, just as a technical matter, you're talking about non-immigrant guest worker visas, and this legislation deals with green cards, i.e. permanent immigration. So they're two totally separate categories. But I'll just refer everyone here today back to the president's comments during the primary when this was raised in a debate, and he said, my job as a businessman is to follow the laws of the United States. And my job as president is to create an immigration system that works for American workers. And that's one of the reasons why I think Americans so deeply admire President Trump, is because they see every day he's not working for himself. He's said over and over again, I've been very successful. I've had a great life. Now I'm here to work for the American people. But for any immigration system to be functional and to work, it has to be uniform across the board. One standard for everyone.
Say how close the president is to getting a nominee for DHS, and can you add, if this legislation is not moving by the end of the year, how much is it possible for you to do through executive action, if any?
Well, I certainly think that on the administrative action front, you can tighten up and continue to tighten up enforcement on visa rules and standards, and I think that's certainly something that we'd be looking at doing. But we'd like to create a permanent change to our immigration system that will endure through time, that will still be in place many decades from now. And that's what this legislation would accomplish. And I would just, again, encourage everyone to understand the depth of this change. What President Trump has done today is one of the most important legislative moves that we've seen on this issue in many, many years. The President of the United States said, I am taking a stand today for American workers and the American economy, and we're putting American families first on immigration. We're saying our compassion, first and foremost, is for struggling American families, and our focus is on the national interest. That is a major event, and all of your news organizations should take a hard look at the polls on these questions and see where folks are, and you'll see that this is an issue that's supported by Democrats, independents, and Republicans across the board. One last question, and then I'll hand it back to Sarah.
If they are on the polls, Steve, on the polls.
You want to do more than one? Maybe two? Two questions. I'm getting a lot of energy from up front here.
If this is so huge and major, you make it sound so enormously important. Yes. Why did the senators who were with the president today call it modest and incremental? Is it modest and incremental? And aside from that, you seem to be suggesting this is immigration reform. Does this come even close to stemming illegal immigration for the president?
Well, so of course, the answer is that it's the divide between how Americans think about immigration and how Washington thinks about immigration. So to everyday Americans, this is the most rational, modest, common sense, basic thing you can do. Of course, you shouldn't have foreign workers. Of course, you shouldn't have foreign workers displacing American workers. In Washington, this represents a sea change from decades of practice. So it just depends what lens you're looking at it through.
Incremental sea change.
It just depends what lens you're looking at it through. I guarantee you, go to, say, like an ed board for a couple of your papers and see what they think about it. They'll see it as a sea change. Talk to an everyday guy in the street, and he'll say, this is the most common sense thing, or she'll say, this is the most common sense thing that I've seen in my entire life, and it's right down straight the center of American politics and American political views. So take one last question. Who has the best last question? All right, so I'll do for the last question right here.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I thank you very much for coming out here and talking to us on camera. But I'd like to ask you if you've recently spoken with your old boss and what you make of the rift between President Trump and the Attorney General. You worked for Jeff Sessions for many years.
Well, I think Sarah's already spoken about that at length, and that's not why I'm here today. But I think if I remember what she said correctly, I'll say it again, the President has confidence in all of his cabinet and expects them to perform their duties honorably and fully on behalf of the American people. But since the last question is not on the subject at hand, I will take one actual last question on the subject at hand. So I will give, yes.
What you're proposing here, what the President is proposing here, does not sound like it's in keeping with American tradition when it comes to immigration. The Statue of Liberty says, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. It doesn't say anything about speaking English or being able to be a computer programmer. Aren't you trying to change what it means to be an immigrant coming into this country if you're telling them you have to speak English? Can't people learn how to speak English when they get here?
Well, first of all, right now, it's a requirement that to be naturalized, you have to speak English. So the notion that speaking English wouldn't be a part of our immigration systems would be actually very ahistorical. Secondly, I don't want to get off into a whole thing about history here, but the Statue of Liberty is a symbol of liberty enlightening the world. It's a symbol of American liberty lighting the world. The poem that you're referring to that was added later is not actually part of the original Statue of Liberty, but more fundamentally, the history, but more fundamentally,
you're saying
the
that
history.
That does not represent
I'm saying that the notion. I'm saying the notion that the notion.
I'm sorry.
No,
Jim,
let me ask you a question.
That sounds like some national park revisionism.
No, what I'm asking you is,
the Statue of Liberty
Jim,
has always been
let me ask you a question.
of hope to the world,
Jim,
for people to send
Jim, do you believe,
people to this country,
Jim,
and they're not always going to speak
Jim,
English, Stephen.
Jim,
they're not
do you
always
believe,
going to be highly skilled. They're not always
Jim,
going to be
Jim, I appreciate your speech. Jim, I appreciate your speech. So let's talk about this.
It was a modest
Jim, let's talk about this. In 1970, when we let in 300,000 people a year, was that violating or not violating the Statue of Liberty law of the land? In the 1990s, When it was $500,000 a year, was it violating or not violating the Statute of Liberty law of the land? Talk to an everyday guy on the street. When it was $700,000 a year, no, tell me what years meet Jim Acosta's definition of the Statute of Liberty, home, law of the land. So you're saying $1 million a year is the Statute of Liberty number. 900,000 violates it, 800,000 violates it.
You're sort of bringing a press one for English philosophy here to immigration, and that's never what the United States is about.
But you're also your statement's also shockingly ahistorical in another respect too, which is if you look at the history of immigration, it's actually ebbed and flowed. We've had periods of very large waves, followed by periods of less immigration and more immigration, and during you've had
period of immigration right now.
It
wants to build
it's actually
bring about a sweeping change to
surely,
the
Jim, you don't actually think that a wall affects green card policy. You couldn't possibly believe that, do you? Actually, the notion that you actually think immigration is at a historic law, the foreign-born population in the United States today, Jim,
staff on Monday talking about how border crossings.
Do you really? I want to be serious, Jim. Do you really at CNN not know the difference between green card policy and illegal immigration?
Sir,
are you really don't know that?
Cuban immigrant. He came to this country in 1962, right before the Cuban Missile Crisis, and obtained a green card. Yes, people who immigrate to this country can eventually. People who immigrate to this country not through Ellis Island,
Jim, as a factual question,
ways, do obtain a green card at some point. They do it through a lot of hard work, and yes, they may learn English as a second language later on in life. But this whole notion of, well, they could learn, they have to learn English before they get to the United States. Are we just going to bring in people from Great Britain and Australia?
Jim, I have to honestly say, I am shocked at your statement that you think that only people from Great Britain and Australia would know English. It reveals your cosmopolitan bias to a shocking degree that in your mind, no, this is an amazing moment. This is an amazing moment. That you think only people from Great Britain or Australia would speak English is so insulting to millions of hardworking immigrants who do speak English from all over the world. Jim, have you honestly never met an immigrant from another country who speaks English outside of Great Britain and Australia? Is that your personal experience?
Of course there are people who come
But that's not what you said, and it shows your cosmopolitan bias. And I just want to say,
it sounds like you're trying to engineer the racial and ethnic flow of people into this country.
Jim, that is one of the most outrageous, insulting, ignorant, and foolish things you've ever said, and for you that's still a really... The notion that you think that this is a racist bill is so wrong and so insulting. Jim, the reality is that the foreign-born population into our country has quadrupled since 1970. That's a fact. It's been mostly driven by green card policy. Now, this bill allows for immediate nuclear family members to come into the country, much as they would today, and then it adds an additional points-based system. The people who've been hurt the most, the people who've been hurt the most by the policy you're advocating are
what policy am I advocating?
Apparently just unfettered, uncontrolled migration. The people who've been hurt the most by the policy. The people who've been hurt the most by the policy that you're. The people who've been hurt the most by the policy you're advocating are immigrant workers and minority workers and African American workers and Hispanic workers.
And it has African American community. Now you brought it up again. You said you wanted to have a conversation and not target. Is it going to be a target?
This is what we want to do.
Using the African American community, are you going to target? I'm not trying to be funny.
Right, and I know what you're saying. What you're saying is 100% correct. We want to help unemployed African Americans in this country and unemployed workers of all backgrounds get jobs. And insinuations like Jim made, trying to ascribe nefarious motives to a compassionate immigration measure designed to help newcomers and current arrivals alike, is wrong. And this is a positive, optimistic proposal that says 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, we want to have an immigration system that takes care of the people who are coming here and the people who are already living here by having standards, by having a real clear requirement that you be able to support yourself financially, by making sure that employers can pay a living wage. That's the right policy for our country, and it's the president's commitment to taking care of American workers. I apologize, Jim, if things got heated, but you did make some pretty rough insinuations. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and I'll hand it over to Sarah. I think that went exactly as planned. I think that was what Sarah was hoping would happen. I think that was exactly what we were hoping to have happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Thanks. Well, the transition back should be pretty fun. Simple. Thank you. That was exciting. Throughout this week, we've been talking about the American dream and all that it signifies for people of all ages and nationalities. This morning, Counselor to the President Kellyanne Conway and Advisor to the President Ivanka Trump hosted a listening session with military spouses on the unique challenges they face in finding and maintaining employment to support their families. And yesterday, we hosted over 100 small businesses for a discussion on how they help to keep the American dream alive for millions of workers around the country. As I mentioned last week, I want to take time to recognize people from around the country that write in and ask the President questions. And today I wanted to read you a special letter to the President from someone who embodies the enterprising and ambitious spirit of America. Frank from Falls Church, Virginia wrote, "Dear Mr. President, it would be my honor to mow the White House lawn for some weekend for you. Even though I'm only 10, I'd like to show the nation what young people like me are ready for. I admire your business background and have started my own business. I've been mowing my neighbors' lawns for some time. Please see the attached flyer. Here's a list of what I have, and you're free to pick whatever you want: power mower, push mower, and weed whacker. I can bring extra fuel for the power mower and charged batteries for the weed whacker, and he'll do that with no charge. Sincerely, Frank." Frank, I'm happy to report back to you that I just spoke with the President. He wanted me to be sure and tell you that you're doing a great job and keep working hard. He also asked me, we found out when we called to let you know that we would be reading this letter, to wish you a happy birthday. I think Frank went from 10 to 11 in the time that we received and were able to respond to this letter. And he also wanted me to invite you to spend a morning here at the White House with the groundskeeper. The groundskeeper, we've talked to them, and they'd love to show you how the U.S. Park Service maintains the 18 acres of the White House complex, and he'd love to give you the opportunity to cut the grass in the Rose Garden. It's our responsibility to keep the American dream alive for kids like Frank, immigrants who are already here, and those who dream of immigrating here in the future. And with that, I'll take your questions.
On Russia,
Sarah?
Justin?
Does the President believe that white applicants to college are the victims of discrimination?
I'm sorry?
Does the President believe that white applicants to college are the victim of discrimination?
I'm not aware of that opinion at all. I certainly haven't had that conversation or have any reason to.
Then can you explain why the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division is devoting its limited time and resources to...
Quite an accusatory question, but I'd be happy to respond. The New York Times article is based entirely on uncorroborated inferences from a leaked internal personnel posting in violation of Department of Justice policy. And while the White House does not confirm or deny the existence of potential investigations, the Department of Justice will always review credible allegation of discrimination on the basis of any race. And I don't have anything further on that.
Thank you. Why did the President say that he received a phone call from the leader of the Boy Scouts and the President of Mexico when he did not? Did he lie?
No, on Mexico, he was referencing the conversation that they had at the G20 summit, where they specifically talked about the issues that he referenced. In terms of the Boy Scouts, multiple members of the Boy Scout leadership, following his speech there that day, congratulated him, praised him, and offered quite I'm looking for the word, quite powerful compliments following his speech, and those were what those references were about.
Specifically said that he received a phone call from the President of Mexico.
They were actually direct. They were direct conversations, not actual phone calls.
So he lied. He didn't receive.
I wouldn't say it was a lie. It was. That's pretty bold accusation. It's the conversations took place. They just simply didn't take place over a phone call. That he had them in person. John.
Sarah, if I could ask a couple of questions about Russia. Dmitry Medvedev, the Prime Minister, has weighed in on the President's signing of the sanctions, saying that this proves that the Trump administration is, quote, utterly powerless and ends hopes for better ties. What's the White House response?
Look, this morning the President signed the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. The President favors tough measures to punish and deter the bad behavior of the rogue regimes in Iran and North Korea, and he also sent a clear signal that we won't tolerate interference in our democratic process by Russia. The bill was improved, but Congress has encroached on the power of the presidency, and he signed it in the interest of national unity. We've been very clear that we support tough sanctions on all three of those countries. We continue to do so, and that has certainly not changed, and I think that was reflected in the statements today.
One of the finer aspects of the bill and the findings, it stated that Russia did, in fact, try to interfere in the U.S. election. In the President's statement on the signing statement, he did not quibble with that. Is that an indication that he does accept the finding that Russia interfered in our election?
The President's already said that himself directly at the press conference in Poland.
Other actors
may have been involved as well, but he doesn't dispute the fact that Russia was, and he said that in Poland at the press conference that I believe you were present for.
One more, you said on Monday that when you had something to say about the Russian action on 755 diplomats, you would say something about it. Do you have anything to say about it today?
No, I don't, but when I do, I'll let you know. Kristen.
Sarah, thanks. Did President Trump speak with Russia's President Vladimir Putin prior to signing the bill or at all today?
No.
That's definitive, that's confirmed. Let me just ask you something about North Korea. General McCaffrey said that I think at some point we are clearly going to take dramatic action short of war against North Korea. Can you respond to that? Do you think that's an accurate characterization? Can you tell us where the administration's thinking is right now when it comes to taking some type of military action against North Korea to stop its provocations?
As I've said many times before, we're not going to broadcast our actions, and we're keeping all options on the table. Jordan.
Thank you. I'll ask you the question I was going to ask Stephen. The President said in an Economist interview in May, he was asked whether he supports cutting the number of immigrants who can come here legally. He said no. This bill today that he supports would cut the number of green cards issued by half. So when did the President have a change of heart on this issue?
I'd have to see the specific reference, but I know that the President has talked pretty frequently about merit-based immigration reform, not just on the campaign trail, but he's been talking about this for years, and I can't comment on a story I haven't seen specifically.
Lead to the reduction of total green cards. So does he have a separate opinion about the number of green cards?
I think Stephen spoke pretty extensively on that, and I don't have anything to add beyond that. John?
Thanks a lot, Sarah. The President, in signing this sanctions bill today, issued a signing statement, and in that signing statement, he said that the bill is significantly flawed. He said that there are provisions in this bill that are clearly unconstitutional. Why would he sign this bill if he felt so strongly that this bill it inhibits his ability to act as the commander-in-chief and to carry out his duties as president?
I think I spoke on this already, but primarily because the President favors tough measures to punish and deter the bad behavior of the rogue regimes in Iran and North Korea, and he also sent a clear signal that we won't tolerate interference in our democratic process by Russia. I also said that he signed it in the interest of national unity, and again, in support of, there's no question that there isn't support for the principles of the bill. It's maybe just some of the process piece. Steve?
I'm sorry. Does he also send a signal in signing this particular legislation that if another bill comes before his desk that he also finds significantly flawed and clearly unconstitutional, that he'd sign that legislation as well?
I'm not going to speak about a hypothetical bill that we don't know and doesn't exist and whether or not the President's going to sign it. Steve?
Clear up some confusion. There were almost simultaneously two signing statements that went out. They had slightly different language. Did you intend to send both out, or was
There's actually one signing statement and one press statement, so that's the difference. One's more of a legal document that goes with the executive secretary, and the other one's a press document, so that's the difference.
I wanted to bring up some unfinished business. When you were named press secretary, because there was so much focus on the other announcement that day, you only had a chance to talk about the job in one question. So I wanted to give you a chance to answer two questions that all of your predecessors have faced. The first one is, what is your overall approach to the job, especially in terms of balancing whether you're serving the president or serving the public? And secondly, do you see any circumstances where it's appropriate to lie from the podium?
I'll take the second one first. Absolutely not. I don't think it's appropriate to lie from the podium or any other place. On the first question, I think that the balance, my job is to communicate the president's agenda, the president's message, and answer your questions on that as best that I can, as honestly as I can, and as transparent as I can possibly be at any given moment. Francesca.
Sarah. Following up on the question about the position, what exactly is Sean Spicer's role in this administration at this point, and how much longer do you expect him to stay on staff? And then something on the signing statement.
As he said, I believe that was, a week or so ago. The days all kind of run together now. But he was going to stay on in a transition process through August, and nothing has changed.
Because of Anthony Scaramucci leaving?
No, nothing's changed at this point.
And then on the signing statement, one of the things that it said was that it would drive China, Russia, and North Korea much closer together, these sanctions. Can you elaborate on that? Because yesterday you suggested that China was both an ally and a partner.
I don't have anything to comment beyond the signing statement itself. Alexis?
Sarah, can I just follow up 2 questions on DHS? Should we expect that more in September when Congress comes back, a nomination, or is that possible soon? And the second question is, lots of lawmakers, Republicans on the Hill, and the business community have been concerned that the president won't stay focused on tax reform. This is something they really want him to talk about. And you've just introduced immigration, you've got healthcare still hanging. Is the president going to focus on all of those issues in the weeks ahead going into September, or does he really want to showcase just 1 or 2 things?
As we've said many times before, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we can work on a multitude of issues at the same time. In terms of the DHS appointment, I don't have any personnel announcements at this time. John Gizzi?
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. This morning, New Orleans Mayor Mitch Landrieu, president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, took a shot at Tom Homan, the head of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. On June the 28th, right from that podium, Mr. Holman said, and I quote, most law enforcement officials in cities work with us, but many don't in the largest cities, and that's where criminal aliens and criminal gangs flourish. End of quote. Mayor Landrieu this morning said he's wrong about that. That kind of rhetoric is not helpful, and he added that police officers keep the streets safe, irrespective of immigration status, and do so all the time. Your response to Mayor Landrieu and his charge against someone who is mentioned frequently to be the next Secretary of Homeland Security?
Look, I think Tom has served our country well. He's been active in law enforcement, and I would certainly trust his opinion. A lot of confidence in him and his ability, having been in a multitude of different positions within law enforcement and been able to see it in a lot of different places, not just one location like the mayor. So I would certainly defer to Tom on this issue. Jim?
So then you would you trust him more than you would Mayor Landrieu on that issue?
I think that's pretty safe to say, Jim.
Yes, Jeff Flake, in a Politico magazine article, said the president was he suggested the president was a carnival barker and had eroded conservatism. Is the president still thinking of helping to fund a $10 million challenge against Senator Flake? And does he have any response to Senator Flake's comments?
I'm not sure about any potential funding of a campaign, but I think that Senator Flake would serve his constituents much better if he was less focused on writing a book and attacking the president and passing legislation. Alex.
2 American soldiers were killed today in Afghanistan. It's 9 on the year. Does the president know about this, and does he feel any sense of urgency to implement a new plan in the conflict there?
Yeah, I can't comment on that at this time, but I'll certainly keep you posted. Trey.
Thanks, Sarah. Did President Trump feel pressured into signing the Russia sanctions bill?
No, as I've said, the president supports putting pressure on these 3 countries in particular, and so he supports the principle of it and wanted to take action in that course. Steve?
You were asked yesterday by Jared Rizzi whether the president would weigh in on this question of cost-sharing payments. Can you put this to bed? Will the administration continue making cost-sharing payments or not?
The CSR payments are bailing out at this point a failed law that the president wants to repeal and replace. Since last year's campaign, the president has been clear that Obamacare is a failed law, He's working with his staff and his cabinet to consider the issues raised by the CSR payments, and without Congress fulfilling its promise to American voters in repealing and replacing Obamacare, insurers will continue to flee this failing system. We need real reform that actually lowers cost and provides more choice for Americans, and we'll keep you posted when we have a final announcement on that. Thanks so much, guys.
The President called the White House a dump.
All right, folks, so you are continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream, where Sarah Huckabee Sanders just wrapped up her White House press briefing. I'm going to show you from earlier today, Vice President Mike Pence.
Prime Minister Zera, Prime Minister Plenković, Prime Minister Rama, President Thaci, Minister Zvicic, distinguished guests, it is my great honor to join you today to celebrate the progress of the Western Balkans here at this historic Adriatic Charter Summit. The President of the United States, President Donald Trump, personally sent me here as a sign of our country's enduring commitment to the Western Balkans. It's a special honor for me to be here today as the very first Vice President of the United States to ever visit Montenegro. It's remarkable to think that Montenegro reclaimed its independence just 11 years ago. But while Montenegro may be a young country, this is a land with an ancient history, and we are grateful for your leadership and hospitality today, Mr. Prime Minister. Montenegro's culture and traditions have long enriched the continent of Europe as a whole, and the same can be said of all of the countries represented here today. The Western Balkans show the diversity of Western civilization, a beautiful mosaic of free countries and peoples, each with their own unique histories, cultures, languages, and traditions, and all of which deserve to be cherished, celebrated, and protected. And the Adriatic Charter has played a leading role in bringing the Western Balkans into unity with Europe and an alliance with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And under President Donald Trump, the United States of America will continue to support each of you as you pursue this future together. The Adriatic Charter itself is a testament to the United States' commitment to the Western Balkans and to Europe as a whole. Established in 2003, the Adriatic Charter serves our shared vision, and the United States of America remains committed to this day to a Europe whole, free, and at peace. The Charter began small, with the United States, Albania, Croatia, Macedonia as founding members. But today, it's grown to encompass the entire Western Balkans. The Charter now counts Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina as members and Serbia, Kosovo as observers, and we look forward to overcoming the obstacles for Kosovo to become a full member in the near future. And let there be no doubt, the Adriatic Charter is fulfilling its purpose to bring the states of the Western Balkans closer together into a most successful defense alliance in history, NATO itself. 8 years ago, Albania and Croatia acceded to NATO, joining Slovenia, which is represented here today. And less than 2 months ago, NATO proudly welcomed the newest member of our historic alliance, Montenegro. I actually had the privilege to personally congratulate Prime Minister Markovic at the White House on that very historic day. Mr. Prime Minister, on behalf of President Trump and here with other NATO allies, allow me to thank you for your leadership, and allow me to congratulate you and the people of Montenegro once again for successfully acceding to NATO. My friends, Montenegro's accession proves that NATO's open door remains open, and so will it always be for those European countries that share our values, contribute to the common defense, and strive to achieve security, prosperity, and freedom for their people. And to all the leaders gathered here, let me assure you, under President Donald Trump, the United States will continue to stand with you as you pursue your European future together. Whether your future's in NATO, the European Union, or both, the United States supports you, because either path will strengthen Europe. And as President Trump said during his historic trip to Poland, in his words, quote, "A strong Europe is a blessing to the West and to the world." And by bringing the Adriatic ever closer to the Atlantic, we can assure a brighter future not only for the Western Balkans, but for the West itself. Under President Trump, the policy of the United States will always be to put the security and prosperity of America first. But as the President has made clear, and I hope as my presence here today demonstrates, America first does not mean America alone. The bond between the United States and Europe has been, is now, and always will be essential, for we are stronger together than we will ever be apart. During his visit to Poland last month, President Trump challenged all our allies and partners in Europe, and really all who cherish freedom, to renew, in his words, our commitment of will to confront the shared challenges that we face. And that commitment begins with you and the actions that you, the leaders of this region, take in the days and years ahead. This is a time of great opportunity for each of your countries. Virtually every state in the Western Balkans has recently held free and fair national elections with the participation of all political parties and with a result that reflected the will of your people. This is a historic accomplishment, and President Trump and I congratulate each of you. You belong to a new generation of Balkan leaders, and this is a historic moment for progress in the Western Balkans. And so I urge you with great respect to make the most of this moment. You have the opportunity to settle grievances of the past and bring people of different backgrounds and beliefs together in pursuit of the common good. You can strengthen your economies and open the pathway to prosperity for your people through tax and regulatory reform. You can tackle corruption and build accountable and transparent governments which will deliver on the highest aspirations of your people and build confidence among those who would invest in the prosperity of your future. The task before you requires courage, but your fellow citizens have placed their trust in you. They believe in your ability to help them realize their dreams for a more prosperous and peaceful future, and so do we. You know, as they say in Montenegro, in good times it's easy to be good, but in adversity, heroes are recognized. So today, with great respect, I urge each of you to be the heroes your people deserve. Unlock the vast potential of your countries and realize on our shared dream of a Europe whole, free, and at peace. Under President Trump, be assured, the United States will continue to support the Western Balkans as you take these important steps toward good government, democratic reform, and the rule of law. We'll continue to support the Dayton Accords and the principles they represent. And we're committed to dialogue between Serbia and Kosovo to fully normalize relations between them. And throughout the Western Balkans, the United States will partner with your citizens to foster a vibrant civil society, a free and independent press, and an economy that opens opportunity for all who seek it. And we must never forget that security is the foundation of our prosperity. In the United States, I can assure you, we'll continue to partner with each of you as you promote security in the Western Balkans and beyond. We'll continue to forge strong relationship between your armed forces and the armed forces of the United States, training alongside you and partnering with you to professionalize your militaries even further. We'll continue to build your capability to operate alongside NATO and other Western forces. And the United States will partner with you to reduce your dependency on legacy Soviet and Russian military hardware. But as President Trump has made clear, your defense requires your commitment as much as ours. Collective defense is the essential foundation of the NATO alliance, and President Trump has made it clear that the United States expects all our allies and all who would wish to join our alliance to meet the minimum commitment of spending at least 2% of their gross domestic product on their own national defense. This investment is necessary to keep our solemn pledge that an attack on one is an attack on all. This oath requires action, and every NATO member and NATO aspirant must renew their commitment to our common defense, and they must renew it now. We must shoulder this responsibility together because the dangers we face are growing and changing every day. Throughout my trip, I've met the brave men and women in uniform of the armed forces of the United States and our allies and our strategic partner. I'm always inspired. They're the best of us. And along with so many of your citizens in Europe and across the wider world, they stand on the front lines of freedom. Their service and their sacrifice keep our families safe and our freedom strong. These heroes stand guard at a pivotal time, for our world is now a more dangerous place than at any point since the collapse of communism a quarter of a century ago. As President Trump said in Poland, we're now confronted by adversaries, as he said, from inside and out, from the South and the East, that threaten to undermine our values and erase the bonds of culture, faith, and tradition that make us who we are. And no enemy is more widespread than the global menace of radical Islamic terrorism. Terrorism threatens us all, from the Western Balkans to Western Europe to the United States. It was less than 1 year ago that many of your countries disrupted the ISIS-inspired plans for coordinated attacks in Albania, Kosovo, and Macedonia. The United States is grateful for your contributions in the global campaign to defeat ISIS and in the fight against terror in Afghanistan. Our shared sacrifices on the field of battle have only brought us closer and strengthened our commitment to freedom. And make no mistake about it, President Donald Trump and the United States of America, under his leadership, will not rest, we will not relent until we hunt down and destroy ISIS at its source, so it can no longer threaten our people, our allies, or our way of life. As our militaries and coalition forces drive ISIS from Iraq and soon from its very existence, your countries will continue to face the danger of foreign fighters returning home from the Middle East with the singular goal of sowing chaos and taking innocent lives. We must be vigilant to this threat, a cancer in our countries, and we must be prepared to cut it out before it can fester and grow. Beyond terrorism, President Trump has called attention to, in his words, powers that seek to test our will, undermine our confidence, and challenge our interests. In recent days, we've seen the completion of Venezuela's collapse into dictatorship. Not only did the regime hold a sham National Assembly election, but on Monday night, the regime seized two prominent members of the opposition, Leopoldo Lopez and Antonio Ledesma, who are being held illegally as we speak. President Trump said yesterday the United States condemns the actions of the Maduro dictatorship and that we will hold Maduro personally responsible for the health and safety of these two brave men. The United States calls on all who cherish freedom to condemn the Maduro regime for its abuse of power and its abuse of its own people. Venezuela deserves democracy, and the Venezuelan people deserve freedom. Beyond the Western Hemisphere, over the past week, the world witnessed again the grave and growing threat posed by missile capabilities in the hands of dangerous regimes in North Korea and Iran. Both regimes conducted provocative launches over a 24-hour span. Their actions have brought them closer to threatening our partners in their regions, our transatlantic alliance, and the American homeland itself. In these times of widening threats and provocations, more than ever before, we must stand together in defense of all that we hold dear. We all have a vital role to play, for all the countries gathered here today loom large in the tapestry of freedom. Here in Europe, we must be resolute and uncompromising in the face of aggression from an unpredictable country that casts a shadow from the East as well. As you well know, Russia continues to seek to redraw international borders by force. And here in the Western Balkans, Russia has worked to destabilize the region, undermine your democracies, and divide you from each other and from the rest of Europe. Russia's intentions were laid bare over the past year when Moscow-backed agents sought to disrupt Montenegro's elections, attack your parliament, and even attempt to assassinate your prime minister to dissuade the Montenegrin people from entering our NATO alliance. President Trump has called clearly on Russia to cease its destabilizing activities. And I can assure you, the United States of America rejects any attempt to use force, threats, or intimidation in this region or beyond. The Western Balkans have the right to decide your own future, and that is your right alone. The United States will continue to hold Russia accountable for its actions, and we call on our European allies and friends to do the same. In a further sign of our commitment, very soon President Trump will sign legislation to strengthen and codify the United States' current sanctions against Russia. Let me be clear. The United States prefers a constructive relationship with Russia based on mutual cooperation and common interests. But the President and our Congress are unified in our message to Russia. A better relationship and the lifting of sanctions will require Russia to reverse the actions and conduct that caused sanctions to be imposed in the first place. Finally, in these challenging times, President Trump has reminded us all that our fight, in his words, begins with our minds, our wills, and our very souls. So let us steel our minds, strengthen our wills, and refresh our souls. For if we do, as the President has said, the West will never, ever be broken. Our values will prevail. Our people will thrive. And our civilization will triumph. My friends in the Western Balkans, we gather at this historic Adriatic Charter Summit with the weight of history on our shoulders. For 15 years, the United States has helped guide your countries as you walk the path toward peace at home, unity in Europe, and allied for our common defense. You need only seize the day. Take this opportunity through your actions to draw even closer to each other and to the West. Complete the unfinished business of the Western Balkans and finish the journey that we started together so many years ago. And as I say these words of admonition, I have faith. I have faith you will succeed. We'll succeed together. Because I have faith in strong and good people of this region. I have faith in their aspiration and determination to embrace freedom for this generation and the next. And I have faith in the beautiful tapestry of belief that I have seen as I've traveled across Europe in recent days. I've seen many creeds, many rich and ancient traditions.
All right, folks, looks like we are getting an update from Minnesota on that collapse. Let's take you there now.
It looks like we have one construction contractor and one staff member were the two that were
Any information
we were
you
looking
can give
for.
us about the person that died as a result of this?
No, that'll be released by the ME.
Gender or anything like that?
No, that'll be released by the
Were they
ME's
found
office.
in the rubble?
Pardon me?
Was that person found in the rubble?
That is correct. Yep, that is correct.
How many people still hospitalized? What are the conditions of the village?
I think there was a combination of we, and there again, when we have these types of incidents, it's hard to put all the numbers together. We've had people call wondering where their husbands are at, thinking they were here and they're not here. So it's very hard to get an exact number of this, but it looks like right now we've had 9 folks transported to Hennepin County, and one of those would probably be considered in critical condition. The rest have been sort of all over in terms of levels of injury.
Do you know how many contractors were here? Because it sounds like the work was actively going on.
I know of one for sure. No, I don't know if who else was here with them. I know of one contracting company that was here for sure. Now, whether Centerpoint officials were here at the same time, I'm not sure. I don't know
Chief, are you expecting to find other bodies in the rubble? Any other people in the rubble?
At this point, what I've given you is I think where we're at. And we never know if somebody. But right now, I think we just had the 2. One that was a confirmed fatality that we did remove from the debris, and we have one other individual still unaccounted for.
Chief, there seems to be witness accounts that there was sort of an all points, not bulletin, but warning that kind of was shouted or passed around the school right before this explosion of gas in the building. Are you able to confirm that there was sort of a gas leak in a short amount of time, a warning to get people moving out of the building?
We have heard some reports that staff on the scene were making a warning to get out of the building. That has not been confirmed, but we have had reports of that. And we will, certainly through the investigative phase of this, we will come to some, be able to focus in on that a little bit, some more information.
Chief, how much warning were people given in this building between the time the gas line was ruptured and then there was somebody going through the building to warn people to get out? How much time elapsed?
That we don't know yet. We'll probably have to, the investigators are certainly spoke to some of the folks who were injured and try to put some of those questions, answer some of those questions. You just never know with gas if that was indeed the cause. We just have to determine what caused it, and it was certainly an extensive explosion.
Can you tell us more about this intersection, about what you said a utility room exists, or what else was in that section that's affected here?
I don't know if you can see it. You can see it looks to me like the chimney of the structure. That was sort of the center of the area, and it looks like a lot of it just blew out to the west. There was a utility area. I believe there were some staff offices in there, some bathroom areas, I think some janitorial closets and those types of things in that area of the structure. And all of that has just basically pancake collapsed right on top of each other. There's actually 2 floors that have collapsed, and then there was a basement level that I said earlier was, when we tried to get down to search it, that was already full of water.
Chief, we saw some smoke coming out of there about 45 minutes ago. Was the fire still active until
you're probably going to see a lot of smoke, because when that rubble falls, and that debris falls, it's going to bury itself and it's going to burn, underneath itself. We'll probably have hose lines going on and off throughout the day as we're going through this rubble pile, digging through that. So there's hot debris that certainly is smoking in that pile.
So was the person that was found dead, was that just recent in the last half hour? Or
we just recently recovered the one victim.
Were the contractors aware that they had ruptured the gas line, and if so, was there a call to the fire department?
That's probably, we weren't called until after the explosion. We didn't get the call until afterwards. So it's hard to say. Through the investigation, we'll come out and talking to some of the people who are on site. They'll be able to answer those questions. I certainly don't have that information at this time.
Chief, can you tell us how some of the people were rescued initially when EMS and fire arrived on the scene? When the president had climbed out onto the roof and when other people were pulled out? Can you give us a sense of the immediate action?
It's amazing. There again, we have to commend the first arriving officers who immediately took action and assisted the people as they could. I'm assuming that there were probably some civilians in and around the neighborhood who came rushing over to assist. That'll all probably come out as we move forward with this. But I know the first arriving officers and firefighters and EMS workers that were here did a remarkable job of going in the structure. If you could see it from the other side, when you look at this building from the other side, they went into a building that is very structurally unstable at this point. So it was really pushing the envelope as far as the structural integrity of the structure, at least in towards the center section of the building.
Chief, walk us through the timeline again. How much time was there before anybody had any warning to when the building actually exploded?
That I don't have that information. I wish I did. I do not. Obviously we get the call after the event happened. That'll be put together as they work through the investigative phase of this. They'll get some of those questions. I'm sure that there's people that are being hospitalized at this point. We'll have some of those answers, and they'll give those to investigators.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I know, man.
It's hot.
It's right there.
Yep. That's right, Randy. We have one still missing, one confirmed dead. The fire chief had suggested of these two who had been missing most of this day or unaccounted for, one apparently with the contracting firm, one with the school staff. Some of our ground reporting had suggested otherwise, but the fire chief saying at this point we had the contractor, Master Mechanical. They had recently pulled a permit that Fox 9 has obtained to do some boiler work here at the Minnehaha Academy. We'll pan off, and the site of this damage, this destruction, this real devastation, the boiler room, the janitorial area, the real center hub of this school building ripped apart, obviously filled with debris, 2 stories worth, all the way down into a 3rd sub-basement level. And right now and through the day, the fire chief and authorities have said that building is just structurally unsafe. So they have really had to do sort of a rescue and recovery effort from afar, in essence. He did allude to getting one body out of there in the last hour or so. So somehow they were able to get to a point where they think where this one person was located. They think they know where the second person is. But again, just with the structural integrity and the safety of the building, they can't put their rescue crews inside the building to the extent that they want to. But the fire chief did say there they will have to get to the bottom of that debris pile. One person is considered missing and unaccounted for, but they also have to verify that nobody else that they aren't aware of somehow ended up under this debris. But again, this explosion occurred right around 10:20 this morning. There were reports from eyewitnesses in the building that at least word had started to spread that there was a gas leak. They could smell gas, and perhaps it was time to start moving to the doors. We heard one account from an eyewitness earlier today. He was in the school with his young teenage daughter, checking in with a guidance counselor over the summer. They were headed out of the school because of this gas warning when all of a sudden the school went boom. This explosion occurred. The girls thrown back several feet, suffering cuts and injuries, and then they get out. But clearly there's this at least a few seconds worth of warning that has been well established by witnesses. That will all be part of this investigation. Again, attention on this Master Mechanical, the work they were doing on the boiler. What happened? It does appear that the gas line was pierced at some point. Something ignited it and caused this massive explosion, as you heard there. The mayor saying this is a devastating day for the city of Minneapolis, this school community, and in particular, the Longfellow neighborhood where the Minnehaha Academy just sits beautifully on the river here on this end of Minneapolis. All right. So Rob's there. He looks like you guys are in good shape for the 3 or what's coming next. Yeah.
So we're gonna tear.
Yeah, we'll go take our SD. Thanks, Kelly.
All right, everyone. So that was the reporter there on the ground. You are looking at some aerials from earlier. We were covering this unfortunate story extensively out of Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Minnehaha Academy Upper School, that's the high school at the Minnehaha Academy, dealing with this collapse. It's a really unfortunate situation. The latest update from officials, 1 person confirmed dead, 1 person still missing, following an explosion and collapse at the Minnehaha Academy in Minneapolis. Fire officials confirmed that the explosion and the fire was fed by a gas line that was ruptured by contractors performing work on the school. Earlier today, we had told you, according to the assistant fire chief there in Minneapolis, that crews were still searching for 3 people who were unaccounted for. However, 1 of those people were found uninjured, thus leaving 2 people unaccounted for. They have since accounted for 1 of those people. That person is confirmed dead. They are still searching for the other person. Earlier today, crews also rescued 3 people from the roof of that building. 5 people were transported to the hospital, including 1 person in critical condition. We also know that 1 person was evaluated and released. According to the fire officials, all the injured people were adults and were either school employees or contractors. Now, according to Jim Miner at Hennepin County Medical Center, 7 patients from Minnehaha Academy were admitted to the Hennepin County Medical Center, 3 of whom were in critical condition and 4 in serious condition. All of those patients have been triaged and admitted with blast-related injuries that include fractures, lacerations, and head injuries. 2 other patients had arrived to Hennepin County Medical Center but were released without serious injuries. Now, the Minnehaha Academy did issue a statement saying that the situation at the upper school is being managed by Minneapolis emergency personnel. All of our summer program students and staff are accounted for and safe. Afternoon camps will continue as planned with the exception of woodworking and driver's ed. Parents may pick up children at the lower campus if they do choose or pick up at regular time. Now the assistant fire chief had said that the structural integrity of the building is being evaluated, or rather was being evaluated before firefighters entered the building. Now, many people may be wondering, well, what happened? What was the experience like for those witnesses, those people inside the school? One of those people inside the school was Sarah Jacobson. She was a member of the Minnehaha Academy staff. She described the explosion as very loud and said that ceiling tiles were falling and windows were imploding. Now, it's unclear how many people were inside the building at the time of the explosion. Jacobson said that about a dozen children were inside the gym at the time, but those students were all accounted for and had the opportunity to be picked up by their parents. Now, earlier we also showed you a live interview with a basketball coach who was in the gym with about 5 students at the time of the explosion. They were female basketball players. He said, quote, "We just heard a loud explosion, got out as quickly as possible. It sounded like a large door slam, but at the same time the lights went out and the ceiling started falling." Now, the fire assistant with Minneapolis Fire gave us a bit more information, saying that contractors were doing some gas piping and hooking up a meter there. It appears that the gas leak came from the boiler area. Permits filed with the city of Minneapolis show that the company Master Mechanical was issued a permit for gas piping work at the school back on June 7th. Now, the upper school is home to grades 9 through 12. Varsity fall sports practices and faculty orientation is scheduled to start August 14th. So really, just a couple of weeks, they were going to be starting faculty orientation and fall sports practices there. And the school year is scheduled to start August 23rd. Now, the mayor did issue a statement following this unfortunate incident there in Minneapolis. He said, the governor of Minnesota issuing this statement, he said, Governor Mark Dayton, "My office is in continuous contact with the city of Minneapolis and the Minnesota Department of Public Safety as emergency personnel respond to this emergency. The state will provide any and all resources necessary to aid first responders in their efforts to ensure the safety of all those impacted by this morning's explosion. I thank the many firefighters, paramedics, and law enforcement officers who rushed to the scene this morning and who are working still to ensure the safety of our children, adults, friends, and neighbors." Now, there was a statement also issued from the company that was hired to work at the school, Master Mechanical. This is what that statement said. "Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone involved in this incident. We are monitoring the situation, and at this time we are referring all questions about this event to the Minneapolis Fire Department out of respect for their investigation." Now, the mayor of Minneapolis, Betsy Hodges, also issued a statement, and this is what she said. "Today, my hearts and the hearts of the people of Minneapolis are with the students, staff, and families of Minnehaha Academy. They and the school are a deeply valued part of our city and our community, particularly the Longfellow neighborhood. This is a terrible, tragic moment for them and for all who care about them and all we do. I am on site and will continue to share updates from here as we get them. For now, please hold everyone at Minnehaha Academy in your hearts." So you guys are looking at pictures, aerials from earlier at the scene. I'm going to go ahead and cut to our live picture here. There's a press conference set up as reporters there at the scene wait for the next official who is available to speak on this unfortunate incident. We're also getting updates from Fox 9 reporters there in Minneapolis. Fox 9 is our sister station there in Minneapolis. Reporter Christina Palladino tweeting just 8 minutes ago that the family confirms woman who died in Minnehaha Academy explosion and asks for prayers for her fiancé. Again, of the 2 people that were left missing, one now confirmed dead and one still missing, those 2 people were a staff member and a construction contractor. That news coming in the last 20 minutes. Now, as of about 25 minutes ago, Minneapolis fire officials said that they're still considering this a rescue operation at the scene of the explosion. They have not and will not yet say whether that person missing is dead or alive. They just are still considering their search a rescue operation, not a recovery operation. The mayor spoke out not too long ago saying, "This is a moment of sadness for our city." One reporter with Fox 9 tweeting, "Jeff Burrington says his brother's fiancée was inside. His family has been notified of her passing. Still waiting for police to confirm those fatalities." So I want to go ahead and show you guys some of the tweets that we're seeing from Fox 9 as well and their reporters. Let's just go ahead and pull this up for you on the screen. A reporter with Fox 9 showing the medical examiner on scene, blue tarps up. You can see this photo. What a scene there at Minnehaha Academy. Let's go ahead and look through some more of the tweets. Now, it was 2 hours ago that the Hennepin County medical examiner had arrived at the explosion scene, which, again, at that point, probably safe to infer the worst. Let's go back now to the live pictures coming in from the high school. I want to go ahead and show you guys this photo that I showed some of you earlier. They were pictures of the before, pictures of what the school looked like prior to this explosion. This is a picture from Google Maps as reference. You can see this entire section of the school is now missing. So you can look at that now, and if you look at this image of the collapse, you can see this entire section of the school now missing. We're going to go back to those live pictures coming in from our Fox station in Minneapolis. One person confirmed dead. One person still missing. Several injured, some critically injured at the hospital. All right, everyone, while we wait for this press conference to start at the school explosion, we have another press conference coming in regarding a trail derailment. I'll get you guys more information. In the meantime, let's go ahead and listen in.
For showing such a great face of compassion for the folks here. But by the time I got here, most of the 1,000 people who have been resettled and transferred to other places had already left, and either in motels or hotels.
All right, I got some misinformation there. We're going to actually take you back now to Minnesota, back to these live pictures from Minnehaha Academy, the site of an unfortunate explosion and partial building collapse there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hello, everyone. We are going to cut out of this since we have not seen any word of this press conference starting. We're going to take you to live aerials coming in from the Oakland Hills of California. These are live pictures, breaking news, a fire there up in the Bay Area of California. again, for those of you wondering if we have any additional information, right now we don't. The KTVU website, the KTVU Twitter, don't have a lot of information. Fire burning in the Oakland Hills. It was initially described as the Berkeley Hills, a grass fire. There, we can say it's in the East Bay because both Oakland and Berkeley are in the East Bay, across the Bay Bridge, across the Bay Bridge from San Francisco. Again, we are looking at some live aerials coming in from the Bay Area of California. Me a Cont. I'm alright, how are you? Insecurity. I got an alert from American Airlines that my flight was canceled because of severe weather in New York. It was a flight that I booked with my Ink card, and I need to rebook a flight that gets there early enough, and there may be change fees associated with it. I'm wondering if that is covered under the trip interruption cancellation policy. Okay. Okay, so I stay on hold. Got it. I don't call that number. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Wait, so I just heard from Mary Kate.
Yeah. Why does this shit happen to me?
I felt like this happened to you now, more than
Like something happens with my flight,
So
but this one's worse. It's not even like
what
a
airline
postponement.
is this?
And the ones before were always Southwest. This is straight up a cancellation, but it's not the airline's fault. There's some
What's weather? What's going on?
American Airlines severe weather northeast.
No.
But pay attention, because look, Boston, you'll have that issue too.
I
You never
know.
know. So I'm calling my credit card because my business card has travel insurance. I'm
Yeah.
trying to see if I can rebook.
Good luck.
It's just annoying when it happens on my ship too. Yeah. It's like, because it's really hard to manage both. 1 o'clock. It's a scary time, Mike. Yes, hi. All right, thank you. You too.
Hello everyone, Samia here. You're looking at a live feed from Northern California. That is right, the fire in Oakland Hills continues to burn. Meanwhile, we are also monitoring our feed from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Those of you joining us to watch our coverage of that school collapse there in Minneapolis, the Minnehaha Academy there. We will give you guys an update as soon as a press conference starts there. Regarding that story, one person dead, one person still missing. In the meantime, though, we will continue to bring you these live pictures coming in from Northern California. Hello, everyone. I just want to say hi and welcome you back to the News Now stream. We're looking at these live aerials coming in from Northern California. This wildfire that continues to burn in the hills near Oakland, Berkeley, that whole East Bay area east of San Francisco. In another feed, we are monitoring the situation in Minnesota. It's a story we've been covering all day. That school collapse and explosion there. We're waiting for another press conference. As soon as we get that in, we'll carry that live here on News Now. Well, as you can see, KTVU, the Skyfox chopper there in San Francisco, the Bay Area, has cut out. So we're going to go to something else now. All right, everyone, we do have this video from earlier of Prince Philip conducting his final royal duties. This took place earlier today. We're going to take you guys there in just a moment. Prince Philip, final royal duties.
That's all. At the end of this year's 16th
Loyal guard! Loyal! Loyal! Salute! Present! Up! Loyal guard! Powder! And... Loyal guard! Stand! At eight! Stand! Easy!
All right, everyone. So that was a feed from early this morning. Prince Philip's final royal duties from Buckingham Palace there in London. Britain's Prince Philip partaking in his final royal duties. You may remember that the Queen did announce that he would be retiring from royal duties soon. We're now going to break and take you to some breaking news. These are live aerials coming in. This is a live feed coming in from North Carolina, a YMCA evacuation after a chemical spill there. This is breaking news out of North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina specifically. I'm going to work to get you guys some more information. A YMCA evacuated after a chemical spill. All right, everyone. So we are getting some updates regarding this chemical spill. 23 people taken to area hospitals after this chemical spill at the downtown Durham YMCA this afternoon. Of those 23 people taken in the area hospitals, 6 children are in serious condition. Now, according to an official with the downtown Durham YMCA, a lifeguard noticed a strong chemical odor near the indoor pool pump room this afternoon. That YMCA immediately contacted EMS, who contacted the Durham Fire Department. They declared a hazmat situation at about 2:45 p.m. Now, authorities say the chemical was hypochlorite, not chlorine, as the Durham Fire Department had initially stated. Now, hypochlorite is a chemical that's used for everyday upkeep of swimming pools. Now, according to the official with the YMCA, about 100 campers swam in that pool as part of their daily routine today before being taken back to their camp at Club Boulevard Elementary School. Now, at about 3 o'clock local time, some kids began complaining about breathing issues, and staff members then contacted EMS and parents. Now, according to the YMCA official, 37 children and 2 adults were taken to either Duke Hospital or Duke Regional Hospital. 6 kids between the ages of 6 and 12 were in serious condition as a result of the spill. That's according to authorities. We know that several other children were being monitored as a precaution. Now, Duke Hospital said they evaluated about 30 of those people affected by the spill. None were in serious condition, and none needed to be admitted to the hospital. Now, according to a local news station's doctor, side effects of exposure to the chemical include blurry vision and watery eyes, as well as coughing, wheezing, skin irritation, nausea, and vomiting. Now, long-term exposure could result in chronic conjunctivitis and pulmonary edema, a buildup of fluid in the lungs. Now, a local doctor said that in order to treat those exposed to the chemical, doctors will likely irrigate the eyes and remove and wash all clothing of those exposed to the chemical and support breathing where necessary. Now, a hazmat team was on the scene. They were in the process of determining what exactly caused the spill and what steps needed to be done to mitigate the situation. Obviously, this, as you can see, roads are closed in the area as a result of this chemical spill as well. Again, this is the YMCA in downtown Durham. The entire block is roped off. This was the latest information coming from a local news source there in Durham, North Carolina. Now, according to the Associated Press, they're saying authorities are citing that about 24 people have been evacuated from that YMCA due to this chemical spill at the pool. Durham police told local media outlets that there were at least 35 kids and adults in the pool when the leak occurred. And of the 35, 23 were taken to the hospital. We are hearing, according to a local news station there in the area, that 6 children are in serious condition. Again, this is very concerning for those people, the parents, especially of those children that were exposed to this chemical. All right, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at aerials from our chopper in Durham, North Carolina. Now, you're looking at the downtown Durham area right now, but just moments ago we were looking at live pictures over the YMCA in downtown Durham specifically that's been affected by this chemical spill. This is not just your average chemical spill. This is not your average hazmat situation. We're hearing that 6 children are in serious condition there, and almost a couple dozen people have been taken to area hospitals as a result of this chemical spill. Now, this is the latest information that we're getting as of just a couple minutes ago. 23 people taken to area hospitals in Durham, either Duke Hospital or Duke Regional Hospital. Again, this incident began a few hours ago. According to a spokesperson with the YMCA, a lifeguard noticed a strong chemical odor, near the indoor pool pump this afternoon. The YMCA immediately contacted EMS, who contacted the Durham Fire Department, and they declared a hazmat situation at about 2:45 Durham time, which is about 3 hours ago. Authorities said that the chemical was hypochlorite, not chlorine as they had initially stated. Hypochlorite is a chemical used for everyday upkeep of swimming pools. And now, for some reason, the chopper there in Durham is giving you guys a live look over a baseball field. It looks like it is Duke University's baseball practice, because I do see that D for Duke logo, and considering there is no professional baseball team, I don't think, in Durham, North Carolina, yeah, it is safe to assume that given there's a D on the field, that is Duke's baseball team practicing this afternoon, or at least someone that's using the Duke facility. All right, guys, it is very weird to just be hovering over these college baseball players right now. Let's continue to monitor this chopper feed for a couple more minutes. If nothing happens, if they don't go back to the scene of the YMCA, then of course we will go back to some other news. Now we're looking at the train station. Again, I don't know what exactly is going on here. So what I'm going to do instead is take you back to Minnesota, because I do know information about that story. Okay, guys, we are going to go back to the Minnesota story, the school explosion and collapse. 1 person confirmed dead, 1 person missing. Let's get some new information on this collapse there in Minneapolis. So this is the Minnehaha Academy in Minneapolis. We know that 1 school staff member has been found dead. Another person is still missing following a natural gas explosion at a private school in Minneapolis. Now, you are looking at live pictures over that school. The body of the staff member was found in the rubble of a building that partially collapsed during the explosion at Minnehaha Academy. This school is a Christian college prep school that serves students from pre-kindergarten through 12th grade. Now, the explosion occurred at the upper school, which is designated for the high school students, 9th through 12th grade. Now, both of the individuals, the one who passed away as well as the one missing, worked at the school. Now, this is according to the latest information from the Associated Press, and this is coming from the Minneapolis Fire Department. We have no other additional details regarding those people at this time. Now, the school did release a statement earlier in the day saying all of its summer program students and staff were accounted for and safe. The school didn't immediately return a message seeking comment following the press conference by fire officials there. Now, contractors were at the school doing work on the building at the time of the blast, which investigators determined was caused by a gas explosion. 7 adults were hospitalized, including 3 with critical injuries. They were hospitalized at Hennepin County Medical Facility. Hennepin County is the county
According to fire officials, 3 people were rescued from the roof of the building following the explosion. We do know that one witness who lived across the street from the school said he was pulling weeds when the blast happened, and he ran over to the school to help a man from the rubble. He said he and a few other people found a man who was pinned. He said, quote, we just started digging. We kept digging, and gas was going, fire was going, and it's like, we're not going back until we get this guy out of here. We got him out, and they got him on a stretcher. So that was according to one witness who ended up helping rescue a man that was buried in the rubble. Now, the local newspaper there, the Star Tribune, reported that records show the company Master Mechanical was issued a permit back on June 7th for gas piping and hooking up to a meter at this specific address of the school. Now, the company official, Ryan Larson, released a statement saying that the company was monitoring the situation and that they referred all questions to the Minneapolis Fire Department. That spokesperson said that they would not confirm to the Associated Press that the company workers were on site, saying, we are trying to figure it out. Minnehaha Academy does have multiple buildings on campus. The school said the blast only affected the upper school, again, the high school there, that is home to 9th through 12th graders. Now, the governor of Minnesota also released a statement, Governor Mark Dayton, saying his office was in contact with city officials and the state will provide any and all resources necessary to help first responders and ensure that everyone is safe. Again, if we get any additional updates, any press conferences, we will carry that live here on News Now. We will, in the meantime, continue to show you these aerials coming in from Minneapolis, Minnesota. This wraps up my time here on News Now, but Mary Kate Gaffney will be joining you for more News Now over the course of the next few hours. Stay tuned.
Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. We're still continuing this live coverage for you right now out of Minneapolis, where a school exploded today. 1 confirmed dead, 1 missing, and several injured. I want to pull up the latest information for you guys that I know, which is a longtime receptionist at a Minneapolis school was killed, and a second staff member was missing today. That's still going on right now. You can see we have live pictures from the news chopper. This all happened after the building partially collapsed following a natural gas explosion. This information coming from the city's fire chief today. The explosion at the school happened at 10:20 a.m., causing 2 floors of this Christian private school to collapse over a basement. Family members and co-workers identified the victim as Ruth Berg, whose body was discovered from the rubble this afternoon. The identity of the missing person has not immediately become available. 7 other adults were hospitalized, including 3 with critical injuries. Assistant Fire Chief Brian Tyner confirmed that 3 people had initially been unaccounted for, but 1 of those people had been located unharmed. He says, quote, "This is a day of extreme heartbreak in Minneapolis. The school is loved." We're still streaming for you aerial footage of the school's campus showing part of the building crumbled, windows in other areas blown out and shattered, and bricks and other debris scattered about. 3 people were rescued from the roof of the building shortly after the explosion. Staff members said the explosion was, quote, "very loud and the ceiling tiles were falling out and the windows were imploding." A staff member who helps coach a summer program there was in the gym with 5 students at the time. He says, quote, "It sounded like a fright door shutting. It sounded like a large door shutting. And at the same time, the lights went out and there was some debris that fell from the ceiling. So we just got out as fast as possible," unquote. It didn't sound that bad on the inside of the gym, but coming outside, it was a lot worse, he said. City records show that Master Mechanical Incorporated was issued a permit on June 7th for, quote, "gas piping and hooking up meter" at the school's address. Ryan Larson, a company official there, released a statement saying the company was looking after the situation and referring all questions to the Minneapolis Fire Department. He says, quote, "Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone involved in the incident." Now, this school has multiple buildings on its campus. The school said the blast only affected the upper school and that all of the students in the building's gym at the time of the blast were okay. The governor there released a statement saying his office was in contact with city officials and the state will, quote, "provide any and all resources necessary to help first responders and ensure everyone is safe." It was not immediately clear how many people were in the building at the time of the explosion. Classes were not in session, but some children were on campus to participate in summer camps. We're keeping you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. We thank you for watching. Take a look at that. Just a scene right now of this explosion. You're able to watch live from the news chopper. We're still continuing this coverage of a school explosion in Minneapolis today. Everybody's still talking about this situation. One confirmed dead and one missing, plus several injured. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. We thank you for watching. Again, this was a natural gas explosion at a school in Minneapolis today. It collapsed part of the building, killing one person and hospitalizing 9 others. One person is still missing, and fire crews are assessing the safety of the rubble pile to attempt a rescue. The rescue mission is expected to continue throughout the night. Police said the victim and the missing person are both staff members from this academy, but they've not identified them any further than that. They also said the construction workers have been accounted for. Now, this school official says that its summer program students and its staff were accounted for and safe. An individual who was earlier believed to be missing was later found outside the area. But can you guys believe this? This was a natural gas explosion at a school here in Minneapolis. This could have happened anywhere. A lot of kids in summer school at this time, a lot of teachers at school right now, getting their curriculums ready for, students to come back in the fall. And this just happened at a regular academy in Minneapolis, I should say, today. A natural gas explosion caused this. I mean, look at this scene right now from the news chopper here. You wouldn't believe that this could happen at any school. You're sitting in summer school, you're just spending a regular day there with your teachers and your classmates, and this happens. And unfortunately, one person has died from this situation today. Of the 9 people taken to the hospital, 3 were in critical condition and 4 were in serious condition. So let's not hope that there are any more deaths in this situation. But again, we can tell you 3 people still in critical condition and 4 in serious condition. All of them are adults. The patients had fractures and head injuries, but no burns, which is always good news to hear. 2 floors and the center section of the building collapsed over a sub-basement, and there was heavy damage all throughout the school. Now, the structure of the building is still in question. Crews were called into the area to assess the structure of the building, and they were called to the area of the school boiler room to assist first responders and make the area safe. Now, this is a Christian school, and they do say that there was a gas leak and explosion at its multi-story upper school. So usually with schools like this, there are a lot of different buildings on the campus. So not the entire school suffered from this explosion, but you can see a large part of it, and you're taking a look at it right now from our news chopper on the Fox News Now stream. Again, a gas leak and explosion at the upper school here. And this house is grades 9 through 12. The academy has about 825 students in grades pre-K through 12, housed on 2 campuses. Now, the 2017 school year is set to begin August 23rd. Again, pulling out more details for you here about this school explosion today. A staff member says, I would imagine it would have been a lot more significant if it was during school time. It's a good thing that it's the summertime and probably limited the amount of people that were in the building. Witnesses detailed the scene as well. First responders said it looked like a great big hole in the building where the collapse occurred, with flames, shooting from one side of the building. Officer Dean Myler said 2 civilians on the scene helped rescue one man who was buried underneath the rubble. He also said officers were battling through thick flames and the smell of gasoline to rescue the unidentified adult male. Officers also warned people nearby to get away in case of a second explosion. So extremely dangerous scene here earlier today. Again, can you imagine this just happening? You know, maybe your kids are in summer school or you're in summer school, anyone that you know, and it's just a regular day here. I mean, this could have happened at any school, in your neighborhood, in your town. This gas leak that exploded a portion of this school here, and unfortunately, one person has been confirmed dead, one missing, and several injured. A very horrific scene here today. We'll try to keep you guys updated as much as we can live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm reading your comments as well in the live chat section of our YouTube stream. Elizabeth Barnett saying, very sad. Yeah, Elizabeth, I completely agree. It's extremely sad just thinking about how this could have happened anywhere, at our own school back home or to our kids. It's just a really sad scene, and I hope that we get more details on how exactly this could happen and how it can be prevented in the future. I mean, it seems as though a gas leak is something that we would know today how to prevent. But with old schools like these, it's one of those things that unfortunately has happened today, and we'll try to keep you guys updated. Thanks for watching. And everybody, just to keep you updated on other breaking news happening around the country, I do want to take you to this scene here. Let me just pull this up for you really quickly. A very bad crash here today in Phoenix, Arizona. This is a car accident at 19th Avenue and Greenway. 4 people involved. Take a look at the scene here. We'll try to get more details for you as we continue to stream this live on Fox News Now. Here's some more information for you guys just joining us. Phoenix Fire Department is on the scene of a vehicle accident at 19th Avenue and Greenway. Crews have treated and transported 3 adults in serious condition. A 4th adult has minor injuries, but will also be transported to the hospital. Phoenix PD will be in charge of investigating this accident. Let's see if Chopper can take us back to that actual accident here. If you guys are just joining us, you're going to want to see these live pictures here because it's just very shocking, and it's just a reminder, no texting and driving, always wear your seatbelt. Again, we don't know the cause of this crash, but it's just a good reminder for anybody driving today. Just remember to always wear your seatbelt. Don't text and drive, and just be careful. Always eyes on the road. We'll continue to stream this crash for you here live on the Fox News Now stream. Again, 3 adults in serious condition. Okay, there it is again, you guys. Take a look at this crash. Again, 4 adults involved in this crash, 3 in serious condition, 1 has minor injuries. All have been transported to the hospital. We'll continue to stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. This happened in Phoenix, Arizona today. We are showing you live pictures from the Skyfox chopper. Viewer discretion is advised on this crash scene here. If you're living here locally in Phoenix, this happened at 19th Avenue and Greenway. We'll keep you updated. After we show you more live pictures of this accident here, Chopper will also be heading to a water main break in Tempe. But right now, still continuing to show you pictures of this crash. Take a look at both cars, look completely totaled. Unsure how this crash happened today here at 19th Avenue and Greenway. We'll keep you updated on the reason of the crash, but we can tell you it's been 4 adults who were involved in this crash, 3 adults in serious condition and 1 adult in minor injuries, we should say, but they've been transported to the hospital as well. Phoenix PD will be in charge of investigating this accident and trying to figure out how this happened today. It's about 3:30 here in Phoenix. We got this information about 10 minutes ago, and we're just continuing to stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching.
Joining me now is my co-host Mike Page. Mike, this accident just happened about, well, we just got the information about 10 minutes ago. Have you ever seen anything this bad here locally in Phoenix? I mean, you probably have. You stream these events all the time. But...
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is, no wreck is ever the same, and...
Yeah, this looks really serious. Both those cars are completely totaled.
When I look at this, though, I always think to myself, okay, how did this happen?
I know, because, okay, are those two lanes...
Did one cross the median?
I'm wondering if that's what happened, because I'm just thinking about how this collision could have happened. Again, I did mention to you guys earlier that Skyfox would be leaving and moving to a water main break. It looks like they have left the scene. They're giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now. But yeah, that wreck there was pretty bad at 19th Avenue and Greenway.
Yeah, very sad.
Thanks for watching. You guys are getting a live look at the Capitol building right now, but as soon as Chopper heads to that water main break, I'll take you there if it looks interesting enough. But in the meantime, I want to pull up the next top story for you here in the show, keeping you updated on all world news, local news, and news from across the United States. Just 1 second. Let's take you now to NASA. The Italian space station veteran discusses life in space with Italian media.
Houston station, we are ready.
European Space Agency, this is Mission Control, Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is ESA PIO, Jules Thierry at RZ headquarters. How do you hear me?
Hazy headquarters station, Jules, good morning. Actually, good afternoon, I would say. We read you loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Paolo. Indeed, we're here in Rome with a lot of journalists who are eager to ask you their questions. We're also here with Bernardo Patti, representative of ESA, and Director General of the Agenzia Spaziale Italiana, Anna Sirica. I give her the mic for a small word of introduction, and then we'll go on with the questions. Anna.
Thanks so much. Ciao Paolo.
Hi Paolo. Greetings from President Battiston and the agency that is following you, and here's the first question.
Buon pomeriggio, Paolo.
Good afternoon, Paolo. Giorgio Pacifici, Rai TG2. You're on the ISS to also understand the mechanisms of getting older, and you, at 60 years old and on your third mission, are in perfect shape. So going to space and being in microgravity is good for you, as you demonstrate, or as they say, it's not good for you because you're having osteoporosis and bone loss and degeneration of muscle tone.
Giorgio,
thank you for the question.
Volevo Innanzitutto ringraziare
I wanted, first of all, to thank
Anna per
Anna for the introduction and greetings back to President Battiston and Bernardo Patti and all those who are there. So, Giorgio, getting older, if it's good or bad going to space, it's an interesting question because we should look at it under several points of view. Let's say that the space environment is different from what we find on Earth, so the things work a little bit differently. There are systems that don't like being in absence of gravity, like the skeletal system. After all, we don't need our skeleton here, so the body, of course, tries to get rid of it. The other thing is there is a high radiation environment because we're not protected by the atmosphere. So there is higher pressure in our body. So I don't know if you can see it, but my face is a little bit bloated. My eyes are a little bit puffy because of this. But in general, I would say that going to space, you don't have to be a Superman. You have to be a regular person. I don't know if it's good for you to stay in space for a long time, like 6 months or a year, and that's why we are on the ISS, also to understand how the body behaves so that we can learn more, so that we can work better on Earth, but also we can continue exploration in the future on the various planets of the solar system and maybe even outside of the solar system.
Ciao Paolo.
Hi Paolo, this is Enrica Battifoglia from ANSA. I see you in great shape and I'm very happy. I wanted to ask you this. In a few days, you will once again be operating the robotic arm of the ISS, but this time you will welcome a spacecraft from a private agency that built it for NASA. I wanted to ask you how this feels and what kind of thoughts this event affects you in terms of how the space market is changing. Well, personally, I'm very happy that there's this evolution where space is not only the privilege of a few nations and people and governments that can afford to have these unlimited funds if they want, but also we're starting to become a place where we can do some commerce and tourism and open these opportunities to industries so that they may utilize the ISS in the best way. I'm personally very happy about this. That means that we'll have the opportunity in the future as governments to focus on what the companies can't do yet, like explorations long-term, because these are activities that don't have a return on investment, so they can't do it. And also I'm happy that I can answer to all those who tell me, Paolo, this is your last mission. I can say, you never know, maybe as a professional astronaut, but maybe in the future when prices are going to go down, maybe I'm also going to be able to buy a ticket to go take a tour in space. And this time I'll be able to be on the window the whole time so that I can fully enjoy this microgravity.
Ciao Paolo.
Hi Paolo. Marta Melli from Sky TG24. Your wife in the first link said that your children wanted to jump in the rocket with you to follow you in space. What did you tell them before you left? And how did you say goodbye? And have you heard from them since you've been an ISS? And how did you talk about Max's little transformer? Yes, I talked to my wife and kids in video conference. This past Sunday, we had a 10-minute teleconference, and it was interesting to see both Sophia and Max. They came and they said goodbye, and they were really happy to have lived this experience. It was a beautiful experience for all. For them, I have to say, it's almost a normal thing. Actually, Max didn't quite understand the importance of giving me something that I could bring to space. In fact, this was a problem. It was a problem trying to get something from him, but he gave me the transformer, but the smaller one, because the other ones are his and he wants to play with them. For them, it's normal, and it's good that it's that way, because they're the future, and these things that are exceptional for us, for them, are normal. But for them, when they grow up, the same thing is going to happen with them and their children.
Ciao Paolo.
Ciao Paolo. Nicoletta Cottone from Sole 24 Ore. Italy has an Italian on the ISS, but we also have a lot of Italy on the station. How many parts of the station are also due to Italian technology and engineering? I have to say Italy and the Italian Space Agency, and in conjunction with ESA, have worked very hard so that Italian industry and technology could be utilized, on one hand, with programs that now give work to our local industries, and on the other hand, to make sure that these industries would produce products that would be at the level of the rest of the world with technology and science. So what you see here today is the U.S. lab on the ISS. We usually do these conferences in the European lab, but today it's completely utilized by an experiment by the European Space Agency, the Mare-Sarco lab, so we couldn't do it there today. That's one of the labs that's a little bit shorter. It's more or less 2/3 of this one. That's an Italian product. The nodes that you can see back there behind me, that's node 1. That's not an Italian product, but node 2 on the other side, and node number 3, and the PMM, and the cupola are all Italian products built either for ESA or for NASA. So we have done a lot. We have done a lot of good. We certainly have to maintain this high level and this commitment, because it helps us all in very many ways. Good day, Paolo. Marilu Lucrezio from TG1. You have 200 experiments to follow, but also a lot of free time. How are you going to use it? To be honest, free time is from the evening around 9 p.m. through the morning around 6 a.m., 7 a.m. 6 a.m. is the alarm, 7 we start work. So that should be time that you dedicate to sleeping and doing normal things. We have the opportunity to call when we have satellite. We have the opportunity to exchange email messages with a restricted number of people, to be honest. So what I like the most, or what I like to do, is to try and get everybody involved using social media. We have a series of abilities to send messages through the various social media platforms. So, of course, pictures from the cupola or pictures inside the station. They're the things that help us so that we can bring everyone into space. So I think the majority of my time will be dedicated to this. I should say the majority of my free time will be dedicated to this.
Ciao Paolo.
Hi Paolo. Adriana Aquino from AD Kronos. Good to see you so well. We talked about Italian industry. I wanted to ask you how the Vita mission that you just began will give a further push to the space economy of our country. Well, this is a complex question. You are the Italian Space Agency. I invite you to ask this question to the president and director of the Italian Space Agency, who are those who, in a way, they implement the Italian space policy. So as far as I'm concerned, the ability of having Italian astronauts on orbit, we had Luca Parmitano and Samantha Cristoforetti, and Luca is once again scheduled for a mission in not too long from now. The fact that we have a constant presence also means that we give common people a way to see that we're in space and that this is important so we can support these activities. Of course, the Italian Space Agency, aside from being able to put a good number of experiments on board specifically for industry and research in Italy, has a series of plans to be able to maintain these activities as long as they're compatible with the budget and funds available, and eventually allow these things to grow, because we've seen that through these activities, the activities in space have a return on investment. Hi, Paolo. Paolo Viceviti from Messaggero. The body adapts to microgravity. Could it be that we have this in our DNA? Well, I have to believe yes. I have to say, coming here to space in a place like this, very different, could be and is certainly a traumatic moment for the body from a physical point of view, but for the mind too, because you have to learn how to move using your hands and staying still using your feet, because otherwise, if you don't use your feet, you're going to fly away while you work with your hands. It takes relatively little time to reset the mind and the body in this situation. Whereas coming back to Earth, so coming back under gravity, is a very heavy thing, complex. It takes days, if not weeks. Actually, I would say months to come back to normal. In my previous mission, in the data that I saw, I became normal again. I became an Earthling again about 6 months after the mission. Whereas here, few days and you're an extraterrestrial. So maybe we do have that in our DNA, or maybe in our DNA we have the fact that we're very flexible as humans. We don't know it, but we are. We're very adaptable. So coming here allows us to discover this interesting side of our capabilities. Good day. Paola Buttini, the Rai News 24. This is your third mission in orbit. What's different since the last ones in terms of your emotions? Is there something that surprised you, or is it like you remember it? Well, I have to say that in general, I found the station more or less the way I left it. A little more complex, a lot more activities. The control centers have focalized now on utilization of the station. So right now we do a lot of utilization, whereas earlier we used to spend a lot of time maintaining the station to make sure it worked. But in general, it's the same thing. It's more or less the same thing. It's interesting how here we definitely within a day, you go from incredible things. You do things that have to do with metallurgy, to the human body, to animals. It's incredible. And this is a discovery of how it's truly interesting and complex. It was before, it still is, but I'm surprised in this past couple of days on the things you can do. I'm here doing a video conference with you, but back there in the airlock, my colleague Randy Brasnik is setting up the spacesuits for the spacewalk. Up ahead in the European lab, there are 2 cosmonauts who are running the European experiment. In the Japanese lab, up ahead, my colleague Jack Fisher is putting together part of the airlock. So incredible things, really interesting. Hi, Paolo. Paolo D'Angelo. I ask you a question from Giuliana Grimaldi. Social media has shortened the distance between you and all the smartphones of the world. How does that feel? Hi, Paolo. Thank you for the question. I have the logo for the mission that was created in cooperation with the European Space Agency and Italian Space Agency and Maestro Pistoletto, with the symbol of the third paradise, which for me as an engineer is a little bit strange. I had to get into this artistic dimension. It's important for me that in these missions we not only think about technical things and scientific, but also things about philosophy and art. The idea that the Italian Space Agency and European Space Agency have thought about creating this application to make sure that we can unite space and Earth through the sign of the third paradise, so we can build this enormous mosaic of pictures. For me, this is a really interesting thing. I don't know where we're going to get to and what's going to happen, but this is part of art. To understand, you never know when you start sculpting a statue what's going to come out. If it's something that the world is going to treasure for a long time, or if it's going to be lost. I'm excited about this project, this program, and I hope that it will be successful and that will bring me to Earth and you to space. This was the last question. Thank you, Paolo.
In orbit, and see you very soon.
Thank you, Jules. I would like to say again thank you to you for mediating this event. Grazie di nuovo.
Thank you again to the Italian Space Agency and the European Space Agency for this link-up and to have allowed us to have the opportunity to bring Italy back into space and to give me the opportunity to be here on orbit on the International Space Station. We're at the beginning of the mission, so we will try to have some fireworks if we can do it here on the space station, and we'll talk again soon. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you for the questions.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Thank you all for...
Okay, everyone, giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now. We're going to take you to a press conference here locally in Phoenix where police reported a, quote, incident at a jail here on 4th Avenue. That's all we know for now, is that there was an incident at a jail. Let's take you to the press conference right now. We've got live pictures. Hasn't started yet, but we're here early and we're ready to hear what happened.
Good. Shut off your cell phones, please, or put them on silent. No, don't shut them off, right? So right as the sheriff starts to speak, we're going to send news releases to everybody. So you'll have those in your emails. Your desks will have those. There's a video link in the news release that I think you'll be very interested in seeing. Okay, so he'll be out in just a minute. For those in radio, he's not going to do one-on-ones afterward or TV. So your sound bites, your actualities will come from here, or if you're monitoring the Facebook Live feed. Okay? Any questions before I vacate here? Okay.
Again, we're streaming live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Police reported an incident at a jail. We have no other details but that. We're going to figure out exactly what happened today. This is a jail on 4th Avenue in Phoenix, Arizona. Looks like Sheriff's speaking now.
Up on top here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just double check, make sure it's recording. So. Yes.
Good. All right. Thank you for being here. Just after 5 a.m. this morning, Maricopa County Sheriff's Office deputies, working in partnership in an investigation with the Department of Public Safety, Mesa Police Department, ACTIC, Phoenix Police Department, Transit, were led to a home in Mesa where they effected an arrest on Michael Areola. He is a 27-year-old male, responsible, will be facing charges for on 2 occasions in the last 48 hours throwing incendiary devices at the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office Detention Center here. The first incident occurred Tuesday morning at about 2 a.m. when he drove up to a space where detainees and bonds are paid, where we have a regular flow of citizens from the community going in and outside the doors, as well as our employees. He drove up in his vehicle and threw what could be described as a Molotov cocktail at the building, which lit up in flames. There was a citizen in close proximity who had to run from the area. At that time, we only had a vehicle description, a partial plate. But the deputies and the detention officers, through dedication and hard work, began the investigation, not only to identify the suspect, but to ensure the safety of our employees and all those within this facility. The suspect returned in the same vehicle later that same day at about 7 in the evening, where he pulled up just in front of this space here and lobbed 2 Molotov cocktails, both striking the area, engulfing in flames. He then fled. It was through not only hard detective work, technology, intelligence, and a collaborative effort of all the agencies that they were able to narrow down what was a pool of about 200 similar vehicles down to 4. Once we identified the 4 vehicles, the deputies were working not only in undercover capacity but enforcement, along with the detention officers here, narrowed it down to 1 location where they encountered the suspect, took him into custody, and recovered evidence not only from his vehicle but from within inside his home. He made statements to the effect of his responsibility over these crimes. I want to speak about where we are, and as you see behind me, this is not a Maricopa County Sheriff's Office facility. This is a facility paid for by the residents of Maricopa County on behalf of the Sheriff's Office to detain those who are responsible for crimes. At any given time, we have approximately 1,700 detainees inside this building. We have approximately 200 Sheriff's Office employees, deputies, detention officers, and civilian employees. We also serve all the greater municipal law enforcement agencies who utilize this facility to transport prisoners and to conduct law enforcement business. It was not only a danger to the pedestrian who was nearby, but everyone in this building. And quite frankly, this is an attack on law enforcement and the law enforcement community. It is an attack on the community at large, whether it is this facility, a school, a church, or anything that is the foundation of this community. An attack such as this will not be tolerated. And as the sheriff, as I did in the last 48 hours, I will, in all cases such as these, dedicate all necessary resources to ensure that those responsible for these acts are immediately apprehended and held accountable. I've spoken with the county attorney about aggressive prosecution for these crimes. We are fortunate that no one was severely hurt. You will all have access to the video that depicts this crime in progress on both occasions. You will see the volatility of the firebombs and the potential for danger. During these trying times, I don't care what potential motive there may have been or other factors. This is unacceptable in all circumstances. The men and women inside these buildings, no different than anywhere in this community, sacrifice for those that they serve. An attack on this community should be appalling to everyone. It will not be tolerated. And as I said, I will use all the power and resources at my access in this crime and others that pose a threat to the safety of this community. I'm happy to answer your questions now.
Was he an inmate here at any time?
He has been an inmate detained here in the past, and you will be receiving his information relative to his name and his background. Donna? We have, the information he shared. I'm not going to share that, and I'll tell you why. You'll find out down the road. I find those things to be distractions. Oftentimes we'll find people to maybe look for justification in acts such as this when there is none. So his motive, whether it is substantial or irrelevant, does never ever justify this type of action. We are a civilized society with laws that we enforce in order to keep the peace and ensure that all in the community are safe. And when we see individuals act in this manner, no matter what their mental state of justification or motive may be, is never acceptable and will never tolerate it.
With that said, do you consider this an act of terrorism?
I'm going to leave. I think it's an act of terrorism in the manner that it is an attack on individuals who work in this building, and that the method that he used was extremely dangerous and aggressive. I'm not going to frame that in the framework of something that we see on a more global scale.
Can you describe a little bit more specific as far as what did he admit to?
He admitted to the actions themselves, that he came here and lofted what I described as these are my words, Molotov cocktails at this building, on 2 occasions, actually 3 incendiary devices at the building.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the technology used to capture it?
Absolutely. We not only used surveillance footage that was a collaboration of all the agencies I spoke with, who helped us identify video throughout the downtown area and the valley to help obtain a better description of the vehicle, the plate, and to track his whereabouts. We also used intelligence through the Act Center to try to track down potential suspects and to take that field of 200 vehicles and narrow it to a scope where we could look geographically of where the vehicle was last seen, along with descriptions that were consistent and other factors to narrow it down to 4 or 5 vehicles that we believed could have been involved.
Can you describe the device? Was it of sophisticated nature or raw?
It is no more or less than what we have seen in the movies and otherwise. It was bottles which contained a flammable fluid with a cloth or tissue paper wick that was ignited and lofted from the vehicle, smashing into the building and onto the sidewalk. And as I said, you'll have access to that video that shows a citizen who was here to pick up an inmate that was due to be released as the flames went up and he fled from that area for his safety. Right now, he's our only suspect in custody. These investigations are always fluid and ongoing, so I'm not going to eliminate the potential that there could have been other factors or other individuals involved.
Did he say whether this was personal against you?
Again, I'm going to refrain from that because I think, from my perspective, and forgive me, it distracts from the core element of what occurred here today, an attack on our community.
Talk about the painstaking process of just narrowing all of those vehicles down to 4.
To put it in perspective, from the first incident, keep in mind, we don't just have one facility, we have multiple facilities. And through painstaking effort, we made sure we communicated with many in the downtown area, as well as our employees at all their areas, because we were unsure if this was going to be isolated just to 4th Avenue, or if other facilities would have been the target. So the effort to notify our employees to ensure that they were aware of these factors as they came and left work for their own safety was a big part of the process, including other governmental agencies. The investigation, as it began to its conclusion, was really within about 24 to 28 hours from the first incident until when he was in custody. And as the sheriff, taking phone calls through the night, laying my head down on the pillow for a short time frame as this was ongoing, I had the utmost confidence that this team would have him in custody before I woke up the next morning, which they did. And to the deputies, to the jail investigative team, to all the other agencies who were involved in this, the work was nothing less than exceptional. And it's a shame that we're talking about a tragic incident and crime such as this, but it should give this community the utmost confidence that the men and women who serve, not only inside detention, but in the enforcement side, are exceptional at what they do when it comes to fighting crime and getting violent criminals off the street. They are committed to the safety of those that they serve. I'll get right back to you. He was arrested without incident when he was first confronted. There was a short time frame when he was out of visibility, but the actual apprehension was without incident, and there was no other conflict. I'll come right back to you, Donna. As I said, right now he's the only suspect, but the investigation is still ongoing, so it is undetermined if there was anyone else that was directly or indirectly involved. Okay. We're absolutely on high alert, although we know that there was, at least at this point, we've concluded one stage of the investigation. We live in a time where, unfortunately, there is still a challenge with the relationship in some pockets, in some areas, and with those who have disdain for law enforcement, where you're always at risk. So not only are we putting our lives on the line to keep others safe who are victims of crime, but we know that day in, day out, when you put this uniform on, unfortunately, we become a target. So we will always have work with vigilance and be dedicated to ensure our safety and that of others.
Did you have any? Looking at the presence here of your deputies, was he acting alone?
Again, I mean, that's at this stage, he is our only suspect on an ongoing investigation. If further information determines that others were involved in some way, the investigation will lead us there. But right now, I have no reason to state otherwise than that he was the sole suspect.
These are more questions. Did he have any capability to provide another attack? Were you able to find evidence of the possibility of more coming?
There was evidence recovered both from his vehicle and his home, consistent with the incendiary devices that he used at the facility.
Last question.
Sir, when asked and kind of answering, have you been the target of direct threat?
During my tenure as sheriff?
Regarding this incident.
Regarding this incident. No, I don't believe this was personal about me, Don.
Have you had any personal threats?
As sheriff, unfortunately, or in any law enforcement capacity and leadership, it is part of the process where people target their frustrations towards the leader of the organization. I have great men and women who look out for not only the safety of the community, but my own safety. So we will take these things on head on, not being concerned with those elements, understanding we have a role and responsibility.
You're not worried about a second suspect. What's with all the cops who shut down the road and SWAT team and everybody else?
Well, part of that is for traffic control, just to ensure that we could provide this setting for you and have an undisturbed news conference. But no, our teams will be on high alert, not only just because of this incident, but just going forward as they have been in the past. This is not the first time that someone has acted out in an aggressive or violent way as it relates to law enforcement professionals. It won't be the last time. It's not something we should have to tolerate or accept, but unfortunately, it is something that we deal with on a regular basis. Again, I thank you for being here. You will get the video. You'll get more information regarding the crime in the news release. I appreciate what you do, but I can ask to the community at large as well as to the media to recognize we're in partnership when these things occur to get violent people off the street. We're dependent on you and your support and your efforts to have trust and confidence in what we're doing, but to also be a part of the process to solve crimes and get criminals off the street. Thank you very much.
You should have the video in your phones right now. If you hit the link, you should be able to get it.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now. That was an update coming from Phoenix, Arizona, about an incident that happened at a jail here on 4th Avenue where a suspect threw explosive devices at the jail. Luckily, no one's severely injured. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. In the meantime, pulling up the next top story for you here. Taking you now to a press conference out of Charlotte, North Carolina, where a man has been accused of assaulting his wife and killing her parents. He's just turned himself in, but let's hear what they have to say about this incident.
For what is an important get-together. I know that you've been keeping this situation, this story on the front burner for the better part of 4 days now, for good reason. Fair to say that this has been a tremendously difficult time for the Gordon family, for Keecher Smith, the surviving victim in this case. Probably an awfully concerning time for our community as well. Anytime you have information that there is a killer in our community that hasn't been apprehended, we have to do anything and everything we can to allay that public fear, just as much as we do in ensuring public safety. We do have a resolution in the case that we're going to discuss in just a couple of moments. I know that all of you have received a press release kind of outlining some of the developments in the case. In just a couple of moments, I'm going to introduce Captain Chris Dozier. He's with Homicide. He's going to go over how this all developed today, some of the nuance concerning the case, and do his best to get some questions answered. So without further delay, I want to introduce Captain Chris Dozier.
Good evening, everybody. I appreciate you coming here today. I wanted to give an update on the double homicide that occurred on Red Clay Boulevard on Friday. We did take into custody today Mr. Vernell Smith, Jr. He was charged with 2 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, kidnapping, and several other charges in relation to this case. The victim has been notified, the surviving victim, Ms. Smith, has been notified of his arrest. We do want to express that this offers some resolution to her, although this is a very difficult time for her. We hope that this arrest will have some type of comfort to her and her family. Mr. Smith contacted CMPD and turned himself in voluntarily. We picked Mr. Smith up at a location that he felt comfortable with and brought him to the law enforcement center here, and he's currently being interviewed by detectives. Just want to give also a word to our detectives who worked very hard on this case. Any cases involving this type of situation where you have a family that has just been utterly destroyed by this individual and his actions, it wears very hard on them on a personal level, not just a professional level. They want to get this person in custody. They want to find resolution to this case and give justice to the family. And that's what we've done today. We also had the help of other law enforcement agencies across North Carolina and across the country who helped us in bringing Mr. Smith into custody and bringing this case to this resolution. Again, there's no other suspects at this point that we're looking for in this case, and hopefully, again, this will allow Ms. Smith and her family to move on.
Questions for Captain Dozier?
When did Vernell Smith call you guys, and when did this all happen?
This happened this afternoon, about 3:45 is when he made first contact with an officer.
Can you say anything about the conversation? Was it lengthy at all, or did he? Can you give us kind of an idea what he said to you?
I can't give you any details about the contact he made with the officer and the conversation, but obviously it was him reaching out to us and wanting to bring this to a peaceful end.
Did he say anything to you when you went to pick him up?
Again, I can't talk on the comments that he made or any discussion he had with the officers.
Did he give any indication that he's been out of state or where he's been the last 5 days?
Right. We're working on that. Hopefully his interview will have more detail about his whereabouts during this time. Other than that, I can't comment further.
Was there always evidence that he was still in this area and that he was basically alive and well?
Our apprehension team, VCAT, was following all leads. There was a lot of information coming in. I can't verify his whereabouts again, so I can't really comment on that other than to say that they followed up on every lead that we had, and there was a lot of information that they had to go through.
I know they're still basically just in the process of talking to him, but do you have any better idea in terms of why he did this?
Again, yeah, hopefully the interview is going to bring some light, his perspective on this, but obviously this is just the type of crime that was committed. We want to have some answers on that, but right now, the motive, we hope to get more from him on what happened.
Captain, how's the survivor doing?
She physically is going to be okay. Obviously, mentally, emotionally, this is going to be something that she's going to have to work through, live with the rest of her life. But I can say that physically, she's going to fully recover.
And these were her parents, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the relationship, their ex-husband and wife?
She was currently married at the time, yes.
She's currently married to him?
She is, yes.
Husband and wife, Vernell Smith. And
that is correct. Mm-hmm.
Do you, was he in communication with any friends or any relatives of his? Did anybody help persuade him to give himself up?
I can't comment on that. I don't know what conversations he had with anybody else as far as what persuaded him to do this.
Guys, I'm going to get the captain back. Needless to say, there's a lot of work to do. His folks are up there, busy working as we speak. Anything in the way of any developments will be released through press releases to your respective desks. Again, we appreciate the last-minute turnout like this. Wish we had more to release at this point, but some things that they're really trying to determine as we speak. And again, any kind of developments we'll be sure to push out in the way of a press release. Everybody good? Appreciate it.
Not responding.
Okay, everybody, taking you to the next top story here in the show, keeping you updated on all world news, an update from the United Nations.
Good morning, everybody. Let me just start by apologizing for not being able to be with you yesterday. It was, for some reason, out of my control, so I want to apologize for that. And let me just try to walk you through the POW of the month of August. And I will start by the main events in the POW. The first event will be today. We will have a threat to international peace and security, preventing terrorism from acquiring weapons. We will adopt a resolution drafted by Egypt, and so that will be the first adoption. We will have also a PRST on Burundi. The next event will be on Thursday, tomorrow, about sanctions. We still will be working on kind of product from the council. We don't know if it will be a resolution or a PRST, but still working on with our colleagues about that. But we will have a briefing. We will have the briefing anyway on the Thursday. Meal briefers, I call it will be the DPA, Mr. Tybrook. On the next one will be on the 25th. We will have the cooperation between the United Nations and the League of Arab States. The briefer will be the Secretary General of the United Nations and the Secretary General of the Arab League. Until now, we don't know yet if the briefer, Mr. Abul Ghait, will brief us from via VTC, or he will come to New York. This point was still pending. The last event will be on the 29th, and we will have an open debate about peacekeeping operation, peace building, and sustaining peace. This will be the third one. We will have here 3 briefers. We are the DIG, still not confirmed yet, but we ask her to come and brief us. The second will be Yusuf Mahmoud from the Hippo, and the third one will be Ambassador Rosenthal. So that will be the main. We will have 2 AOVs, one on Yemen and one on UNMIL. We're still looking for a slot to put them there. So that's mainly the main event. The others, as usual, are the usual issues. We will have also 2 adoptions on the 30th. We will have an adoption on AMISOM and another adoption of UNIFIL. That will be the other 2 adoptions of resolutions. I guess that's it. I'm on Yemen, and that's it. And I'm open to any questions or any. Please.
Thank you, Ambassador. On behalf of the UN Correspondents Association, thank you for coming to do this briefing, and you're forgiven for cancelling on us yesterday. I'm Sherwin Briceby, South African Broadcasting. I don't want to ask you about anything on your program of work, but on Venezuela. At what point, I mean, we're seeing reports that the country's on the brink of civil war, the situation is deteriorating. We saw attempts by the United States to put it on the Security Council agenda. At what point does a situation like this become a concern for the Security Council?
Look, I'm here to answer as the president of Security Council. I'm not here as my capacity as the president of Egypt. I'm just speaking on behalf of the Security Council as the president of Security Council. Until now, I think, of course, there is some concern, but at the end of the day, we see it as an internal affairs. Well, it did not harm the international peace and security right now, from my point of view. But at the end of the day, if the Americans or any other countries will ask for an AOV, we'll do it. Please.
Thanks a lot. Matthew Lee, Intercity Press, on behalf of the Free UN Coalition for Access. Thanks for the briefing, and hopefully we'll see you at the stakeout during the month whenever there's consultations. But I wanted to ask you, and I'm hoping, I guess both as president and if you can, Egypt's own experience with sanctions. I know there's the meeting on Thursday and that there's a draft resolution. I wanted to. It seemed that you're proposing a working group to look at sanctions and their impact on. If this is accurate. My question is, it seems like, one, there's some pushback, or at least I asked yesterday the new Russian ambassador. He said we're still working it through. How much is Egypt's experience with the experts on South Sudan a part of this, as some people think? And what do you think could be improved about the sanctions regimes of the UN? What do you want to see done through the resolution and otherwise by council members? Thanks.
Thank you so much. It's a very important question. I think it is important to rationalize the sanctions committee. You know, we as Egypt, we did an area formula, I think 2 weeks ago. We had the country concerned, the countries that came out of sanctions, and the countries that are still under sanctions regime, like DRC. It was important to listen to them, to listen to their experience, and try to see what went wrong. How can we improve the sanction regime? The sanction regime, at the end of the day, it is not an end. It's a mean, and it's one of the tools of the Security Council. So it is important to try to rationalize it, to make it even more efficient. So that's really what the aim of what we wanted to do in this resolution. Until this moment, you are right. We're still working on with other country members and Security Council members. We try. We will have a product at some point about this issue.
Just one follow-up on the South Sudan experts, where they talked specifically about particular arms sales to South Sudan.
Yeah.
Do you think that you were treated fairly? What could be done to improve, I guess, the expert system in terms of what goes into the report? Do you think it's false? And does this process could it solve that or make some change to the way reports are written? Thanks.
There is no arm embargo on South Sudan. So whatever is in the report, I have no comment to it. But until this moment, there is no arm sanctions embargo on this.
Mr. Ambassador, Rosalind Jordan with Al Jazeera English. Good to see you, sir. I have a question about the UN's role in trying to help resolve the rift among some members of the GCC.
Yes.
If this were to be brought before the Council, would you act in your capacity as president to hold this discussion? And doesn't the UN have a role, given that the various members of the GCC are involved in issues that are important not just to countries in the Middle East, but to countries around the world? The fight against al-Qaeda, the fight against ISIL, trying to restore peace to Syria and to Yemen. What is your comment on all this, sir?
Let me tell you something. I don't think the rift between the Gulf countries had nothing to do with the Security Council. I don't see it. We already, our position, you're talking about the 4 countries, about Qatar. I think our position was very clear from the beginning, and I don't think that the issue will be brought to the Security Council. I don't know. Can you specify a little bit your question? I'm not. Can you specify a little bit what you
in particular, when you talk about the ongoing efforts to try to end the war in Syria, when you have the various countries all providing some sort of support either to the opposition fighters or, in the case of Russia, providing support to the Syrians, isn't it in the interest of Russia and of the United States that the GCC rift be resolved as quickly as possible, and if necessary, be brought to the United Nations Security Council in order to make that happen more quickly?
Yeah, but it does happen in any way. What the Security Council had to do with this issue, with the rift between the Gulf countries? Had nothing to do.
It's a matter of security. It's a matter of people's lives being put in danger. It's a matter of trying to restore and retain the national boundaries of all the countries involved.
What do you mean the national boundaries? There is no way. All the national boundaries are intact. What's really? I don't understand your question really.
It's a matter of national security. The United States and Russia have troops in the region.
Yes.
Other countries in Europe have troops and national security interests in the region. And certainly the people who live in the region have had many decades of enjoying and engaging with each other across free boundaries with respect to national sovereignty. This ongoing rift, some could argue, is putting all of that, both the issues of dealing with terrorist groups and the issue of promoting regional unity at risk.
We try to solve it. We try to, but it's not up to us. I think the position of the Gulf countries and the other Gulf countries and Egypt, I think the 4 countries was very clear. So we are waiting for a positive response from Qatar. That's really how I see it right now. There is nothing that I can add about that.
Thank you, Ambassador. Best wishes for a successful presidency. My question, well, it will include both the sanctions and non-proliferation. North Korea, again, violated the sanctions, made a launch of ballistic missiles, long-range ballistic missiles. Apart from U.S. Permanent Representative statement, what the Security Council sees, since North Korea is a client, a permanent client at the Council, and with a number of sanctions resolutions mandated by the Council, and we haven't seen really any move or any call to further strengthen the implementation of these resolutions. Where does the Council stand on that issue, especially during this month and after the recent launch? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that there is some talks right now between the 15 members, and especially between the United States and China about this issue. I saw the latest statement by Ambassador Nikki Haley about there is no need to get it now in the Security Council if we can have business as usual and we will have another resolution. But that's the position of the United States. But until this moment, I think we are working on something and a product. My latest information that still it will take a little bit of time on this.
Thank you, Nizar Aboud of Al Madin Television, Lebanon.
Which television?
Al Mayadeen television in Lebanon. The question is about Al-Aqsa and Al-Haram Qudsi Sharif. Yesterday we seen the settlers storming the Al-Haram protected by the police themselves. So are you going to revisit this issue again during this month? Do you think, can you imagine holding another emergency meeting in case things deteriorate, especially it is a matter of peace and security for the region?
No, thank you. It's if there is any escalation, of course, there is a possibility that we can ask for an AOB. But until this moment, I think the major crises have been avoided, and we are working with our concerned countries like Jordan and Israel, and I think we managed, like I said at the beginning, to avoid a big crisis on this. But until this moment, I think things are relatively calm. But I think we have to look closely to this. But if there is an escalation, we might ask for an AOB.
Ambassador, my question was about Yemen. There was a proposal, I think, a U.S.-British proposal to send letters from the Security Council to the parties. Can you tell us where that is at? And why is there not a formal meeting on Yemen scheduled?
There is an AOB about Yemen.
An AOB?
An AOB about Yemen.
On the world's worst humanitarian crisis?
Yeah, it's about Yemen. So it will include everything. But to tell you want to ask about Yemen?
Okay, about the letters.
So will be briefing and consultation, yes. But we don't know yet in what slot we're going to put it. But there will be a briefing and a consultation about Yemen. Still, it's on hold with
Can you tell us, what's the discussion about, whether or not this is a good idea?
There is some countries that didn't think that the role of the Security Council is to send letters. That's it. It's better to work on something to try to alleviate the humanitarian situation in Yemen. Please.
ثانك يو امباسدور. انا رشاد اتكلم بالعربيه طبعا. اسالك رشاد
يا رئيس رشاد القدر. I have two questions. The first, the mic is off. I have two questions. The first, I addressed the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Qatar. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Qatar said that he wished that the Security Council would help mending the rift in the GCC countries. What is your comment? My second question is related to Yemen. Yemen is subject to the worst humanitarian crisis in the history since World War II. 17 million are prone to die because of insecurity and lack of medications due to the internal and external war by the coalition countries led by Saudi Arabia. Why do not you adopt a resolution in the Security Council while you preside over the Council in August to stop the war against Yemen and to take measures with consultations with all parties? Allow me to respond to the first question about the pronouncements by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Qatar. I heard those announcements and I said the demands by the four countries are clear and we are waiting for Qatar to deal with these demands in a positive manner to provide positive response. As to the second question, there are some proposals from Ismail Sheikh Ahmed, the Special Representative of the Secretary General, to improve the humanitarian and the political situation in Yemen. And being member to the Security Council, and I do believe all other members to the Council will respond to the demands by Ismail Sheikh Ahmed so that we can help improve the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Yemen.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and good luck on the presidency. It's Pamela Falk from CBS News. I want to follow up on the previous question about DPRK. I understand there are divisions on the Council, and the U.S. and China are talking about a resolution, but in your national capacity or as president of the council, do you think it's worthwhile to have a Security Council meeting given the 2 ballistic missile launches in 1 month of North Korea?
If there will be a demand from any countries, of course we'll put it in the program of work. So I think it's a great, of course, and we think also that the DPK are in violation of international of the international law and all the sanctions. So if there will be a demand from any country, of course we'll abide with it.
And in your national capacity?
Yes, it is my national. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. This ended up on the floor. There's been an Iranian missile launch. I wondered what Egypt's view was on whether this broke any measures in the resolution that was adopted after the nuclear deal in 2015, or whether you expect the Council to take this up. And as a follow-up question on your answer on sanctions, you said, I think it's important to rationalize. I wondered if you could elaborate on exactly how you think that should be done.
You talk about the sanctions?
Yeah.
I start with the sanctions, of course. Like I said before, I think it is important to rationalize the sanctions in a way that that there has to be a kind of, for example, exit strategy from the beginning. How the sanctions can be avoided, how the sanctions can be more effective, how the sanctions cannot affect the humanitarian life of the people of the country, how we can talk to this country concerned. Well, I like to see, we want to have a continuous evaluation of the sanctions to see what went wrong, how we can make it better. That's exactly the aim of the sanction. And I think it was very clear when we had the area of Olmera that all countries really wanted to have this kind of reviewing, of continuous reviewing of the sanctions. Please. Sorry. Can you repeat the questions?
I just wondered what Egypt's view was on the launch of the satellite on a rocket that the Iranians did last week, and whether you think that this might have been any kind of a violation of the resolution that was adopted in 2015, and whether you think the Council might take this up.
Yeah, I'm speaking here as the president of the Security Council, not as Egypt. So if there is any country again wants to bring this issue, we will abide with it.
Thank you, Ambassador. Good luck this month.
Thank you.
Margaret Bashir, Voice of America. Ambassador, I'm sorry, I know you don't want to answer in your national capacity, but this morning there are news reports that Qatar has ordered 7 warships from Italy, and I just wanted to get your reaction to that, if you think it's a provocation or an escalation or...
It's a sovereign decision by the Qatari, but I cannot comment on this. A sovereign decision to ask whatever they want. I have no comment on this.
Yes, on the renewal of UNIFIL mandate, have you received any questions about whether UNIFIL is doing its job ridding South Lebanon of arms as prescribed by the Security Council resolution? Also, you mentioned Ambassador Rosenthal. Can you tell me who he is?
Ambassador Rosenthal, he was the previous ambassador of Guatemala a few years ago, and he is part of the AG advisory group. And on UNIFIL, we didn't receive it. We did not receive anything. We have a consultation. We have a consultation, I think, on the 23rd. We have a consultation on the 23rd, and we'll see in the consultation.
So do you expect the renewal to be automatic?
Yes. I think so.
Rhonda Halbin, and I'm a blog columnist at tots.de. I have a question talked about the Palestinian resolution of December 2015. And when I listened to what a number of the members were saying during the recent Security Council meeting discussing it, a number of members said that the resolution said that the Secretary General should be evaluating the implementation in his periodic reports, and that they don't feel that's being done. Will somebody present that to the Secretary General, or do you know how that will be handled? And then I have another.
You are talking about the December 23-34?
2015.
23-34.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
2016.
I'm sorry. 2016. I'm sorry.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Thank you.
No, there is a report had been asked by the Secretary General to present it. It can be presented orally. It can be presented in writing. But I think it had been presented by Mr. Mladinov. So that's how it is.
Some of the comments by the member states was that the evaluation does not say what's being implemented and what isn't. And that they wanted that particular aspect to be, to be fulfilled on.
No, it's been presented by Mr. Mladinov. He spoke about the development of settlements, and I think it's and in the next meeting, I think he will present again an evaluation of the situation on the ground.
Okay, and I have another quick question on the DPRK, and that is. Essentially, according to the charter, they're supposed to be invited to the meetings to say what their side is. And recently, what's come out is they do have a security problem in terms of feeling they don't have, they need help they need something to provide them with security. And so,
now, if they want to speak in the meetings in the Security Council,
well,
to be present?
I thought the council is supposed to invite them. It's not just speak.
No, they have to request it.
No, it's in the charter. It says, I think it's Article 5, Section 32. It says that they should be invited. They shall be invited. And I just hadn't seen that the council does that.
I think due to Article 37, they have to ask for to be present, and if they ask, I think it has to be provided for them. So, but I look at the article that you are talking about. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Best of luck for your presidency this month. George Baumgarten, correspondent for Jewish newspapers in North America, as well as for some East African and Pan-African publications. First, may I assume, since it doesn't specify the meeting on the 22nd regarding the Middle East, is the usual monthly meeting on Middle East, including the Palestinian question?
Yes.
And also, lower center, the Lake Chad Basin report, is that a report that's coming from the SG's office? And what is this letter from the Russian Federation? I haven't seen that yet. Maybe it'll be with the documents today. Thank you.
In the footnote?
Yes.
And the letter of the Russian Federation? 2014-264. About Ukraine. Ukraine, yeah. And the first question was under the report.
The Lake Chad Basin report, is that something that's coming from the Secretary General's office?
It's a Secretary General report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Good morning, Mr. Ambassador, and congratulations on your presidency for the month of August. My name is Rami Ayari. I'm with Al Jazeera Arabic's UN Bureau. In light of this morning's event on preventing terrorists from acquiring weapons, I wanted to ask a counterterrorism question. Some months ago, the U.S. placed a request to add the ISIS branches in Libya, in Yemen, in Khorasan, and in Saudi Arabia to the UN sanctions list. And Egypt placed a hold on that request. I'm just curious as to why.
We didn't put a hold on that request. Did we put a hold on this one? I think it's we didn't put a hold, but it's still under consideration on the sanctions committee. That's how it is right now. But we didn't put a hold. But we wanted more consultation and more talk about it, but we didn't put a hold on it. We didn't object. We just need more consultation on it.
What is your stance on the request?
We still want more consultation. That's it. Not really. Please.
Good morning, Ambassador. Fumitaka Sato from Japanese NHK. My question is follow-up on the North Korea, the BLK. So do you have any prospect or timeline for the new resolution?
You know, by definition, it takes a long time. You know, by my experience in the council, that is a very sensitive issue, and I think the talks between the Chinese and the United States is going on right now. So I cannot tell you exactly when we will have something, but talks are still there. I don't know if we will have it this month or next month, or I really don't have an answer for this question. But you know, it's a very sensitive issue, very complicated issue, and I think it will take a little bit of time. If there is no question, please.
I just wanted. I'm not sure if you'll comment on it, but the recent meeting in France about Libya between Mr. Sarraj and Haftar. Do you? I mean, if you're willing to, what do you think? This is a good step forward. What do you think are the next steps forward in Libya, or in terms of the council, and if you're willing to? In your
it is a very step forward, very important. We worked on it with as Egypt and France. We work on it, and I think we should build on it. First of all, I want to take the opportunity, of course, to pay tribute to Ambassador Martin Kobler. Really, he did lots of achievement, and we have to build on this. I met with the new SRG, Mr. Hassan Salama, and I think also we are very optimistic about his appointment, and we think it's a very important move. He knows, he has very great experience. He's one of the regions, so I think like I said, we are very optimistic. But the move to have this meeting, and I think it's a start, and it's a very important start about the meeting between Haftar and Sarraj, and we will be building on that. Again, I met with Mr. Hassan Salama. He will be visiting the region. He's going to Tripoli, I think, in Libya very, very soon, and then he will visit Egypt and Italy in the near future, and he will be working on some ideas that will be presented by the Secretary General in the coming few weeks.
France is taking the leadership on this, on Libya, from the UN, and do you think that France is a good contributor in this case?
Look, to tell you the truth, any country that can contribute to alleviate the problem of this country is very important, France or others. But again, the effort done by France is very important, and it's been done with close consultation with Egypt. We work together to have this meeting, the meeting between Haftar and Sarraj materialized.
One final question on, for housekeeping purposes. There are two briefings on peace and security in Africa on the 10th and on the 15th. Are those aimed at particular security situations,
on
particular
the 10th,
countries?
On the 10th, the DIG, Mr. and Mrs. Amina Mohammed, will be briefing the council about her trip to DRC and Nigeria. DRC and Nigeria. Sexual violence. Okay. And the 15th, it will be on sexual violence.
No, this one on G5, sir.
Which one?
G5. Resolution 2359.
No, there will be an update on Resolution 2359 on the 15th, the peace and security in Africa. Please.
General Assembly, and number two, if the US does go ahead and add the Muslim Brotherhood to the foreign terrorist organization list, would Egypt see that as a positive step forward?
About the first question, we don't receive any confirmation yet that the president is coming or not. I think we are waiting for a decision in the really coming few days. And the other question, I didn't hear it.
If the US goes ahead and puts the Muslim Brotherhood onto the foreign terrorist organization list, would Egypt see that as a positive step forward?
It will be a positive step forward indeed.
There's a deal today in Lebanon going on between al-Nusra and the Lebanese forces, different forces, that the al-Nusra is leaving to Idlib again. What do you think this amassing of terrorist organizations and groups in Idlib, how can this be handled later on? Is there any vision how Idlib situation will be handled?
We always thought that any terrorist groups in Syria is harmful to the process itself, and we always, as Egypt and as the President of Security Council, we will be working to prevent any finance or anything to this organization. So that's how it is right now.
But that will have serious ramifications on the inhabitants of Idlib and that governor.
Of course. If there is no other question, I want to thank you so much, and see you in the. Thank you.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of New York City right now. Giving you the next top story here in just a few minutes. Vice President Mike Pence visited Georgia recently. Let's take you to a wrap-up of his trip.
To address the men and women of Exercise Noble Partner. Thank you for stepping up to serve your nation, for standing in the gap on this great frontier, united in the defense of freedom. You are the best of us, heroes all, and you are here, the Americans among you so far away from home, because the United States and Georgia are bound together by the abiding oath of friendship and by our shared commitment to the cause of freedom. The strategic partnership between the United States and Georgia is stronger now than ever before. And the United States of America stands with Georgia in defense of what President Trump in Warsaw called the priceless ties that bind us together as nations, as allies, and as a civilization. And those ties are freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Georgia's future is in the West. So in unity, together we will be strong in arms. In unity, together we will be strong in resolve. And in unity, together we will be strong in faith. The United States and Georgia will embrace a future of freedom together.
All right, everybody, Mike Page coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. Stick with us live here on the Fox News Now stream.
All right, everyone, you are taking a live look here of a beautiful valley here in Arizona. We do appreciate everybody joining us live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, everybody, we do want to bring your attention to a story that Fox News has been covering. We do want to bring this to your attention now. A 23-year-old dreamer in Washington State is accused of brutally raping a 19-year-old woman in her apartment complex's gym and leaving her with severe facial injuries, including a broken jaw and dangling ear. The woman ended up stumbling home with missing teeth, a bloody head, and wearing only a black tank top, according to court documents obtained by Fox News. She was working out in the gym of her Seattle suburb before the June 25th assault and did not know her attacker, police said. Salvador Diaz Garcia, an illegal immigrant who was a recipient of Deferred Action on Childhood Arrivals, or DACA, is now facing second-degree assault and rape charges in this vicious attack. He also faces child molestation charges for allegedly assaulting a 14-year-old the same day that the rape occurred. His DACA status has been revoked, and he now may face possible deportation, officials said. According to police, the woman was on the treadmill of the gym at around 9:15 when Diaz Garcia stood behind her and kept asking her questions. She asked him to move. Diaz Garcia then violently attacked her, police said, leaving her with a broken jaw, a broken nose, and her ear partially ripped off. The victim told police that a month before, her attacker had groped her and then ran away. Diaz Garcia lived in the same apartment complex as the victim, but the two had never met. He was arrested 4 days after the attack when witnesses and surveillance footage allegedly captured him watching girls at the complex's pool just before the attack. Investigators say they found what they believe in the victim's blood on his pants. A rape kit found DNA on her. The state is extremely concerned for the defendant's brazen, bold, and violent behavior towards young women, prosecutors said in court documents. Diaz Garcia was granted Dreamer status in 2013 and renewed it twice since then, most recently this past January. Immigration officials said his DACA status was recently revoked. The suburb passed a sanctuary law in January, but now there's backlash. Residents have gathered enough signatures to force a vote on if the city should continue to shield undocumented immigrants. That is the suburb of Burien, a Seattle suburb. Residents are likely to vote on this issue in November, which could be the first referendum of its kind in the U.S. Diaz Garcia is now being held on $350,000 bail in Kings County Jail. And we will be back with more news in just a little bit. All right, everybody, we are now taking you out to Minneapolis, where there is a vigil this evening for the victims of that building collapse.
Like a My name is Jeffrey Crafton. I am chair of the Sacred Studies Department here at Minnehaha Academy. I'll be reading from the prophet Isaiah, chapter 61. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of the vengeance of the Lord God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion and give them a garland instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of a faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastation. They shall repair the ruined city, the devastations of many generations.
We turn to the ancient songbook of the Bible in Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength and ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the sea, though the waters roar and foam and the mountains quake with their surging. There is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy place where the Most High dwells. And God is within her. She will not fail, and God will help her at the break of day. The Lord Almighty is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress.
Let's join in singing Wait for the Lord, and we'll sing this 2 or 3 times through. It's just a simple phrase: wait for the Lord, whose day is near. Wait for the Lord, be strong, take heart.
From the 62nd Psalm. Find rest, O my soul, in God alone. My hope comes from him. For he alone is my rock and my salvation. He is my fortress. I will not be shaken. My salvation and my honor rest on God. He is my mighty rock, my refuge.
Wait
we come together to pray, I will lead us in a time of prayer, and I would invite you to open your heart with me. And as you are prompted, would you join your voice with me as we seek God's Spirit? When I ask, Lord, in your mercy, would you respond, hear our prayer together as a congregation, as we unite our hearts in seeking the presence of God. Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, in this moment of grief and in this time of trouble, we turn to you in both sadness and adoration. We come to you in prayer because you are the strength that is beyond us. You are the strength that is not our own. You are a strength to those who suffer. You are a comfort to those in sadness. So, Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer.
God of grace, we pray for those who grieve tonight. There are eyes damp with tears. There are hearts heavy with grief. Shine your light in the lives that are darkened with sadness this day. Comfort them with the presence of your everlasting love and a peace that passes understanding. Make our hearts tender for them, just as you grieve with us. Lord, in your mercy.
Merciful God, your thoughts are not our thoughts, and your ways are not our ways. Keep us all who have been afflicted by this calamity, keep us from despair, and let our faith not falter as we look to you for help. Ease our minds that are troubled, and grant rest to weary souls this evening. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer.
We thank you, God, for the courage and the skill of first responders, firefighters, police, paramedics, and so many others who rushed toward danger as we would flee it. Bless them and watch over them as they continue to work in dangerous conditions this night. Lord, in your mercy.
Almighty God, we thank you for the teachers and the staff of this beloved school. We give thanks for their sacrificial service and love to so many of our children and us. Bless them each according to your will. God, comfort them in distress and remind them again that their sacred task to teach and care for students is not unnoticed. Help us keep faith with them in the days and the weeks and the months ahead. Call us together to be there for each other, for them, to help one another as you are a help to us. Lord, in your mercy. Loving God, in all the ways this day has been terrible, in all of our shock and in all of our fear, we come to you because you are the God who brings life out of death. You are the God who brings light out of darkness, and you are the God who resurrects what is crucified. And so we ask you now to do your resurrecting work again and make our hearts and our minds and our bodies strong for the difficult work ahead of us, to recover, to rebuild, to heal, and to start again. God, for the glory of your name and the good of this community, we ask all of this in the name of Jesus, the one who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God forever and ever. Amen. At this time, I'm going to give the mic to John Harris to share a few words with us.
say, when I came to this community 19 years ago, I knew it had a reputation of being a warm, caring, loving community. And I've seen so many examples of that tonight. Tonight is an example of the kind of caring community that we are. We know that God is in control. He's going to take care of us. And we'll see that purpose. You may have questions, and we have questions that will be answered in days, weeks, and months to come. And some of my team raised your hand even tonight is you might have questions. You see the hands that are going up. And I echo the thanks to the first responders who did wonderful work in responding to the needs of the community. Thank you to the teachers who showed up and brought sandwiches. Thank you for what you've done at the conference office, Mark. And we're going to get through it. We trust God. He is a mighty, mighty, mighty God. And He's going to do phenomenal work through you, through those who are called to serve. And so we give this to Him. And I wonder if together we could sing a little chorus, just the words of hallelujah.
As our formal time here comes to the close, I invite you to stay if you would like for some additional time to be with one another. This is the time to care for one another and to be there for one another. You are, of course, welcome to leave if you would like, but I ask that our prayer would not end here, and that as we go tonight, in the days and the weeks, we would continue to pray not only for one another, but for the families of Ruth Berg and John Carlson. Receive this benediction. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make His face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up the light of His countenance upon you and give you His peace, both now and forever. In the name of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
right, everybody, and you can see that has wrapped up. All right, everybody, coming up next that we do have for you, this is a hearing that happened today about the FBI headquarters consultation project. They want to consolidate. And what happened and what's happening next. Take a look.
On July 12, 2017, without notice to this committee, GSA cancels the procurement. Cancels the procurement. Okay, why? Not enough money appropriated by Congress? Well, the Congress appropriated quite a large sum of money. The president said it didn't need any more money because he put no money in the FY18 budget. Was it canceled because you want to go now to a lease arrangement? We gave you that authority in 2011 to use a lease authority. Why would you cancel and not come back to us and say, look, we're changing directions? Are you saying we don't need a consolidated facility for the FBI? I hope that's not the case, because the FBI needs a consolidated facility. So I hope we get some answers as to why it was handled in this way, and how can we move forward in an appropriate way, but in a way that recognizes that the NEPA studies have already been done on these 3 locations. We know about that. We already have a lot of the work done. I think GSA has created a legal problem now because of the word cancellation of the prospectus. I don't understand why you did that, but maybe you can explain how we're going to move forward and how you're going to respect the will of this committee and Congress. When we told you originally to use a lease purchase, you came back and said you want to use appropriations. We provided the money, and then you don't go forward. I hope we get some answers.
Thank you very much, Senator Cardin. We're now going to hear from our witnesses. We have joining us today Mr. Michael Gelber, who is the Acting Commissioner of the General Services Administration, Public Building Service. We have Mr. Richard Haley, who is the Assistant Director and Chief Financial Officer of the Federal Bureau of Investigation Finance Division, and Mr. David Weiss, who is the Director of Physical Infrastructure Team of the General Accountability Office. I'd like to remind the witnesses that your full written testimony will be part of the official hearing today, so I'd ask that you please keep your statements to 5 minutes so that we may have time for questions. Mr. Gelber.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Barrasso, Ranking Member Carper, and members of the committee. My name is Michael Gelber, and I am the Acting Public Building Service Commissioner of the U.S. General Services Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I wish to discuss how GSA and the Federal Bureau of Investigation jointly determined that the J. Edgar Hoover building no longer meets the needs of the FBI. I will also discuss why GSA initially used the exchange process to help obtain a modern replacement facility, but ultimately reached the decision to cancel the procurement. Finally, I will discuss how GSA and the FBI are working together to meet the FBI's housing needs and mission requirements going forward. In 2011, in accordance with a resolution adopted by this committee, GSA issued a report of building project survey. The report evaluated the following 4 strategies to deliver a modern headquarters for the FBI: federal construction, lease construction, ground lease leaseback, and acquisition by exchange. A 30-year net present value cost analysis of all 4 options determined that federal construction was the most cost-effective approach to provide a replacement consolidated headquarters facility to house the FBI. Under the present scoring rules agreed to by the Congressional Budget Office, the Budget Committees, and the Office of Management and Budget, a leased construction or ground lease leaseback transaction would require full funding upfront. A new FBI headquarters is a long-term federal need for which federal ownership has been shown to be the lowest cost alternative. GSA seeks to develop federal capital projects that allow GSA to meet agencies' mission needs while pursuing the best value for the American taxpayer. To address federal capital needs generally, GSA has a mechanism that is not being fully utilized, the Federal Buildings Fund. GSA has a significant backlog of unfunded capital projects resulting from less than full appropriation of the GSA rent collections in fiscal years 2011 to 2017. full access to GSA rent collections for investment and capital projects is necessary to maintain the portfolio and deliver priority, mission-critical federal facilities. In parallel, GSA recognizes that upfront funding can be viewed as an impediment to making key investments. But under the current scoring rules, it is also the way for the federal government to record federal spending. This administration is considering a number of new federal tools to support better decision-making while maintaining transparency and fiscal restraint. Given these facts, GSA determined that an exchange of the Hoover Building for a new facility of up to 2.1 million square feet was the most viable funding mechanism to consolidate personnel from the Hoover Building and multiple lease locations at the lowest possible cost. The exchange process can facilitate the disposal of agency properties that do not meet the federal need by allowing GSA to leverage its owned inventory to acquire new and more efficient facilities. GSA worked closely with the FBI, Congress, state and local governments, and the private sector to meet project milestones. To this end, GSA selected 3 preferred sites and a number of preferred developers. As part of this process, GSA also analyzed all 3 preferred sites pursuant to the National Environmental Policy Act. Earlier this year, GSA communicated that should full funding be provided, we stood ready to select a developer and make an award. In May of this year, Congress passed the fiscal year 2017 Omnibus Appropriations Act. Under the Act, GSA received $200 million, and the FBI received $323 million of a combined $1.4 billion request. This resulted in a funding gap of $882 million from the requested level. Following the enactment of the fiscal year 2017 Omnibus, GSA considered various potential paths forward to address the project's $882 million funding gap. After internal and interagency deliberations, GSA determined that moving forward without full funding would put the government at risk for project cost escalations. Additionally, both GSA and the FBI expressed concerns about the potential reduction in the value of the Hoover property, since developers were scheduled to receive the property once the new FBI consolidated headquarters was completed. As a result, GSA decided, in consultation with the FBI, to cancel the procurement. It is fair to say that the cancellation of the procurement was not the desired outcome. Members of this and other congressional committees, along with federal, state, local, and private sector partners, put a tremendous amount of time, energy, effort, and resources into delivering a modern FBI headquarters. At this time, GS and the FBI are working together to meet the FBI's short and long-term housing needs and mission requirements. This review includes deciding what investments to make in the Hoover Building now that we know that the FBI will be housed there for longer than expected. Additionally, the FBI's portfolio of lease space is being evaluated, as well as options to procure a new headquarters for the FBI. In closing, GSA is committed to carrying out our mission of delivering the best value in real estate. The need for the FBI to have a modern headquarters remains. GSA will continue to work with members of this committee, the FBI, and others in the administration and Congress to meet this need. I thank the committee for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Gelber. Mr. Haley.
Thank you, Chairman Barrasso, Ranking Member Carper, and members of the committee for allowing me to appear before you today to discuss the importance of the FBI headquarters facility project. Sitting before you today, I represent a number of individuals at the FBI that have spent years of making this project a reality that we have not lost sight of despite this current setback. Mr. Chairman, as you and Senator Carper and Senator Cardin have mentioned, and I will just briefly reiterate, this committee is very well aware, the J. Edgar Hoover Building was designed in the 1960s to meet an FBI mission of that time that was largely criminal in nature, most of which was done by each of our field offices, and the headquarters building was really just a national police precinct to coordinate those efforts. When occupied in the mid-1970s, nearly half of the building was designed for our laboratory functions, fingerprint operations, and paper record storage requirements. All of those functions have been moved decades ago. Today, in addition to the lack of infrastructure and security required to meet the mission needs, the building struggles to keep up with the organization's need to continue to be more and more threat-focused, intelligence-driven. An organization that must be able to rapidly address developing threats and collaborate across multiple operational programs. Our headquarters is the hub of this coordination for intelligence and information sharing among our state, local, federal, and international partners. It coordinates what's happening among our 56 field offices and over 300 resident satellite offices across the country and more than 70 offices overseas where we liaison with our foreign partners. It also operates as the nerve center of the organization in times of national crisis or emergency and during major cases and operations. The current structure of the J. Hoover Building does not allow for us to coordinate this effectively or efficiently. The building itself is not only inefficient, but the technology and the physical limitations continue to suffer. Everything takes more money and more time to get things done. Aside from the physical infrastructure, virtually all of the critical building systems, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, have deteriorated and are either at the end of their life or beyond their useful life. While the FBI is disappointed the procurement that would have provided the FBI with the facility that meets our mission needs was canceled, it does not change the fact, as you've mentioned, that the FBI needs a consolidated, secure, resilient, intelligence community-worthy facility capable of meeting the increased demands of the nation's premier intelligence and law enforcement organization. In conclusion, the FBI's requirements for enhanced safety, security, flexibility, and collaboration have not changed. How we achieve this will need to be re-examined, as you've stated, to get to a successful outcome. And therefore, we appreciate your interest with this hearing and ask for your continued support. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haley. Mr. Weiss.
Chairman Barrasso, Ranking Member Carper, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss our work on GSA's efforts to consolidate the FBI's headquarters and the challenges funding large real property projects. My statement will discuss three key points: the status of the FBI's Hoover Building, GSA efforts to implement real property swap exchanges, and alternative approaches to funding real property projects. In November 2011, we reported that over the preceding decade, FBI and GSA studies determined that the Hoover Building no longer fully supported the FBI's long-term security, space, and building condition requirements. Due to the lack of space, FBI functions have been dispersed in various annexes around the National Capital Region and other locations. In the 2011 report, we also noted that the condition of the Hoover Building was deteriorating, and GSA assessments identified significant recapitalization needs. In 2017, we reported that several FBI field offices are in facilities owned by foreign entities, which could present an added security risk. GSA proposed exchanging the Hoover Building plus cash to a developer in exchange for construction of a new headquarters building in one of three locations: Greenbelt, Maryland, Landover, Maryland, and Springfield, Virginia. However, in July 2017, GSA canceled the procurement because, according to GSA and FBI officials, they lacked the funding necessary to proceed. GSA officials stated that GSA and the FBI would continue to work together to address the space requirements of the FBI. GSA continues to face challenges related to funding new construction projects due in part to budget constraints. Using available legal authorities, GSA has proposed exchanging title to some federally owned real property for other properties or construction services, known as swap exchanges. This was the plan for replacing the Hoover Building. Such exchanges can be of equal value or can include cash to compensate for a difference in value between the federal property and the asset or services to be received by the federal government. GSA has limited experience successfully completing swap exchanges and has only completed a few relatively small exchanges since 2001, both under $10 million. In our 2014 report, we reviewed 5 projects where GSA proposed and subsequently canceled swap exchange procurements. For example, GSA officials told us that there was little or no market interest in Baltimore and Miami properties. From 2012 to 2015, GSA pursued a large swap exchange potentially involving up to 5 properties in the Federal Triangle South area of Washington in order to finance construction of GSA headquarters and other federal properties. In 2013, GSA decided to focus on exchanging only 2 buildings, the GSA Regional Office Building and the Cont Annex. In February 2016, GSA canceled the procurement, stating that private investor valuations for the 2 buildings fell short of the government's estimated values, as well as the amount GSA required to complete its other projects. Subsequently, GSA officials noted that they plan to improve the swap exchange process, including property appraisals and outreach to stakeholders. However, several factors may continue to limit GSA. For example, the viability of swap exchanges may be affected by specific market factors, such as the availability of alternative properties. In addition, swap exchanges can require developers to spend large sums before receiving title to the federal property used in the exchanges. In a potentially successful effort, in January 2017, GSA agreed to a swap exchange with MIT for the DOT's Aging Volpe Center in Cambridge, Mass. Per the agreement, MIT will construct a new DOT facility on a portion of the 14-acre site and will receive title to the remaining site. GSA indicated that the project, once completed, will provide $750 million in value to the federal government. Our prior work also identified a number of alternative approaches to funding real property projects, including long-term operating leases, land swaps, retained fees such as user fees, and enhanced use leases. In March 2014, we reported that upfront funding is the best way to ensure recognition of commitments made in budgeting decisions and to maintain fiscal controls. However, obtaining upfront funding can be challenging. Congress has provided some agencies with specific authorities to use alternative funding mechanisms for the acquisition, renovation, or disposal of federal real property without full upfront funding. Projects with alternative funding mechanisms may present risks that are shared between the agency and the partner. Some of these mechanisms allow the private sector to provide the project's capital at their cost of borrowing, which is normally higher than the government's. In some cases, factors such as lower labor costs or fewer requirements could potentially help balance the higher cost of borrowing. Our previous work also identified options for changes within the discretionary and mandatory sides of the budget structure. Alternative budgetary structures may change budgetary incentives for agencies and therefore help Congress and the agencies make more prudent long-term fiscal decisions. Chairman Barrasso, Ranking Member Carper, and members of the committee, this concludes my prepared statement, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you to all three of you. We'll start with rounds of questioning. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Gelber. So the project originally began in 2004. FBI Director Robert Mueller requested the GSA recommend a strategy for consolidating the FBI headquarters. 2011, this committee passed a resolution directing the GSA to investigate the feasibility and the need to construct or acquire a new consolidated headquarters facility for the FBI. So it's been more than a decade. With the decision now to abandon the current procurement, are we back at square one?
Not quite at square one. We have learned quite a bit about the FBI's requirements and the ability of the surrounding community, the District, Maryland, and Virginia to support this requirement. But from a procurement standpoint, we will need to initiate a new procurement.
So then I guess members of Congress and the public would want to know what happens to the millions of dollars that Congress has appropriated for this project.
Those funds are retained in the project budget. They're currently not being spent, and they're only able to be spent either on this project or in the event that either the GSA and the FBI come to Congress with a request to reallocate those funds, and with congressional consent, we could then do that. But the money that has been allocated to this project can only be spent on this project.
And since the process to exchange the Hoover building for a new headquarters facility, since that began, that whole process for the exchange began, I think it's been unclear to many what the total cost for the project actually is because it was a property exchange in it. So given the FBI's requirements, in your best approximation, what's the actual current cost of the project without a potential exchange factored into it?
I think our cost estimates centered around $1.6 billion and up. We have always been reluctant to express a specific cost because of the valuation of Hoover was something we wish the market to determine, but that would be a fair minimum.
At $1.6 billion. Okay. Mr. Wise, I understand the GSA used build-to-suit leases to acquire some of the FBI's field offices across the country. Could GSA use a similar approach for the FBI headquarters?
Senator, yes, that's possible, but there are constraints to using that process as well because one never quite knows who the owner is. As you heard in my statement, in 2017, we reported that there were several FBI leased buildings that were owned by foreign entities that were maybe or maybe not they were aware of, and so that's an issue that certainly needs to be studied, especially in a sensitive agency like the FBI.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. And Mr. Haley, you know, considering that the federal rules, budget rules, mandate that capital investments must be, I think, fully funded in advance, and that OMB initially recommended that this project be rolled out in phases, would the FBI consider a phased approach for this consolidation as a means to limit costs and comply with the federal budget rules?
Sir, it was a topic early on we've talked about a lot. I think the concern with this project, and we're familiar in a number of the construction projects that our appropriations committees have provided us funding for. You'd be familiar with our CGIS facility out in West Virginia, our operations down in Quantico, where you're talking about large 1,000-acre sites where you can segregate off or partition off areas where construction and laydown can occur. These sites in some ways are so small, all three of them, that to put a building into place and to operate that building with top secret and classified information and at the same time be trying to run a construction site. That was always a concern for us. It was also a concern that we not necessarily get to a full consolidation, that somehow that partially be completed and then in some state of uncompletion, and that doesn't necessarily get us to a better situation than we are at right now with facilities. So that was our incremental funding was not necessarily a problem where we got money over multiple years and then to execute the project, but we were concerned about a partial moving forward through phases.
And Mr. Gelber, news of the decision to cancel the procurement, it first broke through various media outlets the day before GSA gave an official notice to to members of Congress and the staff. It's unfortunate that members of this committee, the authorizing body for GSA on this project, had to learn of this sudden decision in the press. Do you agree that GSA should have alerted its authorizing committee in advance, and would you pledge to keep us informed of major decisions in the future?
Yes. But I will also add that the disclosure to the media prior to the official announcement to the various congressional committees was not an authorized disclosure and was not part of GSA's plan to inform individuals about our decision.
Senator Carper.
Thanks for your testimony here today. I mentioned earlier the project in consolidating much of the Department of Homeland Security at a site called St. Elizabeth's in Washington, D.C. And trying to draw a parallel between that project and this project. In that project, what the decision was made with the help of GSA to bring many of the far-flung assets and operations of GSA into not under one roof, but at one site at St. Elizabeth's campus, which used to be for many years a psychiatric hospital for a long time. And the project is being funded over several years. And part of again, it actually goes through a couple of different appropriations committees, and partly for GSA and then partly for the Department of Homeland Security. I'm trying to figure out what could be an analogy. If, for example, after having invested hundreds of millions of dollars in this project, and we can actually see the end not too far down the line for actually completing it, if the administration were to come in and say, zero funding, we're asking for zero funding to complete this project, that would send frankly, an alarming message to us. The department says they need the money. GSA says this is they need the money. GSA says this is a cost-effective way to provide their quarters, their operation. And the administration, frankly, has not been generous in their request for continuing the St. Elizabeth's redevelopment. But I think at least in one regard, they've asked for some money. This just seems strange to me. The FBI, this just doesn't seem right. And everybody acknowledges that the FBI, the Hoover Building's fallen down. I think you drive by and you see the netting where the pieces are like literally coming off of the building. And yet we have an administration that says after all these years of the work to get us to this point, we don't think we ought to fund it. And it shouldn't go forward. And that's it. I'm not aware of any consultation. It just doesn't pass the smell test. And I would just ask, maybe for Mr. Haley, could you tell the committee who at OMB was involved in this decision? And do you know if this included anyone maybe from the White House?
First, I would say on your analogy of St. Elizabeth, which we've looked at quite a bit, from an FBI perspective on that, we saw the Coast Guard, which was a complete effort on that site, to be more kind of in link with the FBI. You have an agency that moved on to a department site, but it was a complete agency build, more than multiple department pieces. So that's how we looked at it. And our concern was that we end up in a phased approach where we're still all over town and even maybe stretched in different ways. The conversations with GSA, which have been the conversations that have led to this decision, and from our standpoint, the exchange does make it. The procurement made it very risky from our standpoint. With everything said about needing a new building and the eagerness of the FBI especially to get into a new building as soon as possible was overwhelming. But at the same time, the way the exchange was done, without the full funding up front, and this project was through briefings and our own design and working with GSA, was always getting all that funding to be able to move forward. The exchange only works when we get out of the Hoover building. As long as we're in the Hoover building, it appreciates the value, and it also creates complexities in how the developers were going forward. So that conversation back and forth with GSA leading up to the decision, our conversations with our own direct oversight at OMB, and they were aware of the decision. I'm familiar with anything above that within the administration that occurred, but from an FBI standpoint, GSA is our landlord. We have hundreds of facilities across the country. We're opening up a field office in Atlanta next month. It's going to be an amazing facility. We have operations that have recently opened up in Boston and out in Sacramento. These are amazing buildings, albeit they're leased facilities. They're amazing buildings, and they allow our operation to go forward. So this was really a GSA FBI coordination, and from our standpoint, the risk of either getting a piece of property that would stay dormant for 10 or 15 years. I'm going to
stop you.
Yes,
okay, all right. My time is limited. Can you tell the committee who at OMB was involved in this decision? Do you know if it included anyone from the White House?
So in terms of briefing, it would have been our branch personnel and GSA's branch personnel within OMB would be the individuals that we would have met with.
And I have just a yes or no question I'd like to ask of Mr. Gelber. As you heard, there are many bipartisan concerns and questions about the GSA decision to end the procurement process for the consolidation of this headquarters, and I imagine we won't have time to answer all those questions today. And frankly, I'm sure we won't have time to ask or to hear answers from all these questions today. And I'm just asking you on a yes or no basis, do you commit to fully respond to questions for information from any member of this committee so that we can perform our oversight duties? Yes or no?
GSA will respond to questions from the chair, yes.
Only the chair?
GSA's response will be in line with the current administration's policy on responding to oversight.
Let me just say something, if I could. And I would say this to my Republican colleagues as well. How would you like it if the Democrats had the White House, the majority in the House, and the majority in the Senate, and we had an administration with the policies that said, we're not going to respond to your questions when you try to do your oversight? You would be outraged. This is outrageous. We cannot stand for this. Our job is to do oversight. And for our colleagues to sit here and just listen to this, I can't believe this. Golden rule. Treat other people where you... How would you like to be treated that way? Well, you wouldn't like it. We need to hear your voices on this. This is outrageous.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Senator Carper. We did not like it. Let me begin just by asking...
Can I just interrupt for a moment? And I want to say I spent a whole lot of time with the last administration trying to make sure your questions from the Republican side were answered. A lot of time. And I think with some success.
I appreciate your comments. I agree with your concern because we did not like it. Let me continue on and just touch on a couple of items. Number one, I'm just curious, with regard to a desired location, right now, is there a specific desired location that has been determined for a new facility?
If the question is directed to me, sir, no, there is no specific location that's been identified.
So we still have 3 that we have looked at, but we do not have an identifiable location at this point for a new facility.
That's correct, sir. Okay.
I understand that we're not at square one, but it sounds like we're very close to square one. If we were to look at the total values involved in this, we would be talking about the value of a new facility, which I assume would allow us to consolidate a number of the FBI facilities that we're currently leasing. 15 facilities that are involved in this, would those 15 facilities then be available or not having their leases renewed? Is that a fair statement?
It is, sir.
Okay, in doing so, are these owned buildings or are these leased facilities?
The leased facilities are leased by the private sector and leased by the federal government, by GSA.
So GSA is currently making payments on those so that those payments are now reconcilable, or at least those are recognized in the process. If we build a new building and we actually fully fund it up front, that those lease payments basically go away. Fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
So there is an ongoing cost savings that can be basically applied towards this new location once it's determined.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
Sir, one of the original justifications for the new building and the consolidation, there were tens of millions of dollars in lease payments and other security costs and everything from each of those separate lease sites that we would have been able to stop paying as we would roll those into a campus environment.
But that still exists?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The value of the Hoover building, the current value of the Hoover building today, what is it?
Sir, that is subject to the way that the Hoover building would be disposed of. And we have been reluctant to speak in a public forum about the value of the building because we feel it may affect any future procurements regarding the disposal of that building.
If you were to build a new facility today, what's the time frame for building that type of a facility?
It could take between 5 and 7 years, sir, including the move.
So we're actually talking about trying to determine what the value of the Hoover building is at some point in the future in terms of a payback or at least a partial offset of the cost that we're putting in now.
That is one of the factors that's being considered, sir.
If you mentioned that, Mr. Gelber, you mentioned that CBO was involved in the discussions beginning back in 2011. Could you share with us a little bit more about their involvement and share with us once again the concern that they expressed about having resources available? Can you kind of clarify that a little bit, what CBO's position was?
The Congressional Budget Office role is to score or account for these types of major federal capital investments, and their approach, as similar to budget committees and the Office of Management and Budget, is that a major initiative of this nature must be scored or accounted for in the initial year of the transaction. So even though the government is making payments in a lease scenario over a period of 20 years, all the costs of that lease must be accounted for in the original year of the lease.
Have you ever worked with CBO on other projects similar to this before?
We continue to work with, more appropriately, I believe the Office of Management and Budget works with the Congressional Budget Office, but we have not directly worked with them.
What was the impact? What was the impact of the CBO determination as to that process in terms of making this project workable or not under the original format?
Under the original format, the project would score, again, all the funding of the entire project scores in the initial year. So we're looking at a up to $2 billion cost that has to be accounted for in one budget cycle.
Making it rather difficult to achieve.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. So part of what we should be talking about is if we're looking at any types of arrangements like this again in the future, we recognize that we have another hurdle that we have to go through in terms of making that type of a process work for other smaller projects. Now, I understand that when you're talking about a case of where you're leasing it and then you're going to try to sell the property that you've got for future value, that most certainly it seems as though the time value here got away from us because of the size of the project. And Mr. Wise, you mentioned that a little bit in terms of if you're looking at actually leaving the Hoover building for a period of time, it means that whoever was going to buy it from you would not have access to that property for an extended period of time, in part because of the large size and extended time for creating this new facility. Fair statement?
Yes, sir. And one of the things that I think made the swap exchange idea especially challenging for the Hoover building is that, as you kind of allude to, and what you're saying is there's a long time lag between the time that a developer is expected to build the new FBI building until he gets title to the FBI's Hoover building and the site around it. So a developer has to have pretty deep pockets to be able to get engaged in a project like that. And so one of the things that we had talked about in our report was you need to look at trying to tighten or lessen the time lag so that the relative value of the Hoover building will not deteriorate so much, because it'll decline. The longer the time lag, the less value the building is to the developer, because he's waiting and waiting and waiting. In the meantime, he's building something. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. My time has expired, but Senator Carper had mentioned this, and I just want to come back. In long term, if we really want to make sure that these projects are defensible by both the majority and the minority party, I think an effort and an interest in cooperating and giving data back to both the majority and the minority members on any committee most certainly lends to the ability of cooperation that makes things a whole lot easier to get done in this body. We saw it. It was frustrating for us as well with the previous administration, a number of accounts. is something that I think Senator Carper brings up here, and I think it should be something that should be seriously considered with regard to getting these projects moving, because as the ranking member indicated, being able to get data and to feel comfortable with the information you're receiving makes things go a whole lot easier if you're able to get responses back through.
We'll send around Vigil for just a moment. I know
my time has expired, but I'll leave that.
I have 1 minute. Yeah. I just want to thank you for what you have just said. I can't tell you how many times, especially on the Committee on Homeland Security, which I was privileged to chair for a couple of years, how many times we said at hearings like this, what can we do to help? You do your job's better, whoever's before us is a federal agency. More times than I can count, the word was a one-answer word, oversight. Do your job, oversight. And that's what we need to do. And there were times when the Obama administration, folks in the Obama administration, were not prompt or fully forthcoming in responding. But I don't believe I don't ever remember an administration that had a policy from the administration that said, you don't have to respond to anybody doing oversight except the chairman of a committee. It's a dangerous situation, because whoever's on the, if the White House is, the president's a Democrat and the minority are Republicans, the folks that's usually on the outside, not on not in the White House, they're likely to do better oversight over the administration. You know that, and I know that. And for us to have a policy from an administration that says we're only going to respond to inquiries from the chairman and the majority, that's a dangerous precedent, a very dangerous precedent. Thank you.
Well, let me just add before calling on Senator Cardin that I stated before, the administration should and has a responsibility to be responsive to requests by all members. And I would note that Mark Short, who is the White House Director of Legislative Affairs, recently wrote to Chairman Grassley of his committee stating, quote, I have the letter here. One second. There's a copy. So July 20th, so a week and a half, said, quote, the administration's policy is to respect the rights of all individual members, regardless of party affiliation, to request information about executive branch policies and programs. The letter that is, and I'm going to ask unanimous consent to be admitted into the record without objection. Mr. Short's letters go on to say that the administration will use its best efforts to be as timely and responsive as possible in answering such requests. So, Mr. Gelber, does the GSA intend to abide by the policy that's described by Mr. Short's letter of July 20th of this year?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Senator Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been on this committee now almost 11 years, and I don't remember ever having any disagreements in regards to our oversight of GSA. And we've always worked in a nonpartisan way, because we're trying to get the best deals for the taxpayers of this country. So I expect that will be continued. And I tend to work with, through staff with Senator Brasso's and Senator Carper's staff on a request for information from GSA as it relates to the FBI procurement, because I think there's additional documents that would be useful for us to see. And I will work with the chairman so that this will be, I hope, a mutual request. Mr. Gelber, I want to work with you here. I'm really trying to get things done here, and I don't understand almost square one. If I understand your authority, you could select a site today. There's no problem with the authority to announce a location. I understand because you canceled the procurement, you need to now explain the rules that you're going to operate and give developers an opportunity to come forward. By narrowing it to one of the 3 locations, the NEPA's already been done, so that expedites the process. So where am I wrong why you cannot move this a lot faster than you just said?
Well, we could, in fact, select a site, as you stated. Our concern is without the full funding and the structure of the procurement that we were operating under, we had no assurance in being able to complete.
All right, so, okay, I just want to make sure that you could move quicker. Congress can help you in those decisions. It would have been, I think, very helpful for us if before you terminated, you would have met with and talked with the people who have been involved in authorizing and funding this program moving forward. Because I point out, the difference between an operating and capital lease could be defined in different ways, which raises questions as to whether we should approve lease prospectus moving forward where there isn't the full funding throughout the entire term, because you characterize it as an operating lease. We might think it's a capital lease. So, I mean, I think you're raising an issue here which could jeopardize the ability of our agencies to have adequate facilities. So work with us. I don't think anybody in this committee wants to delay the FBI having an adequate facility. No, we don't want to wait 5 or 6 years. We can get it done sooner. But work with us in that regard. We want the best location, the best facility, the most efficient for the taxpayers in this country, and this committee will work with you in that regard. I must tell you, do you have any idea how much money has been wasted by what we've done in the last 6 years? Do you have any idea how much money the agencies have invested into the FBI consolidations, how much time has been spent by your agency, by the FBI, by OMB, how much time has been spent by the state of Virginia in their proposals and going through what they had to do, the state of Maryland, Prince George's County, how much money has been spent by the developers to comply with mixed messages coming out of GSA? Do you have any idea how many millions and millions of dollars have been wasted?
We're aware of how much we've spent on the project, and that's around $20 million to date, sir.
And that's wasted?
Some of that can be repurposed, but the majority, unfortunately, may not be.
Well, you know, I think all of us are concerned about waste. We'd like to have that $20 million spent so the FBI could carry out its mission. A question was asked to you by several of us working with us to get this done. I want to make sure that it's done in an open and fair manner. I want to certainly make sure that the jurisdictions that are directly involved, that their representatives are fully participating in whatever is done. I want to make that clear. But I would hope that we could expedite a location. That certainly simplifies things. That we could expedite the NEPA issues, and we could give you confidence through the appropriators and authorizers that we're prepared. We've already put up $800 million. That's a lot of, more than $800 million. I don't want to shortchange this. $913 million we've already put up that you have away. That does not include the Hoover Building. And Senator Rounds, you're right. They will not tell you the value of the Hoover Building. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. We know that. So there is already available well in excess of $1 billion that's already been appropriated by Congress for this project. It is clear to me, Mr. Haley, that you need a new consolidated facility, and I appreciate you can't use the piecemeal approach because of the reasons you just said. So we got to figure out a way, because you hear us nodding our heads, to put $2 billion in 1 year's appropriation for one building consolidation is not realistic. That's just not realistic. So we got to figure out a way to do it, and I would really hope that we're not getting to the point that we have to hold up every prospectus here, not to stop the location, but to make sure that we're not going down a path that 6 years after we pass a prospectus, we're back to square one.
Thank you, Senator Cardin. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. In 2011, GAO reported that FBI and GSA assessments showed that the FBI headquarters facilities, the Hoover Building and office annexes in the National Capital Region, do not fully support the FBI's long-term security, space, and building conditions requirements. And Mr. Haley, how have the conditions changed since 2011, since the GAO's report has come out, and what has been the effect of these changes on the FBI's ability to actually meet its mission?
Thank you, ma'am. Really nothing has changed. All those issues still exist. If anything, as I mentioned in the opening statement, many of the mechanical parts of the building, I forgot a prop. I was going to bring you one of the pipes that just recently busted. Many of these are rusting from the inside out. You have thousands of miles of piping, and we had Ma Bell phones, gray metal desk, and file cabinets when we moved into the Hoover Building. It's now a technological hub. Just to move a wire from one part of the building to the other, going through concrete, the facility is not designed for that. Everything takes a significant amount of additional funding, a lot of time. There's frustration on the operational side because they need something today, and it may be months or even years before we can get all the pieces in the building. Having entities spread out all over town means that you're spending much of your day driving from one location to another through DC traffic just to try to get around. So those issues are still there.
Right. So the condition of the building is not getting better over time. The IT Struggles are still there, and those take time and dollars.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
We appreciate GSA has recently changed the netting, which keeps the concrete from falling off, because the old netting had to be replaced because it had worn out. It had been up so long. So those issues are still there, and they just continue to get worse.
And you mentioned the time spent traveling back and forth between many of the annex buildings. All of that costs dollars.
Yes, ma'am. And those leases that you had mentioned, sir, that we're having to renew those leases. In some cases, that requires us to recompete them for long term, and additional costs are going in. Some of the mechanicals that we're going to have to replace in the building, you put an HVAC system in, you're expecting it to last 20 years, 20, 30 years. We may only be there another 10. So we're having to put infrastructure in that we may not fully amateurize or get the full use out of.
Right. So a number of issues have been identified today. You know, there's a pathway forward, maybe 2 steps back. Mr. Wise, what recommendations would you have for GSA to help move this project forward in a meaningful manner?
Well, Senator, thank you. I think in the case of this project, all the options need to be examined closely and analyzed. What are the risks? How long will it take? What are the costs and benefits of one site over another, or one method over another in terms of financing the project? And I think that's something that the committee needs to also look at very closely as the options are presented for moving forward. It's a complicated arrangement, and clearly the swap exchange was a difficult maneuver with a situation where many pieces had to fall into place. It was a kind of a complicated mosaic of effort, and it just didn't really work out. So now it really needs to look at what might be feasible going forward, and keeping in mind also the very real security needs that my colleague has brought up here as well really has to factor in, which is a serious problem on the current facility especially on its north side. So
exactly. Well, I thank you very much. I think this is going to be a very complicated issue, especially if the swap exchange is not the alternative moving forward. But we do have to find a way to make sure that the FBI has a usable space, a space that's secure, and where they can actually meet their mission requirements. With that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back my time.
Thank you, Senator Ernst. Senator Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I'm sorry I missed your testimony, but I was able to read this. For me, and I think for all of us, you've seen the collapse of this process for securing a replacement raises serious questions. Mr. Gilbert, as you probably know, I chair the Appropriations Subcommittee on Financial Services and General Government, which oversees the funding for the GSA. And this has been a moving target for us to try to follow. I believe we found out the cancellation of this through the newspaper as well, rather than informing the Appropriations Committee properly and the rest of Congress in general as to what was going on. You already mentioned that the GSA has spent $20 million. How much has the FBI spent, Mr. Haley, thus far in this project?
I wouldn't want to give you an exact number, ma'am, but it has been a significant investment. Much of that has been our professional staff, the individuals that sit behind me. The engineer that actually built our CGIS facility originally and our biometric facility that you're well aware of was brought in to D.C. to lead this project. He's sitting behind me here. So we've invested a lot of educational resources on this. So now at the same time, the $500 million that we have sitting in our account, our appropriations, we hope that this project will take on a similar anatomy like the CGIS building, where we were able to incrementally bring those funds in, and at the point that the funding was available, we were able to move forward with that capital investment.
Yes, I was going to mention, but with Senator Cardin, I didn't want to mention the great FBI facility we have in West Virginia. I didn't want to throw another location into the mix, but we do enjoy, and actually it's a wonderful facility in our area. So we're very, very pleased about that. So, you know, we're at a point where how did we get here, and how are we going to make improvements? If I heard you correctly, Mr. Gilbert, did you say that you need the $2 billion in 1 year in appropriation before you can move forward? Is that?
If we were to move forward with a federal construction project or a long-term lease, that's how the project would be accounted under the federal
Is that the
budget
reason you went for the swap concept?
At the end of the day, yes, it was not our preferred option, but given our funding constraints that we were operating under and given the inability to gain full access to the money in the Federal Buildings Fund, that's why we opted for the exchange concept.
Have you done swap projects before to this magnitude?
Nothing of this magnitude.
Well,
no.
I don't think those are, I think might have a little black mark by it right now from what we've seen, the development to this point. Let me ask you another question. Mr. Wise, in your written testimony, you stated that GSA employees told you as part of the research for your 2014 report that part of the appeal of the exchange model, and Mr. Gilbert just talked about this a little bit, was to avoid reliance upon the appropriations process. And yet the agencies state that this project failed for lack of appropriations sufficient to offset the difference between the value of the Hoover building and the new headquarters. I think the approach to try to avoid either oversight or the congressional appropriations process is, I think, not very palatable to those of us who sit here and also those of us who sit on the Appropriations Committee and the Authorizing Committee. And so would you say that was a primary motivation to work in this manner, or was it something I'm not seeing?
Well, I will leave the motivations up to my colleague from GSA to describe, but suffice it to say that swap construct is, as I think Michael was saying, it's another way to try to move forward on federal construction with the knowledge that it's a very, as Senator Cardin said, a very heavy lift to get full funding up front. Now, full funding up front is the most cost-effective way to build something. That's pretty clear. I think everybody agrees on that. Lease arrangements, one way or another, normally end up costing more for various reasons. But in the terms of the swap construct, a very key criteria of swap construct is that you need a situation where the property that it really helps if the government need is equal to the property that's giving up, and that was not the case here because it was far in excess. So that's why they were coming back for additional appropriations. And a project of this magnitude is very, very complicated to run under a swap construct because, as we talked about in our testimonies, the previous experience that GSA had in this area was very limited. One example I can give you in San Antonio was a small piece of land for a parking garage, several $1 million, and it worked out well because they were of commensurate value. The private sector really wanted this piece of federal land, and GSA really wanted this parking garage, and they were about equal. This is of magnitude of almost much greater magnitude and complexity, and so that was a technique that GSA hoped it could work to make this building happen, make the project happen. But I think the Hoover building situation just was just too difficult to fulfill this way.
Could I ask one more question? We're throwing $2 billion around like it's a confirmed number of just $2 billion. What kind of assurances can you give us here that $2 billion doesn't leak to $3 billion? What kind of firm number is that? And are changes being made to design as I'm sure as you look at this, as you move forward, certain needs may change. What kind of confidence that you have that $2 billion is either A, sufficient or not enough or too much?
We, with the FBI, had developed an extensive program of requirements, which we then developed a independent government cost estimate around that number. We also have the bids that were submitted for the project that give us a sense of how the market was responding to the request.
And they came in at about $2 billion then?
If GSA had received the funding requested in the FY17 budget, we would have been able to award this project.
Ma'am, I would add from an FBI perspective, that was one of the factors as we, coordinating with GSA, agreeing to canceling the procurement was the concern about that. With exchange and, as Senator Rounds had mentioned earlier, the developer can't get the building until we get out of it.
Right.
So as you extend that period on, there was a potential for those costs. And we have always, and we've been very clear with this with our appropriators, that we were trying to be as transparent and honest with the costs that were going to come out of CJS, and we did not want to see those costs escalated. So as you extend the number of years that this procurement would have had to take, and it wasn't just a building, we were talking about moving facilities from a number of the sites, roads, that we were afraid that that cost would come up and we would have to come back in, and those would look like cost escalations versus just time and just the cost of the dollar going forward.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On behalf of Chairman Barrasso, Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gelber and Mr. Haley, decisions to cancel the procurement was made by both the GSA and the FBI, and the FBI at the time was lacking Senate-confirmed directors. Is there a reason you could not have waited for a decision of this magnitude to be made once your senior leadership was in place?
The constraints around the project would not have gotten better. The costs of the project would, in our minds, continue to have increased. And as Mr. Haley referenced, and Mr. Wise has also referenced, the value of the Hoover property would continue to decrease. So at the end of the day, the situation we faced was by waiting, we would not learn anything new in the process, and the cost of the project, if we chose to go forward, would only have increased.
To what extent was OMB and the White House involved in the decision?
As we normally do on major project decisions, we informed our staff-level colleagues at the Office of Management and Budget about this matter.
But not the White House specifically?
That's correct. We normally do not engage at that level.
Who is the highest-ranking federal official to personally sign off on the decision to cancel the headquarters procurement?
In terms of the formal approval process within the General Services Administration, that would have been the acting administrator.
Mm-hmm. Do you expect that there will be additional costs associated with the FBI remaining in the Hoover building and other leased properties for a longer period of time?
Yes, and we are currently evaluating what those costs would be in partnership with the FBI.
And what are the additional costs, and how do you expect those costs to be paid for?
We have some discretionary funds that are what we refer to as a below a prospectus level authority, which are projects of under $3 million for a particular task. And so we have those funds to use. The key question for us is, how much do we invest in the FBI Hoover building, knowing that we're going to move out of it? So we want to ensure the FBI has a usable, safe facility, but we also don't want to overinvest in the facility.
How do those additional costs compare with the projected cost escalations that prompted your agencies to cancel the new headquarters?
Well, the concern with the projected cost escalations is we weren't sure when and where they would stop. And so given the uncertainty around those escalations, we knew what the costs and risks were for remaining in lease space. We knew what the costs and risks were for remaining in Hoover. Those were, even if they were on par or less than, the concern with the going forward with the project was the unknowns around where the costs would go.
Did you include appropriators in those conversations?
We have had a regular cadence of meetings at the authorizer and appropriators level throughout the life of the project, and have been regularly reporting where we stood on the project up until our meeting to decide to inform individuals that we had canceled the project.
Prior to the enactment of the fiscal year 2017 appropriations legislation, did you guys communicate to the appropriators that the procurement was at risk if that bill did not include the entire request in the President's budget for $1.4 billion?
We had regularly communicated that the need for funding was key for this project to move forward. Our last written communication was in March of this year, where we stated that we had met all necessary project milestones to proceed with the project, but we're awaiting the resolution of the fiscal year 17 budget cycle.
Can I just ask you an unrelated question that I'd like you to provide for the record about Plum Island? I've been working with my colleagues from New York and Connecticut on legislation to repeal the statutory requirement for selling Plum Island, which I believe unnecessarily ties the federal government's hands and prevents you from considering all options for the use of the island, including continued federal ownership by a different agency. That said, I would like to ask you a few questions about the sale process that you're currently undertaking. And if you don't know these answers, just for the record, it's fine. What entity will be required to clean up any environmental contamination associated with the Plum Island Animal Disease Center, the federal government or the buyer?
Invariably, it's either the federal government, or if there is anything that hasn't been addressed, the government notifies whoever acquires the property that they must be aware of what is on the soil in the property.
And will there be stipulations on when and how the cleanup has to occur?
I'm not familiar with the specifics around that particular issue, but we can get back to you on that.
Thank you. And how does GSA propose to use the revenue from the sale of Plum Island?
Normally, the revenues from these sales are returned to, I believe, either the miscellaneous receipts account of the Treasury or the Federal Buildings Fund, and our ability to access either of those accounts, if you will, is subject to congressional approval.
Okay. And has the GSA had discussions with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about migratory bird and endangered species habitat that exist on the island, and how does that factor into the sale process?
I'm assuming we did, but I can confirm as a part of our disposal process, we engage with a range of federal agencies whenever we're disposing of a particular property.
If Congress repeals the statutory requirement to sell Plum Island, would other federal agencies like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Park Service have an opportunity to acquire the property if they wanted to, and what process would that occur?
My understanding is the property is currently under the control and custody of the Department of Homeland Security. I may be incorrect about that.
Okay.
But at the point where the Department of Homeland Security no longer requires the property, it is then made available to other federal agencies.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the hearing.
On behalf of Senator Barrasso, I recognize Senator Cardin.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple comments. First, there's been a lot of discussion about lease costs being more expensive than direct appropriations, and that's intuitive, correct. But we would point out that in today's economic environment, with the interest rates being what they are, there's certain advantages to using long-term lease purchases, and the cost differential could be not very great. Just point that out from what I understand. Secondly, the swap is very unusual for this size. I understand that and the reasons it was done. There were 3 developers interested in that financing arrangement, producing 7 different development alternatives. So there was at least interest out there for the Hoover building. Whether it was the best deal for the federal government, we may never know, but there was certainly interest out there. And I want to come back to this last point. GSA has the authority to select a location. GSA has the authority to figure out what financing mechanism works best. They can certainly work with Congress in order to get whatever they need. Congress has expressed itself in numerous ways that we want to help you. We know that the overall funding in one fiscal year is going to be extremely challenging. It's even more challenging now that we have terminated the contracts. So we got to find out a way to move this quicker than saying it's going to take another 4 or 5 or 6 years before we get this done, because the FBI can't wait and taxpayers demand us to be more efficient in this. So, Mr. Gelber, I just urge you to work with not only authorizing but the appropriating committees. You have a good deal of information working with the FBI, working with what has already been developed to move this project in a fast way, consistent with law that we're now in, using a lot of the information that's already been obtained. I would just urge you to do that so that we can make this project move sooner rather than later.
Senator Cardin, any other questions? I know we're in the middle of a vote. At the end of a vote, I appreciate everyone being here and taking the time as you have. I was going to turn to Senator Carper to see if he had any additional thoughts or questions.
Mr. Chairman, I do have. First, I want to say thank you for entering the letter from Senator Grassley, July 20th letter from Senator Grassley, from the White House, actually, to Senator Grassley. Let's see who sent. Mark Short, Director of Legislative Affairs, that speaks to my concerns about the minority as well as majority being able to do our oversight work.
And let me just say, you have been a wonderful partner to work with. I want to continue to work with you, and I want to work with you to make sure we get the answers that all of us are looking for here.
Thank you very, very much for that, and I return the compliment to you. I also have, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record letter from, I think it's from Tim Horn, dated June 6th. We'd submitted some questions of him. I think those questions are that we'd asked of him, and my letter to him, let's see, my letter to him of June 6, 2017, and that we've not received a response on. I would just ask that we made part of the record and renew our request for a timely response from the folks at GSA. Thank you. The other thing I want to do, we have our folks from GAO who are here. Would you just raise your hands, please? Go ahead. Raise them high. Hold them up. Yeah. I just want to say, as the former chairman, now senior Democrat on the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, how much we appreciate the work that you do. And I was in a meeting earlier this morning. One of the thoughts that came to mind in that meeting in the Capitol was we talked a bit about budget deficits, and we seem to have taken our eye off the ball there, and they continue to grow. I think the budget deficit is going to grow by another $100 billion this year alone, and we're looking at about a $700 billion deficit, up from about $400 billion a couple of years ago. We peaked at 1.4 and down to $400 billion. Now we're back up to about $700 billion. Nobody's really paying any attention to that, and that's a cause for concern to me, and I know it is to folks from Wyoming, including your senators. The one of the things that I often like to focus on is the work that you do at GAO through the high-risk list and identifying high-risk ways of wasting money. And it's really important work. And one of the things that I've sought to do, Dr. Coburn did that, and when he was the senior Republican on our committee, always used that as our to-do list. And do we need to raise some evidence? We probably do. Do we need to cut some spending? We probably do. But also, you give us a great roadmap, just a to-do list for ways that we can save money. One of the things that's always confounded me is this issue, and we've worked a lot with you on real property reforms, with Dr. Coburn, Senator Portman, myself, and others. And to the extent that the work that was our work that ended up in legislation signed by the last president on real property management, how, if at all, does that address or come in contact with a particular issue that's before us today? We spent a lot of time trying to put together legislation, guidance, and get the administration to work in a more appropriate way with our input to save money in the way that we handle property, real property. How does that legislation evolve, affect this issue?
Well, Senator, I'm sure as you know, the real property's been on the high-risk list for a long time, I think since 2003. And one of the key things we've looked at, this is not necessarily specific to the FBI, but it's certainly related, is that one of the elements that we've looked at very hard over the years is the importance of accurate data in order to enable federal agencies, real property managers, to make good decisions in what to do with their excess property or how to best use what resources they have. And all along, we've pushed a number of recommendations to OMB and GSA along these lines, and to the credit of GSA, they've made a lot of progress in improving the federal real property profile. Now, the legislation that your bill from 2016, the Federal Real Property Reform Act that you sponsored, is
along with Senator Portman.
Along with Senator Portman, is certainly an assist because it gets at something that we think is quite important, and that is the ability to give a good break to the taxpayer and save money is really much more in consolidation of federal offices into owned facilities versus leased facilities. So that somewhat relates to what we're talking about today, but it's also a general point that I think is very important for overall management of the federal real property portfolio. And as a result, you know, we think that, and as you mentioned, as the bill specifies, improving the data and also looking at postal facilities as a potential area that we can consolidate federal offices into where there's space available, because a lot of sorting facilities are not sorting much anymore. Although,
in fact, the number of mail processing centers is down. A couple of years ago, we had 600 of them. They were operating. Now we're down to about 300 that are operating.
Yeah, so there's a lot of potential there. Although, you know, again, these are more.
In fact, my wife and I just drove by one in Rockford, Illinois, over the weekend.
The issue with the postal facilities, though, is they're much more like factories than they are like office space, and so they need some resources in order to renovate them to make them suitable for office space. But there's a lot of potential for consolidation. But again, you know, until you get really a solid handle on the data and its accuracy, it's very difficult for agencies to make these kinds of decisions. So yes, your point is well taken that the issue around management of federal real property certainly has at least a tangential relationship to the FBI issue at hand today.
Last thing I would say, Mr. Chairman, during my time in state government as governor of Delaware, we worked then, and we still work with the capital budget. We have actually 3 budgets. One is the operating budget, one is the capital budget, and one's a grant and aid budget to help nonprofit organizations, which is small compared to the other 2. But we know that the fiscally smart decision for providing for space, whether it's for the FBI or for anybody else in federal government, oftentimes it's for the federal government to build and own property. That's the smart way to do it. It's hard, as Senator Cardenas said and others have inferred, it's hard to get that kind of huge, like a $2 billion appropriation in a year or maybe over 2 years for something like the FBI building. That's just very, very hard to do. in the end, we save money. We save money over the long haul. But the way that our budgeting process works, it does not reward that behavior. I'll ask some questions for the record. One will be deal with the alternative funding mechanisms that seeks to try to get at this this conundrum. And we appreciate your response to those questions, all of you. And Mr. Gelber, we look forward to hearing from you folks soon and more consistently in the future. Thank you. And to our FBI brothers and sisters, God bless you. Thanks.
Well, as we wrap up, I want to make a couple of observations. It's clear from today's testimony that the FBI does need a new headquarters, that fixing up the Hoover building with a $100 million backlog of maintenance needs makes little sense, that the elaborate plan to swap the Hoover building for a new headquarters facility was, in hindsight, not the best option, that we need a new, cost-effective, and achievable plan to get the FBI into a new headquarters facility. So I'd like to ask our witnesses one final question. Will you commit to providing Congress a workable solution to the FBI's headquarter needs within 120 days?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, sir.
Mr. Weiss?
They
both said absolutely.
I think that's the job of the administration, and we'll be happy to come in and evaluate it at some point.
Well, maybe you can give us some advice along the way.
Always happy to do that, sir.
Well, you can expect that this committee will hold another hearing on this subject before the end of the year. With that, I want to thank all of you for being here. Other members may submit questions for the record. The hearing record will be open for 2 weeks. I want to thank the witnesses for their time and their testimony today. The hearing's adjourned.
Right now you are taking a live look here at the Capitol. I just got about 10 more minutes here with you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are once again having a shorter version today of the News Now stream. We are getting ready for our big Monday debut locally here in Phoenix of Fox 10 Extra. That'll be on My 45 from 10 a.m. to all the way to noon. We'll still be streaming worldwide as well at the same time. But just in case if you didn't get to see it, the very viral video that has everyone talking about today, Stephen Miller, an advisor to President Trump, went at it with CNN's Jim Acosta today. Take a look.
Change what it means to be an immigrant coming into this country if you're telling them you have to speak English? Can't people learn how to speak English when they get here?
Well, first of all, right now, it's a requirement that to be naturalized, you have to speak English. So the notion that speaking English wouldn't be a part of our immigration systems would be actually very ahistorical. Secondly, I don't want to get off into a whole thing about history here, but the Statue of Liberty is a symbol of liberty enlightening the world. It's a symbol of American liberty lighting the world. The poem that you're referring to that was added later is not actually part of the original Statue of Liberty, but more fundamentally, the history, but more fundamentally,
you're saying the that history that does not represent.
I'm saying that
what
the notion. I'm saying the notion that I'm saying the notion.
I'm sorry.
No,
that sounds
Jim,
like,
let me ask you a question.
That sounds like some national park revisionism.
No, what I'm asking you is.
The Statue of Liberty
Jim,
has always been
let me ask you a question.
of hope to the world for people to send
Jim, do you believe,
people to this country,
Jim,
and they're not always going to speak English, Stephen.
Jim,
they're not
do you
always
believe,
going to be highly skilled. They're not always going to be
Jim, I appreciate your speech. Jim, I appreciate your speech, so let's talk about this.
It was a modest
Jim, let's talk about this. In 1970, when we let in 300,000 people a year, was that violating or not violating the Statue of Liberty law of the land? In the 1990s, when it was 500,000 a year, was it violating or not violating the Statue of Liberty law of the land?
Was it violating?
When it was 700,000 a year. No, tell me what years. Tell me what years. Tell me what years meet. Tell me what years meet Jim Acosta's definition of the Statue of Liberty poem, law of the land. So you're saying 1 million a year is the Statue of Liberty number. 900,000 violates it, 800,000 violates it.
You're sort of bringing a
Jim.
press one for English philosophy here to
Jim.
immigration, and that's never
For
been
Jim.
what the United States has been about, Steve.
That but you're also your statement's also shockingly ahistorical in another respect too, which is if you look at the history of immigration, it's actually ebbed and flowed. We've had periods of very large waves, followed by periods of less immigration and more immigration, and during the
We've had a period of immigration right now. The president wants to build a wall,
actually,
and you want to bring about a sweeping change to the
surely,
immigration
Jim, you don't actually think that a wall affects green card policy. You couldn't possibly believe that, do you? Actually, the notion that you actually think immigration is at a historic law, the foreign-born population in the United States today, Jim,
staff on Monday talking about how border crossings.
Do you really? I want to be serious, Jim. Do you really at CNN not know the difference between green card policy and illegal immigration?
Sir,
are you really don't know that?
Cuban immigrant. He came to this country in 1962, right before the Cuban Missile Crisis, and obtained a green card. Yes, people who immigrate to this country can eventually. People who
Jim,
immigrate
it's a
to this
factual
country
question,
through,
Jim.
not through Ellis
Jim,
Island,
as a factual
but in
question.
other ways, do obtain a green card at some point. They do it through a lot of hard work. And yes, they may learn English as a second language later on in life.
So, but
this
Jim,
whole notion of, well, they could learn, they have to learn English before they get to the United States. Are we just going to bring in people from Great Britain and Australia?
Jim, I have to honestly say, I am shocked at your statement that you think that only people from Great Britain and Australia would know English. It reveals your cosmopolitan bias to a shocking degree that in your mind, no, this is an amazing moment. This is an amazing moment. That you think only people from Great Britain or Australia would speak English is so insulting to millions of hardworking immigrants who do speak English from all over the world. Jim, have you honestly never met an immigrant from another country who speaks English outside of Great Britain and Australia? Is that your personal experience?
Of course there are people who come
But that's not what you said, and it shows your cosmopolitan bias. And I just want to say,
it sounds like you're trying to engineer the racial and ethnic flow of people into this country.
Jim, that is one of the most outrageous, insulting, ignorant, and foolish things you've ever said, and for you that's still a really... The notion that you think that this is a racist bill is so wrong and so insulting. Jim, the reality is that the foreign-born population into our country has quadrupled since 1970. That's a fact. It's been mostly driven by green card policy. Now, this bill allows for immediate nuclear family members to come into the country, much as they would today, and then it adds an additional points-based system. The people who've been hurt the most, the people who've been hurt the most by the policy you're advocating are
what policy am I advocating?
Apparently just unfettered, uncontrolled migration. The people who've been hurt the most by the policy. The people who've been hurt the most by the policy that you're. The people who've been hurt the most by the policy you're advocating are immigrant workers and minority workers and African American workers and Hispanic workers.
And it has African American community. Now you brought it up again. You said you wanted to have a conversation and not target. Is it going to be a target?
This is what we want to do.
Using the African American community, are you going to target? I'm not trying to be funny.
Right, and I know what you're saying. What you're saying is 100% correct. We want to help unemployed African Americans in this country and unemployed workers of all backgrounds get jobs. And insinuations like Jim made, trying to ascribe nefarious motives to a compassionate immigration measure designed to help newcomers and current arrivals alike, is wrong. And this is a positive, optimistic proposal that says 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, we want to have an immigration system that takes care of the people who are coming here and the people who are already living here by having standards, by having a real clear requirement that you be able to support yourself financially, by making sure that employers can pay a living wage. That's the right policy for our country, and it's the president's commitment to taking care of American workers. I apologize, Jim, if things got heated, but you did make some pretty rough insinuations. So, thank you.
Wow, folks. Well, that was the very viral moment of the day today here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We all watched it live earlier today. Hi, folks. Mike Page here, and I'll be signing off in just a little bit. We're going to be closing down the stream since we had to move around some schedules today because we're in the last couple of phases of getting ready for Fox 10 Extra starting on Monday locally here. My 45 will be streaming this 10 a.m. to noon right there on the TV as well. It's kind of different the way we went. We started from streaming, now to TV. So usually it's, TV, then they stream, but hey, what you gonna do, So I hope everyone's gonna have a great Wednesday evening here, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow and Friday. I'll be with you guys on the early shift. Samia is off the next 2 days, so it's gonna be me and you guys and Mary Kate. So I want you guys to have a great evening. Thanks so much for being with us today. I know we had a lot of coverage from Minnesota as well as that classic White House press briefing today. It always seems like some part of that White House press briefing will go viral. You just never know who's going to be the actual star of that briefing. So we'll all see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys bright and early. Hope you guys all have a great evening, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
The law of the land. In the 19